The Broken Mother, Lee Callaway, Book 6. Written by Thomas Fincham. Narrated by Adam Verner. Chapter 1. 8 years ago. Donnie Brewer pulled his jacket zipper all the way up, flipped his collar up, and unrolled his neck flap. The late afternoon air was crisp, almost chilly. He was on his bike. He had been racing down the street at top speed. The wind had cut into his face, stinging his eyes and burning the skin on his hands. He rubbed his hands together and blew on them. Donnie wanted to bring a pair of gloves, but he feared the smell would get on his fingers and then his gloves. The last thing he wanted was any trace of the deed on himself. He shoved his hand in his jacket pocket to confirm the contents inside. The pack of cigarettes belonged to his father. Donnie was 11 years old, and if his father found out he had taken his smokes, he would whip him with his belt. His mother would be heartbroken that her youngest child was already dabbling in nicotine. Donnie's older brother had already taken up their father's bad habit. His brother would get a good whooping for his actions, but then he would go back to smoking. His mother would beg him to quit. She was a smoker when she was younger. When her father died of lung cancer, she vowed to never touch another cigarette again. And she never did, but that did not keep the habit out of the house. Donnie's father smoked 3 packs a day. He would even get up in the middle of the night to get a dose of nicotine. He was addicted to them, and there was nothing Donnie's mother could do to stop him. Her last hope was Donnie. She prayed the boy would see smoking's ill effects. She would bring brochures into the house. She would tell him all about COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, which affected the lungs and could cause bronchitis, emphysema, and severe asthma. She would show him photos of damaged lungs that were so black they looked like they had been burned on an open fire. Donnie was not stupid. He understood the side effects of smoking. He was not going to smoke cigarettes for the rest of his life. He just wanted a puff to see what it tasted like, as well as to understand why it had consumed his father's life, to the point that he would stand in negative temperatures to smoke them. But Donnie could not try them at home. His mother ran a sewing business from their basement. His father worked as a forklift operator, but he was currently unemployed. His brother was always getting suspended from school, so their father put him on house arrest as a form of punishment. In short, Donnie would be caught the moment he put the cigarette to his lips. He needed a place that was quiet and away from the house. He knew just the spot. He pedaled as hard and fast as his legs would allow him. Erie Lake was about a mile south of their residence. It was used by fishermen and casual boaters. On one side of the lake was a dock with boats, but on the other side was an area covered by dirt, trees, bushes, and other vegetation. The city had tried to sell it to a property developer, with the hopes of building condos with a view of the water. But after an engineering company tested the soil, they discovered the foundation was not stable enough. Now the city was trying to tout the land to homeowners to build cottages or second homes next to the lake. The city was in desperate need of money, and the property taxes from the homes would alleviate their financial difficulties. So far, there were no biters. Donnie had heard his parents talk about it over dinner. His father was always coming up with ideas to strike it rich. He figured he could get neighbors and friends to loan him the money to buy the land and develop it himself. It was wishful thinking, Donnie knew. His father always had grand plans in his head, but they never made it to reality. He was too lazy and easily discouraged. But from hearing them talk, he knew the area was away from prying eyes. Chapter 2. As he pedaled, a whistle hanging from a string around his neck bounced off his chest. His mother had given him a whistle in case he got in trouble. When she was a child, one of her cousins was abducted and never found. She feared the same could also happen to her children. Donnie was not worried about being kidnapped. He felt like he could handle himself if a situation like that ever arose. But to make his mother happy, he always kept the whistle on him. He biked down a dirt path, cut through a grassy field, and then reached the lake. In the distance across from the water, he could see the dock with the boats. They were too far for anyone to see what he was doing. Plus, there were trees that shielded the view. Donnie smiled, happy about picking the perfect spot. He stopped the bike, got off, and then walked the bike next to a tree. He shivered as a cold breeze hit him. The air was even chillier closer to the water. He looked to his right. Farther away from the lake, he could see the chimney stacks on top of the roofs. The land right next to the water could not be developed, but that did not mean the land away from the lake could not be inhabited. About 30 houses were walking distance from the water. Donnie doubted he would see anyone today. Even if he did, by the time they got to him, he would erase all trace of what he had done. Speaking of which, he thought. He quickly rubbed his palms together to warm them up. He then pulled the pack of cigarettes from his pocket, along with a lighter he had grabbed on his way out of the house. He removed a cigarette from the pack and placed it between his lips, savoring the smell of nicotine. He had seen his father light a smoke hundreds of times. He flicked the ball on the lighter, but no flame appeared. He flicked the ball again and again. After the umpteenth time, when his thumb was sore, a flame finally sparked. He leaned close and let the flame burn the tip of the cigarette. He took a deep breath, just like his father always did. He inhaled and let the smoke fill his mouth and lungs. Suddenly, his eyes welled up. His lungs felt like they were on fire. "I can't breathe." His vision blurred as he keeled over to let out whatever was inside his body. He coughed violently. For a few seconds, Donnie felt like he was going to die. After coughing so hard that his throat became raw, he finally took fresh air in. It tasted sweet. He blinked to clear the tears from his eyes. He looked down at the cigarette he held between his fingers. He dropped it in the dirt, stood up, and then smashed it with the heel of his boot. Mom was right, he thought. Smoking will kill me. He could taste the smoke in his mouth, and he wished he had brought a bottle of water to rinse it out. He then had an idea. He walked farther along the path. He remembered from the last time he biked here that there was a spot where you could walk down to the lake. He reached it and began making the descent when he saw a black object in the water. He blinked and saw a woman chest deep in the water. She was staring at something floating next to her. He focused his gaze and realized it was a boy around his age, maybe younger. The boy's arms and legs were spread apart, and his eyes were closed. His skin was grayish blue, almost like the water. "Is he okay?" Donnie asked, getting closer. The woman was still for a moment. She finally looked at him. Her eyes were vacant. "Do you want to join him?" she asked. He froze in his tracks. A smile curled her face. "Don't worry. Come to me." She held her hand out to him. He recoiled in horror. Donnie knew something was not right. He also knew he had to call for help. He pulled the whistle out and blew into it with all his might. Chapter 3. Present Day. The black Volvo moved through traffic at the mandatory speed. Behind the wheel sat Detective Gregory Holt of the Milton Police Department. His 6'4", 250-pound frame snugly fit the driver's seat. Holt could have opted for an SUV, a 4x4, or even a minivan, but he preferred the sedan for its maneuverability. He could squeeze through tight areas. He could park without worrying about someone dinging it with their doors. Most importantly, his wife, Nancy, had chosen the car at the dealership. Holt had thick arms, thick hands, and a thick neck that made his shirt collar tight. He could always unbutton his collar, but that would look unprofessional. He could buy a larger size, but the shirt would hang loose around his body. He knew people who were always tucking in shirts that were a size too big. Holt did not want to look like a slob. His eyes were small and black. They absorbed information at a swift pace, a skill that was essential to his profession. No detail was too small. Everything was open for examination. If something caught his attention, he would make a mental note of it. He never knew what information would lead him to solving a case. Holt was on his way to the station when he had received the call. He quickly made a U-turn and headed in the opposite direction. All he knew was that there had been a shooting at a women's center. Emily's place helped women get into shelters, referred them for counseling, and assisted them in dealing with the police. Anything to guide them in their moment of despair. Holt was familiar with the center. As a beat cop, he was always dealing with some form of domestic violence. If the situation could not be resolved, he would personally drive the women to the center. There, in a safe environment, the women would be presented with all their options. They would never be forced to take a specific action. The women had every right to decline any suggestions made to them. The last thing the center wanted was to make the women feel even more helpless. Their duty was to the women and their well-being. They wanted to empower the women by making them more informed. In Holt's experience, a lot of the women would listen, agree to everything that was said to them, and then go right back to the volatile situation they had just come from. Holt knew of many instances of women being abused over and over because they could not muster the courage to walk away. He would get angry at their abusers, but even more angry at the women for being foolish to stay in an unhealthy, and in some cases, dangerous environment. It took Holt years to understand that he could not make someone do something if they were not ready to do it in the first place. Until that person made a stand and said that enough was enough, there was very little anyone could do to help them. But it was not from a lack of trying on Holt's part. He would charge the abuser with all sorts of crimes, only to see them dismissed in court when the victim refused to testify against her abuser. In some cases, the victim would retract her statement and even go as far as accusing the police of coercing her into making the statement to begin with. When he heard that a shooting had occurred at the center, the news shook him to the core. A place that was supposed to have been a refuge from violence was now hit with exactly that. As he drove to Emily's place, he could not shake the feeling that something terrible had happened. Why else would they call a homicide detective to the scene, he thought. Chapter 4. Holt pulled into a parking lot with several parked cars. He spotted a police cruiser and stopped next to it. Before stepping out, he rubbed his wedding ring 3 times. A private ritual he did before each new investigation. It was a reminder of why he chose to be a detective. He wanted to make the world a better place for his loved ones. He spotted a uniformed officer who was in the process of securing the scene with yellow police tape. Holt walked over to him. Officer Lance McConnell was tall, with deep blue eyes and a prominent chin. His blonde hair was hidden underneath his police cap. "Need a hand?" Holt asked. McConnell turned to him and nodded. Holt grabbed the tape and unrolled it while walking to the other side of the parking lot. He then tied one end to a signpost. When McConnell had the entire property secured with the tape, he came over to him. "Thank you, sir," he said. "No problem," Holt replied. There was a reason he had offered to assist McConnell. Holt never saw himself above helping a fellow officer, but in general, detectives left those kinds of duties to their subordinates while they focused on the crime itself. McConnell was dating Holt's partner, Detective Dana Fisher. Their relationship was once a secret in the department, but ever since Fisher returned from Lockport, she no longer wanted to hide it. Holt would do anything for Fisher, and he knew she would do anything for him. He was grateful that she had McConnell by her side after what happened at Lockport. She needed someone to confide in, and while Holt offered his support, he knew he was not strong enough to help her through this difficult time all by himself. Fisher was eager to get back to work. She had called him daily to inquire about the cases he was working on. While the department had cleared her to return to duty, Holt felt it was too soon. Holt had been in the same situation as her, twice in fact, and each time he rushed back to work knowing he was not ready. He desperately needed something to occupy his mind, to make him not think about what he had been through. It was not up to Holt to deny Fisher's request to come back. That was the sergeant's decision. But Holt had a say in whether he was comfortable having her work next to him. After years on the force, he had earned the right to choose his partner on a case. He missed Fisher every day. She was more than a colleague to him. She was his friend. And as her friend, he wanted what was best for her. And that meant she got some rest and relaxation. A homicide investigation was an intense ordeal. No matter how experienced a detective was, there was the emotional aspect to cope with. A human being's life had ended prematurely, and those grieving wanted to make sense of their loss. Holt believed Fisher did not need that kind of stress right now. She should not be digging for clues, chasing down leads, doing all the tedious work required to find a suspect. Holt spotted someone in the backseat of McConnell's cruiser. "Who is that?" he asked. "She won't give her name," McConnell replied, "but she's the one who called 911. "Did she go on the premises?" Holt was always concerned about people leaving their DNA on the crime scene. It was an additional person he would have to cross off the list of potential suspects. "The 911 call came from inside," McConnell replied. Holt understood what that meant. The woman in the cruiser had gone inside Emily's place, saw what had happened, and used one of the center's telephones to alert the authorities. "I will deal with her later," he thought. "Okay, show me what you found," he said to McConnell. McConnell paused and then said, "I have to warn you, sir, it's not pretty." Holt almost scoffed. "Death is never pretty." "No, you don't understand. It's not one victim. It's 3. Chapter 5. The first body was a few feet from the front door. The victim lay on her stomach with her face turned to the side. She was wedged in the second doorway just ahead. "Melody Ferguson," McConnell said as he stood behind Holt. Holt was still. He held the door open but did not take a step inside. A part of him did not want to go any farther. He wanted to spare himself the horror of what he was about to see. But as a homicide detective, he had no choice but to enter. He inhaled deeply through his nostrils, and then exhaled. He went inside. He was in a narrow space. On the right side was a wall with a bulletin board on it. It was covered with announcements from the center, information on social programs, and even coupons and vouchers from nearby grocery stores. The women who came in were desperate. Most were fleeing a violent situation and were without much money. The vouchers and coupons would go a long way in helping them get through the first few days on their own. There was a door on the left. Before Holt could ask, McConnell said, "It's a small office." Not only was McConnell supposed to check for signs of life, he also had to survey the entire scene to make sure there was nothing dangerous for the first aid responders or police personnel. This involved going through each room to confirm. Holt nodded, swallowed hard, and then gingerly stepped over Melody Ferguson's body to get through the second door. He was in an open space with 3 desks that had several chairs placed before each one. Women who came in would discuss their situation with an employee from the center at those very desks. The employee would then present the women with their next course of action. As a patrol officer, whenever Holt had driven a woman to the center, he would sometimes sit with them in order to make them feel comfortable. There was a blue door to the left and a hallway up ahead. Holt knew that behind the blue door was a space similar in size to this. The space was divided into several rooms. One room had a bed, in case the center was unable to find sleeping accommodations for someone at the last minute. The next room was a play area with toys, arts and crafts material, and a television. Most women who came into the center were accompanied by young children. Holt could not imagine how stressful and traumatic the situation must be for the children. One minute they were in the comfort of their own home, and the next they were in a strange environment. The people who worked at the center made sure the children were taken care of. They played games with them, gave them snacks and candies, and let them watch their favorite shows, anything to ease the transition. Holt felt a sharp stab in his heart, and he shut his eyes to let the pain pass through. "Who will help these women and children now?" he thought. "Who will be there for them in their hour of need?" "Sir?" McConnell's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. He turned and saw the same pain on McConnell's face. His lips were curled into a frown and his eyes were moist. McConnell had already gone through the initial shock of what he had seen, but even then it was hard for him. "It's farther up," he said slowly. He was glad in a way to have McConnell with him right now. Externally, Holt exuded toughness and grit, but internally he was soft and sensitive. "Right," Holt said. They moved into the hall when Holt spotted the second victim. She lay on her back with her arms and legs spread out. Like the first victim, she also lay wedged in a doorway. "Paige Giles," McConnell said. Holt again had to tiptoe over Paige Giles to get to the next room. It was an office with wide windows. There was a door on the left, and on the right was a wooden desk with 2 chairs before it. Behind the desk was the third victim. She was slumped in the chair with her head tilted back. "Emily Riley," McConnell said. Holt knew her. Everyone who was vaguely familiar with the center knew her. She had not only built the center, it was also named after her. Holt stared at the 2 bodies before him and felt a shiver go up his spine. With 3 dead, he knew the sergeant would send someone to assist him. This was not a job for 1 detective, but 2. Holt realized he needed someone he could trust. Chapter 6. Dana Fisher walked the grocery store's aisles, pushing a shopping cart. She was 5'5" and weighed close to 110 pounds. She had dark shoulder-length hair, her nose was pointed upwards, and it moved whenever she opened her mouth. Fisher was a homicide detective with 10 years of service with the Milton Police. She had seen the worst of the worst. She had solved cases that would haunt the average person for the rest of their life. What made her different was that she thoroughly believed in what she did. She punished criminals for their actions, and by putting them in prison, she was making the world a better place. At least, that is what she told herself every day. Fisher grabbed a can off the shelf and examined it. There were 6 varieties of tomato sauces available, and she was thinking of making pasta for dinner. She was not much of a cook. She was the only girl among 3 boys. Her mom did most of the cooking, and if you asked Fisher, she was the best cook ever. Growing up, her family did not have much money, and as such, they hardly went out to eat. Instead, her mom would always whip up something at home. She would make pizza, shawarma, chicken nuggets, hand-cut fries, panzerotti, barbecued chicken, and other delectable dishes. Her mom never made her brood feel like they were without anything. The music in the grocery store was soothing and upbeat, a musical tonic to make shoppers relaxed as they browsed the aisles. For Fisher, the cheerful song currently playing was like salt being flicked into a wound. Her trip to Lockport had left her physically, mentally, and emotionally devastated. Only the support of her family and friends helped her get through that trauma. She was still scarred, though. A feeling that whispered, "I should have done more," hung over her mind like a dark cloud. She had seen much tragedy in her line of work, but she never imagined it would hit so close to home. She always thought her badge would somehow shield her from tragedy, but she now knew she was being naive. If tragedy could rock the lives of other detectives, why should she be immune? Fisher knew she would never get over what happened in Lockport. Time would never fully heal the wounds. But if she focused her energy on something more productive, like work, it might somewhat ease her pain. She read the labels on the sauces and decided to pick one at random. Lance won't complain, she thought. She was grateful to have McConnell. He had been there for her every step of the way. Before going home, he would drop by her place every night. Over dinner, they would discuss his day. As a patrol officer, he saw more excitement than most people. Domestic disputes, drug overdoses, stabbings, drunk driving, and gang violence. He saw it all. It made her feel like she was still in touch with what was happening at the police department. McConnell was a better cook than her, so he normally prepared dinner for them both. Today, however, she wanted to surprise him. She had woken up bright and early, a habit from childhood, and instead of going for her morning jog, she spent time on the internet trying to find a recipe she was comfortable following. Pasta seemed like the easiest, so she went with that. The grocery store was open 24 hours, so she decided to get a head start. The store was empty this early in the day, so she could take her time choosing the ingredients. I might even pick up a lemon sorbet for dessert, she thought as she wheeled the cart into the next aisle. Her cell phone buzzed. She debated whether to ignore the call. She was, after all, on leave. Her phone kept buzzing. She reached into her pocket and pulled it out. She recognized the number. Chapter 7. Lee Callaway stared at the muzzle of the revolver aimed between his eyes. The gun was so close to his face that he saw nothing but an empty void inside the barrel. For a moment, his life flashed before his eyes. Unfortunately, his life consisted of him getting drunk, sleeping with countless women, and losing all his money in casinos. He cringed that not a single image of his daughter popped up in his head. This could very well be his last moment on Earth. And here he was, reliving his greatest hits of debauchery and reckless behavior. In hindsight, his life had been an utter waste. Callaway was tall, tanned, and he had silver around his temples. Even with the crow's feet around his eyes, he still looked youthful. He was a private investigator who prided himself in being extra careful. Not today, though. The man holding the gun was his client's husband. Callaway had been hired to follow the husband as he spent his nights with his mistress. The husband had caught Callaway's Dodge Charger parked outside a motel. The husband must have taken down his license plate number, which he then used to find Callaway's name. Once he had that, it was not hard to search for him online. Callaway had a website for his PI business. The webpage had not been updated in years, but it had all the information anyone needed to get in touch with him. The husband then called Callaway and offered to hire him for a job. Callaway jumped at the chance of securing another case. He failed to do his due diligence and find out more about the person looking to hire him. He also did not double-check where he was meeting this prospective client. The alleyway was behind a bottling factory. The factory was closed for renovations, which made for a great spot to shoot someone without anyone finding out. "Give it to me," the husband growled in a thick accent. "Give you what?" Callaway stammered. "The camera, the one you used to take photos of me and my friend." "You mean mistress," Callaway thought. "I didn't bring the camera with me," he claimed. "In that case, goodbye, Mr. Callaway." The husband cocked the hammer. Callaway flinched. "No, wait, I can get it for you." "How?" "It's in my car." The husband stared at him skeptically. "No, honest," Callaway said. "It's in the trunk of my Charger." "Where is it?" "It's parked outside the alley." The husband's eyes bore into him. "No games, okay? If you try to run, I will shoot you. If you try to scream for help, I will shoot you. If you try to fight—" I know, you'll shoot me," Callaway said. The husband motioned with his gun. "Let's go." They walked down the alley and came out onto the street. Unfortunately, the street was vacant at this time of day. No one would hear his cries, and no one would come to his aid. The husband had chosen the location carefully. Callaway got the feeling the husband had been in these kinds of situations before, perhaps back in his home country of Latvia, and that murder was not beneath him. Callaway was not about to take any chances. He opened the Charger's trunk and pulled out the camera. The husband snatched the camera from Callaway's hands. "Did you make a copy of the photos?" he asked. "I didn't have time." That was the truth. It was only last night that Callaway was on the stakeout outside the motel. He was hoping that after his meeting with the husband this morning, he would go get the photos processed. The husband scowled and then hurled the camera onto the street with all his strength. Callaway winced as the camera smashed into a dozen pieces. "If I see you anywhere near me, I will kill you," the husband said. "Do you understand?" Callaway had no doubt the husband would follow through with his threat. "I completely understand." The husband put the gun in his jacket pocket and stormed away. When he was out of sight, Callaway let out an audible sigh of relief. He realized he had been sweating profusely throughout the ordeal. He sniffed his underarms and made a face. "I need a hot shower after this," he thought. "Maybe even a drink." He reached down and picked up the broken camera. He opened the back of the camera and removed the tiny memory card. Idiot, he thought. Where has he been for the last decade? Cameras don't use film these days. He pocketed the card, looked around, and quickly got in the charger. Time to get the hell out of here, in case he changes his mind and comes back. Callaway gunned the engine and roared away. Chapter 8. Holt had to get away from the crime scene. The sight of the dead women who had given so much to so many people was overwhelming. He felt sick to his stomach. He had never vomited at a crime scene before, but today could be the day. He did not want to contaminate the crime scene with his DNA. He decided to get some air by going out front to speak to the person who had discovered the gruesome scene. Holt found her in the back of McConnell's police cruiser. She refused to give her real name. Holt noticed puncture marks along her arms. Her fingernails were dirty, her hair was coarse, and her teeth were stained. She was a drug addict who was perhaps also homeless. Holt felt for people in her situation. Society cast them aside as if they were a disease. They were invisible, nameless, and faceless. But Holt did not see it that way. These very people were once someone's child. They once had a mother and a father. The father may not have played a role in their development. He may even be non-existent in their lives. But the mother most certainly had. And no parent would ever wish for their child to grow up dependent on drugs and without shelter. Holt viewed them as lost children, no matter how old they were. Somewhere along the way, something had steered them down a self-destructive path. A dysfunctional family environment, an unplanned pregnancy. They could have run away from home, lost their jobs, gotten involved with some bad people. Whatever the cause, if they were viewed as people who were once children with hopes and dreams for a bright future, it was easier not to judge them. "So what should I call you?" Holt asked gently. She shrugged. "My friends call me Angel." "Angel?" She lowered her shirt collar. There was a tattoo of an angel with wings in the nape of her neck. "All right, Angel," he said, his voice soothing. "You come to the center often?" "I drop by when I need help," she replied. "I'm trying to clean up my life, you know. I haven't injected in months." From the fresh marks on her arms, Holt knew she was not telling the truth, but he would not call her out on it. "That's good to hear," he said. "So what were you doing at Emily's place so early in the morning?" She looked around as if she was unsure of what to say. "I was kicked out of the shelter. I mean, it wasn't my fault. They were trying to shove their rules on me, you know? So I spent the night outside. It's not too bad. I've been on the streets most of my life." Her eyes suddenly welled up and she looked down at her hands. "Emily was always nice to me." Holt knew she was referring to Emily Riley, the owner of Emily's place. "She would always talk to the shelters to get me back in if I got into a fight with them. I used to sleep outside the center's front doors, but Emily didn't think it was safe for me. There is a place down the road that's open 24 hours a day." "What kind of place?" Holt asked. "A diner." "Okay." "The owner knows Emily. He would let me stay there until the center opened. He would sometimes even give me soup or coffee for free." Holt felt secure knowing there were still good people out there willing to help the less fortunate. "What time does the center open?" Holt asked. 8 in the morning, Angel replied. "And you were here at exactly 8? Angel thought for a moment. "I think I was here maybe 20 minutes before that. I wanted to wait for Emily to come in, but when I got here, I saw their cars were already parked in the front." "And you are sure it was their cars?" Holt wanted to know if there was a chance that someone else was on the property when Angel had arrived. She shrugged. "I've seen those cars parked here before, so I think it's theirs." "After you arrived, what did you do?" "When I saw the cars, I went to the front door. I figured I would knock and they would let me in early. They were accommodating like that. Sometimes they would even let me stay late if I didn't have a place to go, you know? They were very good to me." Angel's eyes turned moist, and she hugged herself, lost in a moment of silence. Was the door locked? She shook her head. No. So the center was open? I think so. They don't have set hours. Sometimes if Emily came in early, she would open the doors early. That's why I came 20 minutes before to see if anyone was here. And when you opened the door, what did you see? Angel put a hand over her mouth, her eyes aglow with horror. You can tell me, Holt said, his voice still soothing. I saw Melody on the floor. I thought she had fainted, so I went up to check on her, but then I saw the blood. She shivered as she spoke. Did you touch her? Holt asked. He wanted to know if he needed to keep an eye out for her fingerprints at the crime scene. No. I was shocked by all the blood. I called out Emily's name, but when I didn't get a response, I went inside. I then saw... Angel's voice trailed off. You saw what? Paige in the hallway. I knew something was not right, so I called 911. And you used the phone at the center? I don't have a cell phone, so yeah, I did. What did you do then? I went outside and waited for someone to arrive. I told the officer what happened. He told me to wait in his car. After making the call, you didn't think about running away? I mean, you had just seen 2 dead bodies. People in her position were wary of authority, and rightly so. They had been marginalized by society for so long that they trusted no one. I thought about it. But these were good people. They were always helping me out. They were my friends. Angel suddenly burst into tears. Holt wanted to reach over and give her a hug. She looked like a scared child who, over the years, had been abandoned by all those close to her. And now, with the murders at Emily's place, she was abandoned once again. Chapter 9. Holt walked around the property. He spotted 2 security cameras. One was pointed at the front of the building, the second at the back. He returned to the main entrance and saw a sticker on the front door. The sticker belonged to a security company. He dialed a number, and after holding for several minutes, he was transferred to someone in charge. Holt identified himself and explained why he was calling. The manager was shocked by what he heard. Holt was perplexed that the security company was not monitoring the property. The manager explained that the cameras were turned off at 7:10 in the morning. After that, no feed was sent to their office. Holt was about to grill the manager for more information when he saw a white van pull onto the property. He took the manager's name and telephone number and then hung up. A woman emerged from the passenger seat. She was petite with short, cropped hair. She wore round prescription glasses that she pushed up her thin nose. Andrea Wakefield was the city's medical examiner. Her opinion on the cause of death could make or break an investigation. Holt once had a case where a man had died in his own living room while reading a book. The only thing odd about the man was a slight laceration and bruising around the groin area. Even after several autopsies, Wakefield could not decipher what caused the laceration and bruising. Holt was ready to close the case as death by natural causes, but Wakefield was not convinced. She spent her personal time going over old medical journals and even murder cases. A month later, she found the cause of death. The man had been shot. The bullet had entered through the scrotum area and caused internal damage. The skin in that area was soft and could fold over the wound, thus covering it. With this information, Holt went back to the scene of the crime and searched the man's house with a fine comb. He discovered a bullet hole underneath the front window. A potted plant was on the ledge with the branches hanging over it, which concealed the hole. Holt then canvassed the neighborhood and found out that a neighbor had heard a gunshot the night the man died. The neighbor had gone outside and seen a black pickup truck racing away. The neighbor was unable to get the license plate number, but even without that, Holt now had something to work with. He gathered 6 officers and went door to door in search of a black pickup truck. He found one parked in a garage of a house 2 streets over. That night, the owner had gone out to a bar to watch a football game. His team had won, and to celebrate, he drank more than he should have. On his drive back from the bar, he was feeling elated, so he decided to pull his gun out and fire it in the air. The bullet ended up going through a wall and killing a man. When Holt arrested him, the owner still had no idea what he had done. The bullet from his gun was matched to the dead man, and the owner was subsequently charged with manslaughter. Had it not been for Wakefield's doggedness, the case may never have been solved. She walked up to Holt and said, "Is it true?" "Is what true?" he asked, confused. "That there are 3 deaths." "I'm afraid so," he replied with a nod. She paused for a moment and then said, "Will Detective Fisher be joining us for this investigation?" Holt knew Wakefield had become friendly with Fisher. Holt was not sure if Wakefield had any friends. He knew very little about her, though. All he knew was that she spent more time with the dead than the living. He could always find her examining a cadaver at the morgue. "I don't know," he replied. She squinted and said, "Please show me the bodies." Just then, a Honda SUV pulled up next to his Volvo. Holt recognized the vehicle and smiled. Chapter 10. Holt watched as Fisher emerged from the SUV and walked over to them. "Thanks for coming, partner," Holt said. Fisher smiled. "Thanks for calling me." "Welcome back, Detective," Wakefield said. She too was smiling. Fisher turned to Holt. The smile was now gone. "I heard on the radio. Is it—" "It's true," he quickly replied. 3 dead. She had the same look he had when he found out, a combination of shock, horror, and anger. "Come, I'll show you," he said. He took Fisher and Wakefield inside. Wakefield immediately walked over and knelt beside the first victim. Her eyes darted over Melody Ferguson's body, as if storing each detail for the time when she had to pull it out from the back of her mind. Melody had an olive complexion, curly dark hair, and full lips. Her eyes were open, and her left cheek was touching the floor. Her shirt was stained red, and there was a puddle of blood underneath her stomach. "She was shot in the back," Wakefield said, sticking a gloved finger inside a tear on the shirt. "By the looks of it, she was shot twice." Holt saw that the shirt was torn in 2 places. Fisher said, "It looks like she was running away from someone, and she only got as far as the second set of doors." There was a moment of silence before Wakefield said, "Let's see the second victim." Paige Giles' body was in a narrow hallway. They walked over to her and knelt down. Paige had freckled skin, reddish hair, and an aquiline nose. Unlike Melody, Paige lay on her back with her eyes closed. And unlike Melody, it was the front of Paige's shirt that was stained red. While Melody was shot in the back, Paige was shot in the chest and neck, which explained the excess blood around her body. The bullet had severed a major artery. "She saw her shooter when she was killed," Wakefield said, moving her eyes over the body. "And if the wound on her chest did not kill her, the injury to her neck would have done it." Fisher turned to the room at the end of the hall. "What's in there?" she asked. "It's an office," Holt replied. "It belongs to Emily Riley." Fisher's jaw dropped. Like many in the city, she too had heard of Emily Riley and the great work she did in the community. "Is she the 3rd victim?" Fisher asked. Holt nodded. Fisher took a deep breath to compose herself, then she said, "It looks like Paige Giles was on her way to speak to Emily when the shooter appeared from the office and shot her. And when he did, Melody heard it, so the shooter chased her down and shot her before she could get away." "That's what I was thinking too," Holt said. He could not help but feel relieved to have Fisher next to him, especially on an investigation of this magnitude. She was his sounding board. He could bounce theories and scenarios off her without feeling stupid. She understood his objective, to land on a theory or scenario that might help them understand what happened. A crime scene was a puzzle with dozens of pieces, and those pieces were clues. They did not know how each piece fit. The people who truly knew what had transpired were the killer and the victims, but the victims could not speak, so it was up to them to put the clues together in order to formulate a narrative. Wakefield quickly stood up, now finished with her examination. "Let's see the last victim." They found her slumped in her chair with her head tilted back. She had short blonde hair and emerald green eyes that stared at the ceiling. Wakefield moved her gaze over the body, committing it to memory just like the others. 2 shots in the chest and 1 to the head. She pointed at 2 dark spots on the blouse and a dark hole in the forehead. The shooter shot her first, Fisher said. How can you be so sure? Holt asked. If the other 2 were shot first, Emily would have run out the back door. Fisher pointed to a door in the office. Or at the very least, she would have heard the gunshots and gotten up from her desk. She didn't, which leads me to believe she was shot before the others. Holt could not argue with her, and he did not want to. He was glad she was here to help with what could be his most trying case. Chapter 11. Callaway checked his watch for the umpteenth time. He was at a bar that was a mile from where the husband had pulled the gun on him. It was too early to drink, but he still ordered one. He needed something to calm his nerves. It was not every day someone placed a gun between his eyes. Callaway was sure he was about to die. He kicked himself for not bringing his own weapon with him. Callaway had a license to carry a concealed firearm, but the gun was safely locked away in his office. What's the point of owning a gun when you can't use it when you need to? He thought. There was a reason he did not always have his piece on him. He was afraid of a shootout. What if he drew his gun and startled the husband? And what if, in doing so, the husband inadvertently pulled the trigger? Callaway shook his head. Real life isn't a Western, he thought. There was no way I could have surprised that guy. I'm not fast on the draw. Callaway preferred talking his way out of a difficult situation. He believed conversation was better than confrontation. There were times when force was necessary. If the husband was only out for blood, then Callaway would fight back. He would get shot in the process, and perhaps even die, but he would not go down easily. He knew the situation would not have come to that. The husband was desperate. All people were when they were caught red-handed cheating on their spouses. Most resorted to bribing him. Some threatened him with legal action, and a few begged and pleaded with him, but rarely did someone want to kill him. Now, that did not mean he always managed to get away from the situation without a scratch. He'd had his nose broken, his lips split open, his eyes blackened, and worst of all, his ego bruised. But through it all, he managed to walk away with his life. The bartender brought him his drink. He took a small sip of the bourbon, enough to wet his lips and tongue. Callaway had a weak spot for alcohol. He was known to get drunk, but ever since he got back together with his ex-wife, he was careful in how he lived. No more late nights at the bars, no more long hours at the casinos, and no more wandering eyes for other women. If he wanted his renewed relationship to work out, he had to be on the straight and narrow. He shoved his hand in his left jacket pocket. He pulled out the tiny memory card and held it between his thumb and index finger. He thought of all the photos it contained. Photos his client would need to destroy her husband, the same husband who had pointed a gun at Callaway. Every fiber in Callaway's body was screaming for revenge. He wanted to punish the husband for what he did. The photos would go a long way in doing that. Callaway was a lot of things: a lousy husband, an unreliable father, and sometimes a downright loser. But he was a proud man. He lived by a set of codes. One code was that if he failed to finish his job, he would refund the client his fees, minus expenses, of course. He stuck his hand in the right jacket pocket and pulled out an envelope. Inside was $5,000, money his client paid him to follow her husband. Callaway had a decision to make. He could hand over the memory card and keep the money, or he could destroy the evidence and return the money. The former would further enrage the husband, and he could make it his mission to find and hurt Callaway. Callaway was not too concerned about that. He would be extra vigilant when it came to his security. He would not go into a situation without being 100% sure of the outcome. What he worried about most, though, was what the husband would do to his wife, Callaway's client. The man was dangerous. Callaway could see it in his eyes. Who knew what he was capable of? Murder, perhaps? Callaway shuddered at the thought. It was best that he walked away from this case before someone got hurt. He took a sip of his drink. Don't kid yourself, Lee. You can't do that. There was a reason the wife had come to him for help. She wanted a way out of the marriage, and she needed the photos to do so. He stared at the memory card. A part of him wanted to dump it in the bourbon, return the money to the client, and forget that he ever got this case. But he was no coward. Come hell or high water, he would find a way to get back at the husband. Chapter 12. Wakefield said, "I would like to remove the bodies and take them to my lab for examination, if that's okay with you." "Fine by me," Holt said. He had seen enough. He turned to Fisher and saw that she was transfixed on Emily Riley. She looked as if she was lost in her thoughts. "Is it too soon for me to bring her back?" he thought, feeling a pang of worry. "Fisher," he said. She did not move. "Detective Fisher," he said, raising his voice. She blinked. "Yes?" "Do you want to take another look at the bodies?" She shook her head. "No, I'm good." Holt looked at Wakefield. "They're all yours." "Thank you," Wakefield said. She left the room. Holt walked up to Fisher. "Do you want to take a breather, perhaps outside?" he said gently. "Why?" she asked. "You were lost there for a minute." She looked at him, her eyes filled with determination and anger. "I want to find who did this." "Me too." He studied her for a moment. "Can I rely on you?" Holt asked. This was a big case, one that would push them from all sides. People would want answers, and they would look to them for it. If Fisher's mental state was fragile in any way, it could derail all the hard work they were going to put into it. Holt could see that she was eager to make herself useful again, maybe even more focused than ever before. People changed when they suffered a tragedy. Fisher's was as bad as it could ever get. The ramifications of what happened in Lockport would weigh on her, even if she failed to admit it. Holt knew this all too well. He went through some pretty dark and difficult times, and it increased his resolve to bring the perpetrators to justice. But he also knew that his focus could be blinded when unchecked. It had led him down the wrong path on numerous occasions. He had gone after people whom he believed had committed the crime, but who turned out to be completely innocent, leading to crucial time being wasted. And time was of the essence in a homicide investigation. "I want to be here, Greg," she replied firmly. Fisher rarely referred to him by his first name, and when she did, it was to let him know she was serious. "All right," he said. He then quickly filled her in on what he knew so far, which was not much. Fisher listened, and when he was finished, she moved around the space as if reenacting what might have happened. The front door was unlocked, so the shooter had no trouble getting in. He walked straight to the back, we'll assume it was a he, and he found Emily seated behind the desk. He shot her, but then what? "What do you mean?" "Why didn't he just leave?" Holt understood where Fisher was going. "Maybe he was going to when he heard Paige and Melody enter the premises." Fisher walked over to the back door, which was next to Emily's office. She turned the knob. The door was locked. "He didn't leave from the back," she said. Holt had already checked the door when he had first arrived at the scene. A thought then occurred to him. So he was waiting for them to return? Silence hung in the room as they pondered what Holt had suggested. Someone had targeted the people at the center. But why? Why would someone want to kill these women? Something caught Fisher's eye. She walked over to Emily's desk and picked up a piece of paper. "What have you got there?" Holt asked. "It's a pamphlet," she replied, reading it. "From who?" "The Men's Support Alliance." Holt's brow furrowed. "Who are they?" "I have no idea." Chapter 13. Callaway left the bar without finishing his drink. He then called his client and told her of his encounter with her husband. The wife was terrified. She wanted out of the marriage, and she was hoping to use the photos to force a divorce settlement in her favor. Callaway assured her he would do whatever it took to make her problem go away, and he had just the idea of how to do that. He kicked himself for not thinking of such a stratagem sooner. He figured it would be a straight-up case of one spouse cheating on the other. Now that he examined the case more deeply, he could see angles to the case he could exploit for his benefit. He headed straight to a printing shop and made hard copies of the photos on the memory card. He then drove to a strip mall and parked not too far from a salon. The husband's mistress worked as a hairdresser. Callaway had followed the husband from his place of work to the salon, where he had picked her up and taken her to the motel. It was the husband's employment that made a light bulb go off in Callaway's head. The husband worked for the Department of Corrections. That explained why he was comfortable holding a gun and making threats. He dealt with criminals daily. He knew how to intimidate them and get them to follow his orders. Callaway squinted. Through the salon's windows, he saw the mistress working on someone's hair. Callaway knew everything about her, and one thing that stood out, which he ignored previously because he did not want to complicate his investigation, was the fact that the mistress's boyfriend was currently locked up in the Milton Penitentiary. Callaway had once followed the mistress from her apartment to the penitentiary to meet her boyfriend. Callaway also discovered the boyfriend was in prison for selling drugs to teenagers. He was given 6 years with a chance of parole after 3. The boyfriend was due to be out soon, but until then, he was protected by the husband while he was locked up. The husband was not only cheating on his wife, he was also abusing his power as a corrections officer. No wonder the husband had reacted the way he did. It was not just about his marriage falling apart. He was also worried he might go to prison for doing favors for the boyfriend. And if the husband was smuggling drugs into prison for the boyfriend, then his sentence could be even harsher. Callaway was determined to see the husband get the maximum penalty allowed under the law. The only way to do that was to find out what the mistress knew. He needed her to confirm that she was smuggling drugs to her boyfriend via the husband. And Callaway believed he knew how to get her to confess. Each day after work, Callaway had seen her go to a club from which she would leave drunk. The mistress was on probation for a hit and run while intoxicated. As part of her conditions, she was supposed to refrain from drinking alcohol for 1 year. If she violated that, she would be serving time behind bars. Callaway had photos of her stumbling out of the bar drunk. A smile crossed his face. "Try putting a gun to my face again, dirtbag," he thought. Chapter 14. Fisher walked out of the center and saw McConnell standing next to his cruiser. He was looking at the media who had started to gather around the property with suspicious eyes. Fisher was wary of them as well. With 3 dead, all of them women, the media would have a field day. Each victim would get a full page devoted to them. They would write stories about all the good they had done while working for the center, and because of the attention, the pressure would be on the Milton PD to find the killer fast. All eyes would now be on her and Holt, and for a moment she felt overwhelmed by what lay before her. McConnell walked over to her. "You okay?" She took a deep breath and nodded. "Are you sure no one else could take this case on?" "Greg needs me, and I want to be here." "I know, it's just that." He looked away. She did not want to reach over and touch him. The cameras were pointed in their direction. Right now they were 2 colleagues having a conversation. If they showed any affection toward each other, the cameras would catch it. Their relationship was not a secret. Everyone in the department knew they were dating. Fisher just did not want the entire world privy to her personal life. The media was always hungry for stories, and she did not want to become a byline in their articles. The murders at Emily's place should be their focus, not what she did in her private time. "I'll be fine," she assured him. McConnell faced her. "Will I see you tonight for dinner?" "Probably not." He paused and then smiled. "Call me, though." He understood better than anyone the responsibility of the job. He was a dedicated police officer, and she was devoted to her duty as a detective. "I promise I will," she said. There was a commotion as 2 cameramen jostled for position, hurling insults and curses at each other. McConnell walked over to defuse the situation. Fisher decided to go back inside. She found Holt staring at a whiteboard stuck to a wall. "What are you looking at?" she asked. He pointed to the whiteboard. "It looks like a weekly schedule. You can see when they held meetings, workshops, programs, or other events. You can also see Emily Riley's name, Paige Giles' name, and Melody Ferguson's name on the board." "Okay," Fisher said, trying to follow what he was saying. "Who is Nikki Jones?" he asked. "Her name is in several places." Fisher squinted. "Do you think she works here?" "I don't know, but she was scheduled to come in today." What if she did and— Fisher's voice trailed off. She did not have to say it, but Holt knew what she was thinking. Could there be a fourth victim? Chapter 15. Callaway entered the restaurant feeling good about himself. The husband's mistress cracked the moment Callaway showed her photos of herself drunk out of her mind. If a judge saw those photos, her probation would be revoked, and she would be inside a 6x8 cell in a heartbeat. She confessed that she was indeed smuggling drugs to her boyfriend in prison, and she was using the husband, who worked as a corrections officer, to do so. Callaway got her on tape, which he then placed inside an envelope and dropped off at the State Department of Corrections. A divorce would be the least of the husband's worries. He would have a lot of questions to answer once his superiors listened to the tape. Callaway included the photos of the husband with the mistress for good measure. Screw him, he thought. He should have never threatened me. He looked around the restaurant and frowned. A customer was seated at his favorite table. He debated whether to cause a fuss so they would leave, but what could he do, really? If he did make a scene, it would be him who would have to vacate the premises and not the other customer. Then there was the matter of the employee at the restaurant. She would not be pleased with Callaway's behavior. He looked around and he did not see her. He walked at the other side of the restaurant when he spotted her in the back speaking on the phone. Jolie Patterson had shoulder-length blonde hair, which was kept in a ponytail. She had on a t-shirt with an apron over it. Callaway had few friends, but Jolie was one of them. There were times when Callaway barely had enough money for a cup of coffee. Jolie would give him a complimentary meal. She would get flack from her boss for doing so, but she could not see herself turning away a hungry person. Callaway had a feeling that Bill, the owner, would deduct Callaway's meals from her pay. He had no way of confirming this, but it was the only logical explanation. The restaurant would be out of business if they started feeling sorry for anyone who walked in asking for free meals. The fact that he managed not to pay for his meals for so long told him it was Jolie who was covering for him. He took a seat behind the counter when Jolie walked through the doors from the kitchen. She looked visibly upset. "Everything all right?" he asked, concerned. She paused and sighed. "Dean is in town." Callaway's back tensed. Jolie's ex-husband worked as an equipment manager for a rock band. He used to be on the road all the time, and Jolie was left alone to care for their son, Josh. One day while on tour with the band, he called her from some faraway town and told her he was not coming home. With her marriage over, she moved back in with her mom. With her help, she was able to care for her son and even save some money, which recently enabled her to finally move out on her own again. She and Josh were making a life that did not include her ex-husband. Jolie was in control of her life, and she was excited about the prospects of her future. Callaway sensed that her future could now suddenly fall apart. Chapter 16. "Where is Dean staying while in Milton?" Callaway asked. She hesitated. "Dean is staying with us." Callaway blinked. "What? At your place?" "Yeah, he just showed up at our door last night out of the blue. No phone calls, no emails, nothing. But that's how Dean always was. He never plans for anything. He prefers to live life spontaneously. I mean, that's what I liked about him when I first met him. You felt free when you were with him. But when we had Josh, I realized I had someone else to care for, and I couldn't get up and leave whenever I felt like it. I don't think Dean planned to end our marriage the way he did. He just woke up one day and decided he didn't want to be married anymore." "He sounds like a swell guy," Callaway said. She shrugged. "He's not all bad. I mean, you walked out on your wife and daughter, and look how you turned out." It stung whenever someone reminded Callaway of what he'd done, and Callaway was doing his best to atone for his mistakes. A smile crossed her face. "Dean can be charming, generous, and kind when he wants to be. He can make you feel like you are the most important person in the world. But he's also irresponsible and selfish." "Why did you let him into your house?" Callaway asked. "What could I do? The moment Josh saw him, his face lit up like Times Square. He was so excited to see his dad. I thought Dean would stay for dinner and leave. I mean, it's the first time he's ever visited us." "He doesn't keep in contact with Josh?" He'll occasionally call him when he's stuck in some boondock town and has nothing to do. Or every once in a while, out of nowhere, he'll send him a card, a small gift, and even some money. How much money are we talking about? Never more than $20. Again, he sounds like a swell guy, Callaway said. So where is he sleeping at your place? I let him take the couch. If I had my way, I would let him sleep on the street. Why did he show up? Did he tell you? He said he was in town and wanted to see his son. Callaway thought for a moment. That makes sense. She shook her head. I don't think so. Dean had many opportunities to come see Josh. Last year, the band he was with played 4 shows in Milton and the neighboring cities. Not once did he drop by. I think he's hiding something. A leopard doesn't change its spots so easily. I did, or I'm trying to anyway, he said. Yeah, but you're different. Callaway was not sure he was. She leaned closer. I want to hire you. He raised an eyebrow. Hire me for what? Find out why Dean is in Milton. Maybe he just wants to see Josh. I don't buy it, she said. There has to be a reason why he's acting like this. He spent all last night playing video games with Josh. This morning he made us breakfast and even walked Josh to school. Maybe he wants to get back together with you. Her eyes narrowed. I don't think so. And there is no way I will let him back into my life. Patty's giving me a second chance. Maybe you should too. It's different between you and Patty. Everyone could tell you still had feelings for her, and you always went out of your way to make it up to Nina. I found out after we got divorced that Jean was cheating on me throughout our marriage. Did you do that while you were married to Patty? Never, he said. It was a fact he was most proud of. So, will you take my case or not? He stared at her. Sure, I'll look into it. How much? She then asked. How much what? How much will you charge for your PI services? He laughed. If you keep smiling whenever I come to the restaurant, then that will be my fee. In truth, she had fed him when he was broke and hungry. There was no way in hell he would ever charge to help her out. She smiled and pulled her small writing pad out. What can I get you this morning, Mr. Callaway? He dropped a bill on the counter. I'll have your executive breakfast. The menu did not have an executive breakfast, but Jolie knew Callaway meant a plate filled with everything. Coming right up, she said. Chapter 17. The crime scene unit dusted the crime scene for fingerprints, took still photographs and recorded videos. They found several shell casings. A ballistic test would be conducted to identify the type of weapon used, which might help them narrow their search for a suspect. If the gun was a type owned by a vast majority of gun owners, however, their search would become even more difficult. From long experience, Holt knew no gun owner would use their own weapon for a crime such as this. They would know the police had the tools and resources to link a weapon to a specific crime. If Holt was a betting man, the weapon was either stolen or purchased from the black market. In either of those cases, the ballistic report would be useless to them. But they needed to know the make and model of the weapon nonetheless. Fisher searched the internet for Nikki Jones on her cell phone. Nikki might be the only surviving member of Emily's place. Fisher hoped nothing had befallen her. Fisher had just found an address when she heard a loud commotion explode outside. She looked over at Holt. He looked just as surprised as her. They walked out and found a group of people, mostly women and some men, holding signs that read, Hate crime, equal rights, gender-based violence. They were chanting, We want justice, we want justice. One of the women was holding a bullhorn. Fisher figured she was the one who had organized this rally, so she walked over to her. What's this about? Fisher asked. The woman wore a bandana over her head, a ring around her left nostril, and tattoos on both arms. She said, This is about being treated with respect. Okay, Fisher said. But why are you holding this rally now? We're conducting an investigation. We know what happened in there. She pointed at Emily's place. And we know why it happened. Fisher was almost taken aback. You do? This is about Senate Bill 125. Fisher was familiar with that bill. A sitting senator had proposed to make abortion illegal during a pregnancy if the woman in question did not get approval from the baby's father, the only exceptions being rape and incest. Women throughout the state had protested in full force. The pushback was so powerful that the bill did not pass. The woman said, "When we won, men protested outside Emily's place. Did you know that?" "I wasn't aware of this," Fisher replied. She did not pay attention to the news. She was too preoccupied with her work. The woman scoffed. The men said they too had a right to their baby. "It takes two to create one," Fisher countered. "Yes, but it takes one to deliver it." Holt came over to them. The woman looked at him with contempt. Fisher did not appreciate her reaction. Holt was one of the most forward-thinking people she had ever met. He went out of his way to help women, minorities, and people with disabilities move up in the force. Fisher said to the woman, "And you think someone was upset with Senate Bill 125, so they did this?" "Yes, how else can you explain what happened in there?" The woman spat. "It could be domestic-related," Holt interjected. "What?" The woman glared at him. "Over half of female murders are at the hands of an intimate partner, husbands, boyfriends, or whatever other label you would like to give the relationship." The woman pointed a finger at him. "This is a hate crime, and if you do your job properly, you'll see that we are right." With that, she turned to the group that had gathered behind her and yelled into the bullhorn, "We live in a patriarchal society where men make decisions that affect women. It's because of these decisions that women are second-class citizens. When women stand up for their rights, men resort to violence to silence us. We will not be silenced. We will not be silenced." Fisher turned to Holt. "You don't believe it could be a hate crime?" "I don't know what to believe at the moment," he replied. "All I know is that we should go speak to the next of kin." Someone called to him, and he walked away. Fisher turned back to the rally, and she could not help but shake the feeling that perhaps there could be other motivations behind this terrible crime. How else do you explain the execution of 3 women who had devoted their lives to helping other women? She thought. Fisher shoved her hand in her pocket and pulled out the pamphlet she had found on Emily Riley's desk. The Men's Support Alliance. She stared at the pamphlet for a moment and then shoved it back in her pocket and walked back to the scene. Chapter 18. The moment Fisher entered the premises, she heard a cry outside. She thought it was one of the protesters, but the cries only got louder and more desperate. She went out to check and saw McConnell restraining a man from entering the scene. The man was James Riley, Emily's husband. It took Fisher, Holt, and McConnell several minutes to calm him down. He was now seated in the back of Holt's Volvo. James Riley was dressed in a business suit. He had bushy hair with streaks of gray. His eyes were raw from crying. His hands shook, and he rubbed them together to control the shaking. "I heard on the radio," he said, not looking at her. "Is it true? Is Emily gone?" "I'm so sorry for your loss," Fisher replied, seated next to him. He shut his eyes. Tears streamed down his face. Fisher had a million questions for him, but she gave him a moment to grieve. "Can I see her?" he asked. "Not right now. Once her body is removed from the scene as the next of kin, you will have to identify her at the city morgue. It's just standard procedure." He fell silent, but then he nodded. Holt, who was sitting in the Volvo's driver's seat, said, "What do you do, Mr. Riley?" He wiped his nose with the back of his hand. "I have my own investment firm." "And where is your office?" "About 10 miles from here." "You said you heard the news on the radio. Were you on your way to your office?" "I was actually on my way to Tulsa City," Riley replied. Fisher knew that was 30 miles west of Milton. "What was your business in Tulsa?" Holt asked. "I was to meet a group of potential investors." "What time is your meeting?" 10 a.m. "What time did you leave your home?" "Around 6. Holt looked puzzled. "Why so early?" "I wanted to drop by the office and pick up some materials." "And did you?" "I did." "How long did that take you?" Riley stared at him. "I ended up staying at the office longer than I intended. I had emails and telephone calls to reply to." Can someone confirm you were at your office? I'm afraid not. It was early and my secretary doesn't get in until late. The grief in Riley's eyes gave way to irritability. But I do have a meeting scheduled with a group of investors. I can provide you their names if you think I'm lying. Fisher jumped in. We are not accusing you of anything, Mr. Riley. Riley glared at Holt. That's not what it looks like. Holt was a great detective, but he was prone to tunnel vision. If something did not make sense, he would dig and dig until it did. Now was not the time. According to Fisher, James Riley had no reason to murder his wife or the people at the center. He was a distraught widower rather than a cold-blooded killer. As if sensing their skepticism, Riley pulled out his cell phone and held it out for Fisher. What is this? She asked. These are all the calls I made when I was in my office, he said. You can call those people to confirm if I'd spoken to them earlier. You can also check my emails if you like, to see what I was doing this morning. Fisher looked over at Holt to see if he had any questions. She was already satisfied with Riley's explanation. He shook his head. Did your wife ever talk to you about Emily Center? Fisher asked next. What do you mean? Anything that happened there? Sure. Over dinner, we would talk about her day and mine. She never told me names or specifics, but yes, she talked about Emily Center quite a bit. She was devoted to helping others. She was kind, generous, and wonderful. He choked up, and his eyes welled. He covered his face with his hands. Fisher's heart went out to him. She hated to ask him more questions, but it was her job to gather as much information as possible. In the last few weeks or even days, was your wife worried or concerned about anything? She asked. Riley pondered the question. She did mention something. Like what? There were threats made against the center. Fisher's back stiffened. What kind of threats? Threats of violence. Do you know by whom? A men's rights group. Fisher's eyes narrowed. Was it the Men's Support Alliance? I don't know. She never mentioned any names to me. Fisher pondered this. James Riley said, I'm sorry, but I can't do this right now. I've just lost my wife, and my children have lost their mother. I would like to go home and be with them. She looked over at Holt. He shook his head. He had no more questions for him. Fisher looked back at Riley. We're so sorry for your loss. Chapter 19. The Callaway Private Investigations Office was above a soup and noodle restaurant. In order to get to it, you had to walk to the back of the restaurant and go up a flight of metal stairs. The stairs could be treacherous after heavy rain or snow. Each step had to be taken carefully. There were numerous times when Callaway would slip on a step and go tumbling down to the bottom. It did not help that on those occasions, Callaway was inebriated. Even sober, the stairs were a safety hazard. Callaway could complain to his landlady to do something about the steps, or he could just move to another location. Both of those options were out of the question. His rent was the lowest in the entire city. After paying for heat, water, electricity, taxes, and property insurance, he was sure she was losing money with him as a tenant. She had mentioned raising his rent a few times, but she quickly gave up on the idea. Callaway barely paid his rent on time. With an increase, he would only show up at his office during hours when the restaurant was closed and the landlady was away. She could try to evict him, but the process was lengthy and costly. She would have to send him a notice of eviction through a lawyer, take him to court and win, and then have a sheriff remove him and his belongings from the property. He knew it would never come to that. Before the case went in front of a judge, he would pay all his rent in arrears. Plus, he had grown on her. She had stopped frowning whenever she saw him, which might have something to do with the fact that he had paid his next month's rent in advance. He knew he was lousy with money, and to avoid defaulting on rent whenever he got a new case, he would pay his landlady first, and then keep the remainder for himself. There was morning dew on the metal steps, so he carefully made his way up. When he reached a landing, he was faced with a black metal door. There was no sign anywhere announcing the office's existence. There was a telephone number taped to the door, however. Callaway did not like drop-ins. His confrontation with the husband was a prime example of that. Callaway had caught people in compromising positions, and as such they would want to find him and teach him a lesson. For that reason, it was better that no one knew where his office was. Still, it was not uncommon for people to show up unannounced, and each time, Callaway was left flummoxed as to how they knew where his office was. "Maybe I'm not as clever as I think I am," he thought. He unlocked the door and entered. The space was small and there were no windows, making it even more confined. It had no air conditioning, which during the hot summer days could turn the room into a sauna. To avoid getting broiled, Callaway would leave the door open and place a fan running at high speed in front of it. It was no substitute for air conditioning, but it helped circulate air into the space. The heating was touch and go. Some winter days he would be sweating in the room, other days he would be freezing. When the heat was high, he would leave the door slightly ajar. When the heat was barely working, he would turn on an electric heater which he hid under his desk. The heater ate up a ton of electricity, so he did not want his landlady knowing about it. There was a sofa in the corner, and across from the sofa was a flat-screen TV, which was given to him by a client as a gift. Once when he returned to his office, he heard voices coming from inside. He quickly left and waited for the culprit to come out. 3 hours later, when no one did, he hesitantly went back in. To his surprise, the voices were coming from the TV. He had forgotten to turn it off when he had left earlier. As was his ritual, whenever he entered his office, the first thing he did was turn on the TV. It was tuned to a 24-hour news channel. This allowed him to know what was going on in the city and also seek out new clients. He had sat down behind his desk when the news alert flashed on the screen. There had been a mass shooting at Emily's place. Callaway was familiar with the center. One of his clients had an abusive boyfriend. Callaway remembered searching online when he found Emily's place. He referred her to them. He never followed up to see whether she went or not. As the images flashed on the screen, he suddenly felt like maybe he should have followed up to see how the client was doing. Chapter 20. Rob Giles blew thick smoke into the air and then took another drag of the cigarette. He was over 6 feet tall. He had big arms and a wide chest. His eyes were deep-set, and his hair had started thinning from the top. Giles was Paige Giles' ex-husband. Fisher and Holt wanted to speak to him next. Giles worked as a bus driver for the Milton Transportation Commission. He was wearing a blue uniform with the MTC logo on the front pocket. All three stood in the corner of the bus terminal. "Listen," he said, "last time I saw Paige was when we signed the divorce papers at her lawyer's office." Fisher said, "From what we've gathered, the divorce wasn't amicable. In fact, she had a restraining order against you, didn't she?" He was not fazed by that question. "She had every right to be afraid of me. While we were married, I was not in a healthy place. I was drinking too much, and I was even dabbling in recreational drugs. I wasn't a good husband." "We found reports of domestic violence," Holt said sternly. He looked at him. "Like I said, Paige had every right to be afraid of me." Fisher said, "What did you think when Paige started working at Emily's place?" This time his eyes betrayed him. "What do you mean?" "It was right before your divorce that she started working there. I'm sure you must blame them for the divorce." "I don't know what you're getting at." "The people at Emily's place must have encouraged her to leave you. During one violent altercation, she went to the Center for Refuge. The next day she decided to file for separation. You must hate them for brainwashing her, isn't that right?" Fisher was trying to push his buttons to see if he would snap. Instead, he smiled. "If those people told her to leave me, then good for them. If I was in their place, I would have told her the same thing." "So you hold no ill will toward them for the way your marriage ended?" Fisher said. "Of course not. I was on a path of destruction. If Paige had not left me, I would have done something worse to her." "Like murder?" He paused. His eyes narrowed. "I would have hurt her, yes, and I would have ended up in prison. The moment she was gone, I realized she was the best thing that ever happened to me. You have to know I grew up without knowing my real father. My stepfather was a prick. He would beat me for no reason. I ran away from home when I was 15. I met Paige at a music festival. I was working at one of the stalls selling T-shirts and memorabilia. She was there with her friends. Her friends thought I was trouble. They were right, but she fell for me. And I didn't take care of her or protect her like I should have. She needed protection from me." His jaw tightened. "I've cleaned up my act since my divorce. I started going to church. That's where I met Kate." "Kate?" Fisher asked. "She's my girlfriend. I plan to marry her once I pass my probation at MTC." Holt said, "What were you doing this morning?" "I was driving my bus." "You have any witnesses to confirm this?" Fisher asked, but then regretted her question immediately. Giles smiled. "Yeah, I do. You can ask all the passengers I picked up and dropped off on my route. In fact, you can call my supervisor. He'd tell you I was on my shift all morning until you guys called and pulled me off it." He dropped the cigarette on the ground and stubbed it with the heel of his boot. "Listen, I loved Paige. She was a great person. I didn't deserve her. I hope you guys find who did this to her, and I hope you make them pay." "We will," Fisher said with conviction. Chapter 21. Callaway lowered the volume on the TV and turned his attention to the laptop on his desk. The laptop was 10 years old and took close to 20 minutes to start up. Other than that, it was in fine working condition. When loaded, the laptop hardly ever crashed. Callaway could afford to get a new laptop with all the bells and whistles, but he preferred not to incur the additional expense. He did not need a faster operating system anyway. He rarely watched videos on the laptop, nor did he play any games on it. He used it primarily to check emails and search the internet. He debated getting a tablet instead. They were compact, and he could carry one with him wherever he went. Maybe that's what I'll do, he thought. While the laptop booted up, he decided to run across the block to a convenience store. He bought coffee from the vending machine and grabbed a granola bar. As usual, the coffee tasted bitter. The beans were not finely ground, which made it feel like he was drinking sawdust. The granola bar, on the other hand, was soft and chewy. When he returned to the office, the laptop was fully functional. He sat down and typed in Dean Patterson. He never bothered to ask Jolie for Dean's full name, but as Patterson was her last name, he assumed she was still using her marital name. There were several Dean Pattersons, but only one who worked in music. Callaway clicked on the images in the search engine. Dean had long, smooth hair that fell to his shoulders. He had stubble on his cheeks and the bluest eyes Callaway had ever seen. In all the photos, he was grinning at the camera. Callaway could see why Jolie had fallen head over heels for him. Callaway also noticed that in many of the photos, Dean was posing next to attractive women. By all accounts, Dean was a player. The photos were taken in different locations: Ibiza, Barbados, Spain, and many tropical islands. Callaway fumed. While Jolie was struggling to provide for her son, Josh, Dean was traveling the world and having a good time. "Isn't that what you did too?" he thought to himself. Callaway walked away from his marriage when his daughter was still an infant. He could not see himself as a husband and father. He wanted to experience life. He wanted to have an adventure. He moved from one short-lived relationship to another, and he did some traveling in between. He mostly stuck to cities in North America, like Las Vegas, Cancun, and Vancouver. In short, he really could not judge Dean, because that would make him a hypocrite. Callaway then spent 20 minutes digging through everything he could find on Dean. Dean had worked as an equipment manager for several music bands, ranging from hard rock to heavy metal to grunge. The last band, Angels of Addicts, was alternative rock. They were from Velmont, which was a couple hours from Milton. He searched and found the name and address of the band's manager. Callaway decided that's where he would start his investigation, on Dean Patterson. Chapter 22. Holt and Fisher found Steve Hewley at the house he shared with Melody Ferguson. Hewley had freckled skin, curly hair, and wide eyes. He had a slight pout where his belly hung over his belt buckle. Hewley had no idea what had transpired at Emily's place until Holt and Fisher broke the news. His reaction was one they had seen before in their line of work. Hewley was at first confused, like they had made some mistake. He told them Melody was at work, and that he and she had planned to take the kids to an indoor playground later in the day. When they told him what had happened, he dropped to the floor, covered his face with his hands, and began to sob uncontrollably. He cried on the floor for several minutes until Holt helped him get back on his feet and assisted him to a chair. Melody and Hewley were not married, but they had 2 children together. Their family photos decorated the walls of the house. Fisher was normally composed in situations like this. She had seen death so many times, it had become part of her daily life. Today, however, a pang of sadness mixed with anger swept over her. Someone had brutally taken 3 lives. 2 of those, Emily and Melody, were mothers. Fisher felt for the children. They were now denied their mother's love. It would be a hurt they would have to carry for the rest of their lives. "What do you do, Mr. Hewley?" Holt asked. Fisher was glad he spoke up. She was not sure if she could ask Hewley difficult questions in his current condition. Hewley looked up. "I work as a real estate agent." "You didn't go to work today?" Holt asked. It's mid-morning, he thought. "I don't have to show a house to a client until later in the afternoon." "Where were you this morning?" "I was at home." "Was anyone else with you?" "Of course, my children. I had to get them ready for school." "How old are they?" Holt asked. "Grace is 7 and Jack is 5. In Fisher's experience, children of that age were still too young to be witnesses. Their memories could change depending on the person questioning them. "Can anyone else confirm your whereabouts this morning?" Holt asked. "Sure. When I took the children to school, I spoke to Grace's teacher, Mrs. Terry. Grace's class is going on a field trip next week, and she wanted me to sign a form and pay for the trip, which I did." "Okay," Holt said. Holt and Fisher were quiet, pondering their next questions. Fisher worried she might have to break the silence. Instead, Holt said, "How did Melody get to work?" "We only saw 2 vehicles parked at Emily's place, one belonging to Emily Riley and the other to Paige Giles." "I usually drive Melody to work, right after I drop the kids off at school. Melody had an accident several years back, so she avoids driving whenever possible. But today, Paige came and picked her up." "Is that normal? I mean for Paige to pick her up?" Hewley's brow furrowed. "When I think about it, today was the first time Paige came to our house." "So why did she? Do you know?" "They got a message from Emily to come into work early." "From Emily?" Holt glanced at Fisher. "Yes." "Are you sure?" "That's what Melody told me," Hewley replied. "We enjoy having breakfast and dinners as a family, but today I made breakfast for the kids." Holt was quiet. Fisher knew what he was thinking. Why did Emily call Melody and Paige to come to work early on the very day all 3 were brutally murdered? Chapter 23. Callaway met Brian Dunbar on the top floor of a loft building. The space was open and wide, but it looked smaller because of all the musical instruments, production equipment, and props scattered all around. Dunbar was short and stocky. He had a bulbous nose, beady eyes, and thin lips. He was wearing a Hawaiian shirt and loafers. He had gold rings on his fingers, which he intermittently rubbed. Dunbar was the manager of Angels of Attics. "Why are you interested in Dean?" he asked. Callaway sat across from him and said, "I'm thinking of hiring him." "For your band?" he asked, curious. "Yes." "What are they called?" "House of Jam." "Never heard of them." "They are new, very new." "What kind of music they play?" "They are a fusion of pop rock, electric, and rap." Dunbar's right eyebrow shot up. "Really? I would love to hear them." "So would the rest of the world," Callaway said with a smile. Dunbar paused and then nodded. "I don't like people poaching talent from me. And believe me, Dean is the best equipment manager I ever had. But Dean no longer works for me, so I can't stop you from hiring him." "Why doesn't he work for you anymore?" "The band didn't take off as I had hoped, unfortunately. They had one song hit the top 100 on the charts, but that success was short-lived. We were booked to play in 24 U.S. cities, and even a couple in Europe and Scandinavia, but their latest record dropped out of the charts on the same weekend it was released. Promoters started calling and asking us to guarantee a certain number of ticket sales, or else they'd pull out. We tried selling the tickets at the lowest price possible. By that I mean the band would not make any money for playing in those venues, but I hoped it would drum up interest in their music, which would boost online downloads or even streaming revenue. Even that did not work. Eventually, I had to scrap the tour and cut my losses. That's why I have all this stuff sitting around collecting dust." He moved his hand around the room. "Are you interested in buying or even renting equipment by any chance?" "No thanks, we have everything we need," Callaway claimed. Dunbar shrugged. "What can you tell me about Dean?" Callaway asked. "Like I said, he's the best equipment manager I've ever had. He knows his stuff. I've had him on other tours with other bands, and never once did I have a show go wrong because some equipment failed to work properly or had instruments go missing. Believe me, you would not believe how much stress I've had to go through when band members forget their favorite guitar at some motel or restaurant. They refuse to go on stage without them, and guess who has to go find the guitar? Me. But I never had that problem with Dean. He was always on top of things." Callaway's eyes narrowed. Like me, Dean was good at his job, he thought. But also like me, he was a lousy husband and father. "How long ago did you cancel the tour?" Dunbar thought for a moment. "I'd have to say 6 months at least." Callaway blinked. "Is that how long Dean has been unemployed?" "Do you know what Dean did after you let him go?" he asked. "No idea. I saw him a couple of times at a bar around the corner. I always told him that the moment I had another gig lined up, he'd be the first person I'd hire." They were silent for a moment. "I'm curious," Callaway said. "What's behind the name Angels of Addicts?" A smile crossed Dunbar's face. "The lead singer is a recovering addict. He almost died of a heroin overdose. While he was unconscious, he says he saw angels with wings playing music. He took it as a sign and decided to devote his time and energy to making music." Callaway got up to leave. "Thanks for your time." "Before you go," Dunbar leaned down and opened a drawer in his desk. He pulled out a CD and placed it before Callaway. "Listen to it when you have time. If you like it, maybe you could put a good word out for us. The guys in the band worked really hard on it. That's why I put up a lot of my own money to fund their music. I really believe in their talent." Callaway wished he did not have to lie to Dunbar, but he could not tell him he was a private investigator. Dunbar might have not been as forthcoming if he did. He grabbed the CD and placed it in his pocket. "I'll listen to it on my drive back," he said, and he meant it. Chapter 24. Holt and Fisher decided to go meet Nikki Jones. Apparently she was scheduled to be at the center that day. They pulled up in front of a red brick bungalow. There was no car parked in the driveway, but they still wanted to see if anyone was home. They rang the doorbell and waited. Fisher leaned closer and peeked through the blinds. She saw some light, but mostly darkness. "Maybe we should have come here sooner," Fisher said. Holt nodded. Of the 4 people who worked at Emily's place, Nikki was the only one alive. At least that was what they hoped. There was a reason they had not come looking for her sooner. They found nothing to indicate that she was in danger. Also, after speaking with James Riley, they wanted to speak with Rob Giles and Stephen Hewley. They had to cross them off their list of suspects. All 3 had alibis. Fisher pulled out her cell phone and dialed the number she'd found for Nikki Jones in the online phone directory. It went straight to voicemail. "Hi, you've reached Nikki," said a chirpy female voice. "I'm not available to take your call. Please leave your name and number and I'll make sure to get back to you. Bye." Fisher hung up right after the beep. She looked at Holt and shook her head. "Should we come back?" Holt asked. Fisher could see he did not want to. The drive was at least 45 minutes. Could she have been taken by the shooter? She wondered out loud. "That's a possibility. But we can't put out an APB until we are certain of her whereabouts." Fisher gave Holt a look. "But what if she was harmed?" she asked him. Holt saw where Fisher was going with this. As law enforcement officers, they could not enter a property without a warrant, but if they feared the occupant was in any danger, they could do so. Holt looked around and said, "Let's do it." They got out and drew their weapons. Fisher moved aside. Holt was the bigger of the 2 of them, so it was better that he took the lead. He took a step back to ready himself. Then with the heel of his boot, he kicked the door in. They went inside. The interior was dark. They did not turn on the lights in case anyone was waiting for them. The last thing they wanted was to give a perpetrator a clear shot at them. They methodically moved through the house. The kitchen sink was filled with dirty dishes. The bed in the main bedroom had not been made. The bathroom cabinet was full of toiletries. Someone still lived in the house. It was not vacant. They found no dead body, no signs of a struggle. Nothing to indicate a crime had been committed. They did find photos all over the house. They were of a young woman with short, dark hair, a pleasant smile, and focused eyes. At least now they knew what Nikki Jones looked like. Chapter 25. Callaway returned to his office. Dunbar was right. Angels of addicts were talented, but sometimes talent did not equate to success. Callaway had heard of a ton of musicians, artists, or writers who were gifted, but never made a mark in their respective fields. He shook his head. I didn't go to Velmont to help some band catch a break, he thought. I went there to help Jolie. She wanted him to find out what Dean was doing in Milton. He had never bothered to come see his son before, so why now? Perhaps because he was out of work and had more time. Callaway had to make sure. He sat down at his desk and began working on his laptop. When he became a private investigator, Callaway had honed his skills in digging up dirt. He had access to certain police databases. He knew where to look for records that were available to the public. He had also learned how to navigate the various social media platforms. However, if it came down to it, he was not above bending the law. If he felt the information could save a life, he would do whatever was necessary to stop tragedy from occurring. He believed that was what made him different from the police. They followed rules and regulations. He did not. They had to answer for their actions during a trial. He never appeared before a judge for any of his cases. In fact, he always told his clients at the beginning that whatever he discovered during his investigation may not hold up in court. His methods were unusual, and so were his results. The clients agreed to his terms, of course. They had chosen to come to him, not vice versa. They also had their reasons for seeking a private investigator over anyone else. They did not trust the police to solve their problems. What they were requesting might not be entirely legal, and they wanted to be assured that their matters would stay private. The latter was something Callaway followed with conviction. If his client could not trust him, what was the point in being called a private investigator? He spent the next half hour looking at everything he could find on Dean Patterson. What he discovered did not surprise him in the least. Dean was in financial trouble. His house had been repossessed by the bank. His credit cards were maxed out, and so was his personal line of credit. There was also a lien on his car, and Callaway even found a website where Dean had posted for sale ads. He was selling his furniture, his electronics, even his prized possessions, which included several instruments signed by famous musicians. Dean was in a desperate situation, and Callaway doubted it had all to do with him being unemployed for 6 months. That was too short a time for someone to fall behind on their mortgage payments, wipe out their credit cards, savings, lines of credit, and be left with no other choice but to sell everything they owned. Callaway knew a thing or two about being broke. He hardly ever had any money. When he used to get paid for a case, he would flush the cash away and get rich-quick schemes, at the casinos or on nights out drinking. Even then, Callaway retained certain things that were invaluable to him. Callaway would never part with his Dodge Charger. The car had been with him through all his trials and tribulations. For Dean to sell everything valuable to him made Callaway pause. If Dean needs money, what is he doing in Milton? He thought. Jolie was a single mother who relied on her tips at the restaurant to get by. There was no way she could help Dean financially. What if Dean wanted to get back with Jolie? The idea was not far-fetched. Callaway had gotten back with Patty. She had forgiven him for his mistakes. Would Jolie be as forgiving as Patty? And what about Josh? Jolie wanted a father figure in her son's life, and who better to guide him than Josh's actual dad? Callaway was a lot of things, but he was devoted to Nina. He would do anything for her, anything. Maybe Dean was having regrets and wanted to play a bigger role in Josh's life. Is that not why Callaway was keeping himself on the straight and narrow? He wanted to be more involved in Nina's upbringing. Speaking of Nina, he suddenly remembered he had to be somewhere. He grabbed his coat and rushed out of his office. Chapter 26. Holt and Fisher were at the station. There was something James Riley had said that they wanted to look into further. Threats had been made against Emily's place. Holt and Fisher wanted to find out who had made those threats. To their surprise, there were over a dozen police reports filed by Emily Riley. There were reports of hate mail, messages left on their voicemail filled with vitriol, explicit graffiti spray painted across the exterior facade of the property. Someone even left human feces on the center's steps. In each case, police looked into the complaints, but no one was ever charged or convicted. Fisher could not believe people would resort to such actions just because they disagreed with someone. She was not ready to say that it was men who were behind these acts. There was no proof. However, the center was a safe haven for women who were battered and abused by the men in their lives. The men, perhaps, saw the center as a threat to their dominance because it helped women regain control over their lives. And some men might not be willing to accept this. The center had become a symbol of what was wrong with society. Why even have a place where one half of the human race had to seek refuge from the other half? Why could everyone not just get along? Fisher shook her head at the last thought. She was sounding like a hippie high on LSD. Society did not work that way. People were complicated animals. Holt came over to her desk. "I have to show you something," he said. "What?" "Go to the complaint that was filed 22 days ago." Fisher scrolled to the bottom of the screen and read it. Someone had hacked into the center's website and posted vulgar and vile images on their main page. It had taken several hours before the images were taken down. During this time, the website had 700,000 visitors. To make matters worse, the hacker had directed people to the website. The vandalism had gone viral on social media sites. "Okay," Fisher said. "Why are you showing me this?" "They caught the perpetrator responsible." His eyebrows shot up. "They did?" "And guess what?" Holt said. "He lives in Milton." Fisher jumped up from her chair. "Let's go talk to him," she said. Chapter 27. The moment Callaway entered the school gymnasium, he spotted her at the far end of the room. Patricia Patty Callaway had short dark hair, brown eyes, and what seemed to be a permanent smile. Patty could smell a lie a mile away, and Callaway was known to bend the truth whenever it suited his needs. Before they got married, she had made him vow to never be dishonest with her, no matter how difficult the situation might be. When Callaway could no longer stand being married, he sat Patty down and told her exactly what he was feeling. He loved her, but he felt confined, being shackled to one place. He was suffocating, not because of her, but because of the position he was in. She was disappointed and heartbroken. To this day, he still cringed at seeing the pain on her face when he told her he no longer wanted to be married to her. But she respected his honesty, and she let him go without a fight. She got a lawyer who simply prepared their divorce papers, and she placed no restrictions on Callaway when it came to their daughter. She was far more mature than he could ever be. She knew how important a father was in a girl's life. She wanted their daughter to know her father, even if he was absent half of the time. Callaway now understood the wisdom of her decision. By allowing Callaway access to Nina, she saw her father, warts and all. Nina had seen him broke, homeless, and drunk. Callaway was ashamed of this, but each time he disappointed her, he resolved to be a better man. It took a lot of work, but Callaway felt he was making good progress. He was back with Patty until he screwed up again, which was something he would not let happen, and he was here to see his little girl compete for first place in her school science fair. Patty was talking to another parent when Callaway walked up to her. "Did I miss anything?" "No, you're right on time," she said. She spoke a few words with the other parent, and when the parent walked away, she turned her attention to him. "I'm impressed, Lee. I actually thought you might not show up." "I told you, I'm a changed man." He was grinning. He then leaned closer to her. He could smell her perfume. It was intoxicating. Even after they divorced, he continued pining for her. "Are you excited to see me?" he asked. She shrugged teasingly and said, "I know someone who will definitely be excited to see you." "Where's Nina?" he asked, looking around the gymnasium. "Her display is near the stage," Patty replied. He rushed over and saw his little girl standing next to a table. Sabrina Nina Callaway had dark hair like her mother's, but hers went all the way down her back. Her eyes were emerald like his, but those eyes possessed the same powers her mother's did. Whenever Callaway found himself fibbing to get himself out of trouble, he could see in her eyes that she did not believe him. He vowed to be as truthful as he could to a 9-year-old. When Nina saw him, her face lit up. "Daddy!" She rushed over and hugged him. He felt such warmth and utter peace that he did not want to let go of her. "Do you want to see my project?" she asked. He knew from Patty that Nina had been working on her contest entry for several weeks. "I do," he answered. She had built a water turbine that generated electricity. The water flowed through a tube and into tiny plastic cups that spun the wheel, which was attached to a battery. The battery was strong enough to charge a cell phone, music player, or an electronic reading device. Callaway teared up at how smart his little girl was. "You're going to win," he said to her. "I don't know," she said, looking away. "All the other kids' projects are way better than mine." Callaway was about to tell her that was not true when he saw that the other kids' projects were indeed more advanced than hers. While Nina had stayed true to the competition's instructions, that all projects were to be created by students and with materials found at home, he saw that the other students' parents had not only helped them, but also spent money on their projects. He was seething with anger. He wanted to storm over to the judges and give them a piece of his mind. He then saw a woman holding a clipboard. She was walking to each table, inspecting the projects. He suddenly had an idea. Chapter 28. Holt and Fisher were in an industrial neighborhood. Factories and manufacturing plants were on one side of a major road, with tiny houses and apartment buildings on the other. Someone had decided to build a small community so the factory workers could get to work faster. They parked in front of one apartment building. The exterior was gray and dull, and the place resembled a concrete block rather than a place where people lived. The building had no security. Holt and Fisher were able to get inside as a tenant was walking out. They took the elevators up to the 5th floor. They stopped at a door and paused. Holt turned to Fisher and nodded as if to say, "You ready?" She nodded back. Her hand was already on her holster. They had driven all the way here to speak to Earl Munchin. Munchin had hacked into Emily's Place's website and covered it with crude content. He had professed online to be a hacker, but he had failed to cover his tracks properly. It did not take long for the authorities to link him to the crime. Holt knocked on the door and moved back. If Munchin decided to shoot at the door, Holt did not want to get in the line of fire. A moment later, a voice from inside asked, "Who is it?" "Earl Munchin," Holt asked. "Yes?" "We are from the Milton Police Department. Can you open the door?" There was a pause before they heard bolts being turned. The door opened, and a man stood facing them. He was wearing a t-shirt and pajama pants. He was balding, had stubble on his cheeks and chin, and he squinted whenever he spoke. "Am I in trouble?" he asked nervously. "That depends," Holt replied. "May we come in?" He moved aside for them to enter. The apartment was small and it reeked of body odor and an assortment of foods. The place also looked like it had not been cleaned in months. "Do you want to sit down?" Munchin asked. The sofa was covered in clothes and other items. "We're fine," Holt replied, and then got to the point. "We would like to ask you a few questions, Mr. Munchin." Munchin swallowed. "Okay." "Did you hear about what happened at Emily's place?" "I saw it on the news." "A couple of months ago, you were caught hacking into their website." His eyes lit up as he realized why they were there. "I had nothing to do with what happened there this morning." "How can we be sure?" "I was home all morning." "Do you live alone?" "I do." "So you don't have anyone to confirm your alibi." Munchin looked away. "Why did you attack Emily's Place's website?" Fisher asked. He sighed and his shoulders slumped. "I was angry." "At who?" He shrugged. "Women, I guess." "Why?" "I've been turned down by so many girls that I wanted to vent." "They didn't want to go out on a date with you, is that right?" Fisher asked. His face flushed, and he nodded in embarrassment. Fisher was not sure why, but she suddenly felt sorry for him. "I took classes on how to talk to girls," Munchin blurted out. "They have classes for that?" Holt said, surprised. "Yeah." "And what do they teach you?" Holt asked. "How to make yourself more presentable." Like the type of clothes to wear, how much cologne to put on, how to approach girls and make small talk, stuff like that. Did it work? Holt said. Munchin shook his head. That's why I was upset. I did everything I was taught, and it still didn't work. What do you do for a living, Mr. Munchin? Fisher asked. I'm a plumber, or I used to be one. Used to be? I hurt my back on a job. Ever since then, I can barely lift anything or even bend down. I'm on disability insurance. There was a moment of silence before Fisher asked, Why did you target Emily's place specifically? Munchin did not answer. Fisher got closer. You have to be honest with us, or else we can't help you. It was a line she had used on suspects many times, and Munchin had become a suspect at that moment. He had been charged with a crime against Emily's place, and he had no witnesses to confirm his whereabouts for that morning. Munchin sighed. I saw them on the news, and I thought it would be fun to mess with them. Now I realize how stupid it was. As part of my parole, my computer access is restricted, and I have to take gender equality classes. Fisher paused and then said, Do you mind if we take a look around your apartment? Don't you need a warrant for that? He asked. Are you hiding something, Mr. Munchin? She replied. He stared at her and shook his head. Okay, fine. They spent 20 minutes going through the apartment. The mess did not make their task easy, but they did not find any weapons or anything that would remotely link Munchin to what had happened. As they were leaving, Holt said to Munchin, Don't leave town. We may be back to ask you more questions. Munchin lowered his head and nodded. Chapter 29. When Nina's name was called for the science fair's first prize, everyone in the gymnasium was shocked, except for Callaway. The moment he had spotted the woman with the clipboard, he knew how he could help his daughter. Prior to Nina enrolling at the school, Callaway had conducted his own background check on all the faculty members from the principal all the way to the janitor. He wanted to make sure his daughter was safe. If a teacher had a checkered past, he would go straight to Patty and tell her. What she did with that information was up to her. She was, after all, Nina's sole guardian and made all decisions related to her. Callaway had forfeited that right when he chose to walk away from his marriage and his duty as a parent. There were no red flags, save for one. The woman who was acting as a judge had been caught many years ago depositing fake checks at several banks. The crime was considered a misdemeanor, and she was given probation but no time in prison. The school board may not have been aware of this when they had hired her, or they may have chosen to ignore it. Regardless, Callaway decided to use it against the woman. He hated resorting to blackmail, but this was his little girl. Nina stood no chance against the other students, whose parents had clearly given them an unfair advantage. Callaway wanted to show Nina that she could win by following the rules. Of course, Callaway was circumventing the rules by imposing himself into the situation and altering the outcome in his favor, but it was something he could live with. I've let her down so many times. I ought to make up for it, he thought. When the moment was right, Callaway approached the woman and told her what he knew. She was offended at first, and she grumbled that she would disqualify his daughter for what he wanted her to do. But when she realized the ramifications of what he knew, she quickly conceded. If word spread in the school that she had a criminal record, no one would trust or respect her. The teachers would ostracize her and the students would mock her. Her reputation would be in ruins, and her career at the school would be over. After her name was called, Nina stood still for a moment. She looked at her mother, who was beaming proudly. She then looked at her dad. Callaway grinned and said, "Go get your prize, kiddo." Nina walked up to the stage and shook hands with the woman, who smiled and handed her a gold trophy. The gym erupted in applause as Nina smiled, holding her award. Patty got closer to the stage and snapped photos of Nina with her cell phone. After a round of congratulations from her teachers and classmates, Nina, Patty, and Callaway walked out of the school. Patty leaned over and whispered to Callaway, "I saw you talking to the judge, you know." "Oh, is that right?" he said with a gulp. He had vowed never to lie to her. "I'm not sure what you did, but you made Nina so happy. I'll do anything to make her happy. I won't condone whatever you did, but thank you." Patty smiled. He smiled back. Chapter 30. When Holt and Fisher returned to the station, they were informed someone was waiting for them. They walked to the waiting area and recognized the person seated on one of the plastic chairs. They had seen Nikki Jones' photos when they had entered her house. Now they were seeing her in flesh. "Ms. Jones?" Fisher asked, approaching her. Nikki immediately stood up. "Yes," she answered. Fisher said, "If you are here about a break-and-enter at your house, it was us. We wanted to make sure you were okay, especially after what happened at Emily's place. My neighbor told me she saw you guys outside my house. She was about to call 911 when she saw your badges attached to your belts. We apologize for going in without your consent, but like I said, we were concerned for your well-being." Nikki nodded, but then she looked away. "Where were you this morning?" Fisher asked. "You were obviously not at your house." "When I saw the news, I drove to a friend's place. I was scared. I couldn't believe something like that could happen to—" She fell silent. Her entire body shook. She wrapped her arms around her body and hugged herself. "Please have a seat," Fisher said. She did, and Fisher sat next to her. Holt sat down across from them. Fisher said, "You were scheduled to be at Emily's place, but you didn't show up. Can you tell us why?" "I wasn't feeling well. I thought about going in, but I suffer from severe migraines, so I figured I'd take the day off." "It was a decision that may have saved your life," Fisher said. Nikki stared at her, but then looked down at her feet. Fisher said, "How does it work when someone doesn't show up at work?" "What do you mean?" Nikki asked. "I mean, who do you notify of your absence?" "We call Emily." "And you did?" "Of course." "What time did you call her?" Nikki thought for a moment. "I don't remember. Maybe late last night." "What time do you normally start work?" "Around 9. "What about Paige and Melody? What time do they come in?" "They both start before me. Paige comes in a little after 8 and Melody comes in at around 8:30. "The center opens at 8, so why did Paige and Melody both come into work early today?" "They did?" she said, surprised. "Yes." "I don't know," Nikki replied. "We believe Emily had called to ask them to come in before the center opened. Do you know why she would do that?" "I'm not sure." "She didn't call you as well?" "No. She must have gotten my message that I wasn't coming in." "Right." Fisher paused before she asked her next question. "You work full-time at the center?" Nikki shook her head. "I started off as a volunteer, but Emily was nice enough to take me on as paid staff for a few days a week." Nikki's eyes welled up and she covered her face. "I can't believe they are all dead," she said between sobs. Fisher gave her a moment to grieve. She wanted to put her arm around Nikki and tell her everything would be all right, but she knew the words would come out hollow. Nikki had just lost 3 of her co-workers. Had she chosen to go into work, she might have ended up like them. Survivor guilt could be all-consuming, eating away at a person's soul to the point where there was nothing left of them but a shell of their former self. Nikki was young. She still had a full life ahead of her. Fisher hoped that would be the case with her. Fisher leaned closer and said, "This isn't your fault. You didn't wake up this morning and decide to go into the center and shoot 3 people. The killer did. You did nothing wrong." Nikki nodded, but her eyes told Fisher that she still blamed herself for not going into work. Chapter 31. Callaway walked up the steps to his office, feeling a mixture of emotions. On the one hand, he was happy to see his daughter excited about winning first prize. On the other hand, he was sad that he had to resort to blackmail to achieve that. "Why do I always feel guilty when I try to do good?" he thought. Callaway had done a lot of bad over the years, and each time he did, his conscience took a beating. Even then, he kept doing them. So what was the point of even having a conscience when I don't listen to it? He knew the answer all too well. Callaway had a good heart and a strong moral compass, but he was weak when it came to certain vices: gambling, drinking, and womanizing. They had gotten him in so much trouble that he always vowed never to do them again. But he always did. He had stopped lying to himself, knowing he was not going to honor his resolution. He knew how easy it was for him to succumb to his vices, which was why he was now focusing all his attention on his work, his daughter, and his renewed relationship with his ex-wife. Patty was the anchor that was keeping him steady. If he was not with her now, he would be battling one tide after another, and those tides would ultimately be his undoing. He reached the landing and was about to unlock the door to his office when his cell phone buzzed. The caller ID was blocked. He answered anyway. A female voice asked, "Lee Callaway?" "Speaking," he replied. "I would like to hire you for a job, Mr. Callaway." "Okay. When can I meet you?" she asked. "I'm free now." "Do you know a good place where we can talk in private?" Callaway thought about his office, but he hated bringing his clients over. The place was not presentable. Plus, he wanted to know more about this client before he told her where he worked. He did not want to repeat what had happened with the husband this morning. Callaway gave the name of a diner around the corner. Before he could ask her name, she hung up. He put the phone away. A smile crossed his face. "I've got a new case." The work he was doing for Jolie was coming out of his pocket. Right now, he could use a case that paid money. Feeling excited, he walked down the block and entered the diner. The place was relatively empty at this time of day. He found a seat in the corner and sat down. The waitress came over and he ordered their special for lunch. He figured he might as well eat something before the client arrived. No point waiting on an empty stomach. His meal came and he dove into it. He was halfway through his lunch when he felt someone move past him and sit across from him. Callaway froze. He had a piece of meat in his mouth and he was not sure whether to chew it or spit it out. "Mr. Callaway," the woman said. She had soft skin, blue eyes, and brownish hair, the latter of which was partially covered by a hat. She had not aged one bit from the last time he had seen her photo on the news. She was tiny compared to him. Even so, he felt a little frightened by her. "By the look on your face," she said, "I can tell you know who I am." Callaway chewed slowly and then swallowed. "I do," he said. "You're Hope Parsons." Chapter 32. Hope Parsons was the woman who had drowned her only child in Erie Lake, which was about 30 miles from Milton. Noah Parsons was 8 at the time of the incident. Hope was charged and given an 8-year sentence for the crime. She spent half of her time at a mental institute, and the other half at a correctional facility. Hope had suffered from schizophrenia her entire life, a condition that ran in her family. Her father had killed himself with a shotgun, and one of her uncles had jumped in front of a speeding train. Hope was under medical supervision when the incident had occurred. According to her doctors, she was not a threat to herself or others. Therapy, along with medication, was allowing her to function normally. She had not had a relapse in quite some time. There was even belief that if she continued to make progress, she might be able to go back to work as a dental hygienist. No one expected her to have a severe psychotic episode, one in which she would end up killing her son. If you asked any of her friends and family members, Noah was the apple of her eye. The boy could do no wrong. She doted on him. And when they found out she had ended his life, they were shocked. For a very long time, Hope could not understand why they would not let her see her son. She would call out for him, expecting him to come running to her like he did when he was alive. It was only after years of treatment that she began to realize what she had done, and that Noah was never coming back. There were those who believed she got away with murder. She was aware, even partially, of her actions. She knew that what she was doing was wrong. But mental health advocates argued that it was not her, but her condition that led her to do it. Losing Noah was her punishment, and any further punishment would benefit no one. Like many in Milton, Callaway had followed her story with great interest. He was torn between giving her a harsher sentence and one with leniency. On one hand, she had killed a child, someone she was supposed to protect as a parent. On the other hand, he was aware that mental illness was real and devastating, crippling even the strongest and most powerful individuals in society. He also knew the stigma that came with mental illness. Most people did not talk about it, and those who did were forever labeled as crazy or unstable. Callaway had relatives with mental illness, and he saw firsthand how they and their families were destroyed by the condition that afflicted them. There were times he thought he was losing his grasp on reality, always around the time when he was extremely stressed. At those moments, he tended to drink more and even dabble in drugs, which inevitably affected his mental state and made him think he was going nuts. Even though he was never quick to judge, he could not shake the feeling that the woman sitting across from him was a child killer. She was tried by her peers and found guilty. So what does she want from me, he thought. Chapter 33. Callaway looked around the diner, wondering if they knew who she was. If they did, they must be wondering what he was doing with someone like her. He shifted in his seat uncomfortably. He then saw a butter knife on her side of the table. A previous customer must have left it behind. Callaway had paid little attention to it when he had sat down. Right now, though, he could not help but stare at the knife as light reflected off its edges. "Mr. Callaway," Hope Parsons said, snapping him out of his thoughts. "Yes?" he asked. "Are you afraid of me?" He swallowed. "Should I be?" She shook her head. "I don't go around stabbing people with knives." "No, you don't," he thought. "You only drown defenseless children." He grimaced at the way he was acting. Hope Parsons was small compared to him. If she tried to lunge at him with the knife, he was more than capable of defending himself. Plus, he was surrounded by other people. Surely someone would come to his aid. She reached over and lifted the butter knife. His back tensed as he braced himself for what was about to happen. Instead of attacking him, Hope Parsons placed the knife on the table next to his. "Is that better?" she asked. He stammered. He cleared his throat. "What can I do for you, Mrs. Parsons?" "After what happened, I'm no longer Mrs.," she said. "Call me Hope." "All right, but you didn't answer my question. Why did you call me?" "I told you. I want to hire you." His eyes narrowed. "For what?" "I can tell that you know what I've done in the past." "I am aware of it." "Okay, so you also know I suffer from a debilitating condition." "I do." "You must also know I was seeking medical help for my condition at the time when—" She paused. "When it happened." "I read it in the newspapers, yes." "What you don't know is that even before that there were times I fell into a deep, dark hole, a hole I did not know how to get out of." "Are you referring to depression?" "Yes. On top of being a schizophrenic, I am also manic-depressive." Callaway was not sure where Hope was going with this, but he said, "All right." "What I'm trying to say, and perhaps I'm doing a terrible job at it, is that during those dark moments I thought about killing myself." "Maybe you should have," he thought. "It might have spared what happened to your son." She stared at him. He felt as if she was reading his mind. She then said, "Do you know why I never killed myself?" She was waiting for his answer, so he said, "Why didn't you?" "Because of Noah." He fell silent. She said, "He was my light at the end of the tunnel. Whenever I thought of him, I felt like there was hope in my life." She then chuckled. "I know it sounds silly that my name is Hope, but in truth I've always been hopeless." "What are you getting at?" he said. "I would never harm my son, Mr. Callaway. He was my reason to live." He paused and studied her. "What do you want to hire me to do?" "To find out what happened that day when Noah was taken from me." He sat up straight in his chair. He looked around the diner once more. When his eyes caught the front door, he knew it would be easy for him to get up and leave. "I can tell you are uncomfortable with my presence," Hope said. He tried to say something, but then decided against it. She smiled. "I don't blame you. I would be too if I was in your place." He shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I can't take your case on. You were tried and convicted by a jury." Her face hardened. "I did not kill my son," Hope said, her voice hard as steel. "I'm sorry," Callaway said again. Hope went silent. A long moment passed before she said, "Before you judge me, maybe you should confront your own prejudices." He blinked. "What prejudices?" "You think I'm unhinged, and that I would harm you and myself, just like I harmed my son. I suppose I am crazy, but I am no murderer. When and if you are ready to hear my side of the story, you can find me here." She stuck her hand in her pocket and pulled out a piece of paper. She placed the paper before him, and he picked it up. "Camden Mental Health Facility?" he asked. "Do you know where it is?" "I do." "I don't have a cell phone, but you can reach me at that number." He stared at the paper in his hand, but said nothing. Hope stood up. "Mr. Callaway, you're the only person who can help me. You're my last resort. If what I've read about you is true, then I know you will not turn me away. I have suffered knowing that Noah is gone. I don't want to continue suffering." Hope Parsons walked out of the diner. Chapter 34. Holt was at his desk. He had spent the better part of an hour trying to gather more information on the homicides at Emily's place. There was still so much they did not know, which meant there was still so much they had to do. An investigation was like peeling an onion. The more layers you peeled, the closer you got to the truth, even if the search made your eyes water, just like an onion did, or worse, corrode your soul. Why someone would go into a place of refuge and murder 3 women in cold blood was beyond comprehension. Was it a sadistic serial killer or a person with a vendetta? The first step to answering these questions was to find a motive. Without a motive, they would not be able to narrow it down to a suspect. The phone on his desk rang. He answered, and after a moment he hung up with a frown. It was his wife, Nancy. She was not feeling well. Nancy suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder, which had turned into a full-blown depression. After enduring several miscarriages, with the last pregnancy reaching the 3rd trimester, Nancy had all but given up on being a mother. They had decided to adopt a boy from Ukraine. The boy did not live past the 1st year of his arrival to America, dying of a rare form of cancer. Holt was devastated. He had seen his wife suffer so much from her miscarriages that he thought a child in the house would cure her melancholy. Instead, the boy's demise exacerbated her condition. Nancy stopped functioning as a normal person. There were times when Holt would literally lift her off the bed because she had no willpower to do it on her own. When she stopped eating, he had to spoon-feed her. Seeing her crumble before his eyes tore him apart. With the help of family and friends, and a lot of therapy, Holt was grateful to see her back to her old self. But that did not mean they were out of the woods. Anything could trigger her depression. He knew the reason Nancy was not feeling well was because the anniversary of their adopted son's death was approaching. The thought of losing him in such a way was weighing on her. Holt looked over at Fisher and found that she was staring at him. "Go be with Nancy," she said. He hesitated. "We have a lot of work." "She needs you more right now," she said, interrupting him. "What about the investigation?" "I'll take care of it." He shook his head. "I asked you to join me in this investigation. I'm not leaving." Fisher smiled. "You asked me to come so that you could lean on me at times like this. As your partner, I order you to go." "I can't abandon you." "You're not abandoning me. You are taking care of more important things." He hated to leave her alone. Fisher had been through her own trauma, plus the investigation was not even 24 hours old. The longer they took to find the killer, the colder the tracks would become. "Greg," she said, "go home." He smiled and nodded. "You should go home too," he said. "I will," she replied. Chapter 35. Fisher watched as Holt disappeared into the elevator. She then looked around. The homicide division was empty at this late hour. Desks were vacant, and in some areas of the floor the lights had been turned off. I should listen to Holt and head home, she thought, but she knew she would not. She was glad to be back at work. She had to keep busy, or else she would ruminate on the events that occurred in Lockport. She turned her attention back on the computer screen. She wanted to pull up the history behind Emily's place. What she found astounded her. The building for Emily's place used to be a convenience store. It was purchased by Emily Riley, with the down payment coming from her own pocket. The rest of the money came from donations and fundraisers. There were marathons, food drives, even auctions to raise the funds needed to renovate the building and hire employees. Fisher could see that Emily's place was a passion project for Emily. In all the photos online, Emily could be seen smiling in front of the center. "It was my dream to help others," Emily said in one article. "And this center will help every woman, regardless of where she came from and what her situation is." Emily went on to speak of her daughters and how she hoped the center would be an example for them to follow their dreams. She then thanked her husband for his love and support in helping her make her dream a reality. Fisher felt a knot in her stomach. She could not imagine what Emily's family must be going through right now. They never thought the center, which was supposed to be a beacon of hope, would turn into a terrifying nightmare. Maybe what happened will shed more light on violence against women, Fisher thought. She was beginning to believe the deaths were targeted. Why else would someone kill 3 people at one location? The center held no valuables, so robbery was out of the question. The center was not used for illegal activities, so they could cross out that the murders were gang or drug-related. Someone wanted these women gone, and they wanted to make an example of them. It was pure luck that Nikki Jones had not gone to work. She would have surely met the same fate as her colleagues. Fisher shivered at the thought of how precarious life was. One minute you were alive and the world was your oyster, and the next minute you were dead, and nothing more than decomposing matter. Why am I thinking about life and death? She thought. As a homicide detective, she dealt with mortality on a daily basis. The answer was simple. She had suffered a loss, and what happened at Emily's place was a reminder to cherish each opportunity one had on this earth. She suddenly felt lonely. She decided to pack up and leave the station when she saw Lance come out of the elevator. He approached with a smile on his face. Her heart instantly skipped a beat at the sight of him. He placed a plastic bag on the desk. A sweet and savory aroma filled her nostrils. "I brought Indian food," he said. "Your favorite?" "It smells delicious," she said, sniffing the bag. "I know we were supposed to go out for dinner tonight," he said. "So I figured, why not have dinner here?" He opened the bag and pulled out several containers. She took the butter chicken with naan bread, while he took chickpea curry with rice. "Thank you," she said. He smiled back and sat down across from her. As they dug into their meals, Fisher felt grateful that Lance was with her. Chapter 36. Callaway opened the door to his 2-bedroom apartment. His place was on the 14th floor of a high-rise building. The rent was far more than he could afford, but he was tired of staying at a hotel. While the hotel was cleaner than most places he had lived in, it was still small. His room barely fit a double bed, and it had no kitchen. Callaway was no cook, but there was only so long he could eat frozen dinners or have takeout each night. He had started watching cooking shows on TV. He could make pasta, rice, and homemade burgers. His culinary skills were nothing to crow about, but at least he was no longer relying on others to feed him. And yet, whether he had money or not, he was forever showing up at Jolie's restaurant to grab something to eat. That reminds me, he thought, I still have to look into what Dean's doing in Milton. He sighed. After his encounter with Hope Parsons, he had completely forgotten about Jolie's case. He shut the door to his apartment and dropped his coat on the sofa. The space was far more than a single person needed, but Callaway hoped that would not be the case for long. He had set up the second bedroom for Nina. Patty was still debating whether to let her sleep over for the night. So far, he had given her no reason to be concerned. There was no alcohol in the apartment, no drugs of any kind, and he had promised not to give Nina any junk food. Another reason why he had started teaching himself how to cook. He wanted his daughter to be fed properly. He had even gone out and bought fruits and vegetables. Callaway was a carnivore at heart, so the sight of fruits and vegetables made him gag. But if he did not set an example, how could he expect her to follow his instructions? The apartment was an upgrade, in every sense of the word. It had running hot water, and the heat worked during the cold winter months. He once moved out of a place because the furnace had died, and the landlord took 4 days to fix it. And this was in the middle of an extreme cold alert. On top of that, the apartment building was clean, and all the elevators worked. There were no roaches, bed bugs, or rodents. The latter was something Callaway could not tolerate. If he saw even one mouse in his apartment, he would grab all his belongings and never come back. Management could keep the remaining rent. He would rather lose the money than have one of those creepy crawlers get underneath his blankets while he slept. He shivered at the mere thought of a mouse in his bed. The apartment was sparingly furnished. It had a futon, a coffee table, a television, a queen-size bed for his room, and a single for Nina's. He had already painted her room pink, and he had also covered the bed with pink bedsheets and pillows. He was not sure if she liked that color. In fact, there was still a lot he did not know about his daughter: what color she preferred, what food she liked, what music she listened to. But he was willing to learn. He had missed out on so much of her childhood. He had been a selfish prick. He wanted to be free from responsibilities. Now his heart ached just being away from her for even a short time. In order to stay in touch with her, he had started texting her. Her replies were short but sweet. Patty did not want to give a 9-year-old a cell phone. She worried that Nina might go online without her supervision and that someone might try to lure her. She also worried about boys coercing girls into providing them with lurid photos of themselves. In order to alleviate Patty's concern, Callaway had bought Nina a basic phone that could call and text, but do nothing else. The texting required punching words into the numeric keyboard, hence the reason for the short and sweet replies. Callaway stared at all the pink in her room and frowned. Maybe I should have gone with a neutral tone, he thought. But then again, if Nina wants to repaint it, it'll give us something to do as father and daughter. He went into the kitchen and pulled last night's leftovers from the fridge, rice with black beans and ground meat. He put the food in the microwave and waited for it to heat up. From his shirt pocket, he pulled out the piece of paper Hope Parsons had given him. Callaway felt ashamed of the way he had reacted at the diner. Hope Parsons was not a serial killer, a mass murderer, or a terrorist. She was a mentally unstable woman whose condition had made her do a terrible act. The microwave beeped, and he pulled out his piping hot dinner. He sat down on the futon. As he ate his meal, he could not help but think about Hope Parsons. Chapter 37. The next morning, Fisher returned to the Milton PD and found Holt seated at his desk. "You're here early," she said. "I figured I would make up for leaving you last night," he said. "It's all right," she said with a shrug. "It wasn't all bad." "I can tell it wasn't." He pointed to several styrofoam containers in the trash bin next to her desk. She smiled. "Lance surprised me with takeout." Holt smiled back. "I'm glad you had someone with you here." Fisher sat down behind her desk. "How's Nancy?" He shrugged. "She has her good days and her bad. Last night was a bad one." "You can take the day off, you know," Fisher offered. "I can work the case until you get back." "I know you can, but I need to be working as well." She understood. The pain of losing a child, even an adopted one, was hard for Holt. In fact, his sorrow had turned to anger. He ended up going all the way to Ukraine, the boy's birth country, to seek justice. He wanted to find the boy's birth parents and ask them why they did not get him the help he needed. The boy was ill when he was brought to the States. Had someone told Holt he had cancer, Holt would have gotten him the best treatment money could buy. "Is Nancy by herself right now?" Fisher asked, concerned. Holt shook his head. "I dropped her off at her mother's. In times like this, her mother is a great support for us." "You're the only guy I know who speaks positively of his mother-in-law." "Did you know her mother didn't approve of me when we first started dating?" "Really?" Fisher said, surprised. The way Holt was devoted to Nancy, Fisher figured his mother-in-law would be thrilled to have him as a son-in-law. "She thought I was a brute," Holt said. "You look like a brute." He laughed. "I thought her mother was a busybody. In fact, we both hated each other." "How did you come to a truce?" "I realized I was judging her without actually knowing the motive behind her behavior." "So you used your detective skills?" "Sure did. I found out she was afraid I might hurt Nancy. Physically, we are opposites, and our temperaments are on other ends of the spectrum. I can be loud and aggressive, while Nancy is quiet and passive. The moment I was able to convince my mother-in-law that I only wanted to make her daughter happy, She stopped interfering in our lives." Fisher was impressed. "You should write a book on how to have a successful marriage. You guys have been through a lot, and you have stuck together. I will be the first in line to buy a copy." "You and McConnell thinking of getting married?" Holt asked with a grin. Her eyes narrowed. "Slow down, big guy. I never said I want to marry Lance." "But you're considering it." She opened her mouth, but then shut it. Lance checked all the boxes for the type of spouse she was looking for. He understood the responsibility of her job. He cared about her, and he was not needy like some of her previous boyfriends. But marriage was the furthest thing from her mind right now. She was still relatively young. Her maternal instincts had not kicked in yet. Plus, she had her eyes set on becoming captain one day. She would take it slow with Lance. If things progressed the way they were, who knew what lay ahead for them as a couple? Holt leaned closer to his laptop and squinted at the screen. "What do we have here?" he said to himself. "What is it?" she asked. He clicked the mouse a few times, and then the printer whirred to life. "You mind grabbing that and telling me?" Fisher walked over and picked up the sheets of paper the printer had spat out. "It's the ballistics report on the bullets found at the crime scene," she said. "Did they identify the weapon?" he asked. "It was a Smith & Wesson 9mm. Holt grunted dismissively. "That's one of the most common handguns used by criminals. It could belong to just about anyone." "It might have even been purchased on the black market," Fisher added. "And that means we may never be able to trace the bullets to the owner of the gun." "Not quite," she said, walking over to her desk. She then began typing on her laptop. "What are you doing?" Holt asked, curious. "I'm looking at all the people we've interviewed so far. I want to know if any one of them own a Smith & Wesson 9mm. "Okay. But what's the odds any of them would use a weapon registered in their name to commit 3 murders? "I know it's not the best plan, but it's all I've got right now," she said, staring at her computer screen. He crossed his arms over his chest and waited for her. A moment later, she said, "James Riley has a license for a hunting rifle." "I remember seeing a photo on Emily Riley's desk. It was of her and her husband dressed in camouflage gear." "I saw it too. And neither Rob Giles nor Steve Hewley have a weapon registered in their names." Holt sighed. "I guess we've hit a dead end." "Not quite," Fisher said, still focused on her computer screen. "You found something?" "I have." "What?" Holt asked, jumping off his chair. "There is someone else who owns a Smith & Wesson 9mm. "Are you going to tell me who?" he asked eagerly. She grabbed her jacket. "I'll tell you on the drive over." Chapter 38. Camden Mental Health Facility had a brown brick exterior with windows that were painted white. The facility had a beautiful garden by the front, which was surrounded by a lawn that had recently been mowed. Callaway could smell the grass as he sat on a bench facing the building's entrance. The first thing he had done this morning was dial the telephone number Hope Parsons had given him. The number was the main line of the facility. He left a message and then waited for a response. It took almost an hour before Hope Parsons called him back. Callaway had decided he would not judge Hope Parsons. She had committed a terrible crime, but she had already paid her debt to society by serving out the sentence given to her. The least Callaway could do was hear her out. He was checking his watch again when he spotted her coming out of the main doors. She was wearing a patterned dress, and she had a shawl over her shoulders. She looked tiny and fragile, not like someone who had killed her child. He stood up as she approached him. She gave him a smile. "I didn't think I would hear from you, Mr. Callaway." "I want to apologize for my reaction yesterday," he said. "No need to apologize," she said. "I'm used to people reacting the way you did." "Please have a seat," he said. She sat down next to him. There was an awkward moment of silence before he asked, "How long have you been at the facility?" He made sure to avoid using the word mental. "I was transferred here last year," Hope replied, staring at the building. "And before you ask, it's not a prison. I'm not a threat to anyone anymore. I'm allowed to leave the facility for a few hours each day. I've done my time at the psych ward. They examined me thoroughly to see whether I was actually suffering from schizophrenia or just faking it." "Faking it?" he said, confused. Even though there were medical records about my condition prior to what happened that day, the authorities wanted to confirm for themselves that I was indeed not of sound mind. She turned away. I sometimes wish I was normal, so I could remember what truly happened that day. Is that why you would like to hire me? Yes, I want to know the truth. Callaway was about to say something when he noticed her hand. You still wear your wedding ring? She blushed. I know I should take it off. I'm no longer a married woman. Ian has a new wife. Ian? My husband. Or I should say, ex-husband. Her face turned beet red. I keep telling myself my life is different now, that Noah is gone and so is Ian, but... She paused to collect herself. But I miss the way things were before. I miss my family. Callaway's heart went out to her. He could sense her pain. Hope chuckled. Did you know Ian's new wife has a restraining order against me? I'm sorry. I showed up at his house unannounced, and I started talking to his oldest daughter. She was playing in the yard. She turned 6 this year. Ian's wife saw us and freaked out. She thought I would harm her like I had harmed. Hope fell silent. Callaway understood. Right before you left the diner, you said I'm the only person who can help you. What did you mean by that? He asked. I've contacted the police, the advocacy for the wrongfully convicted, even other private investigators, but no one wants to take my case on. She removed an envelope from underneath her shawl and placed it next to him. My parents have been sending me money over the years. It's $3,000. I know it's not a lot for what I'm asking you to do, but it's all I've managed to save so far. Callaway squinted at the clear blue sky. I'm not sure what I'll be able to find. What happened to your son was 8 years ago. You were better off using that money for something else. No, Hope said in a steely voice. This is important to me. Once I am allowed to leave here permanently, I hope to get a job again as a dental hygienist. I promise I will pay you more, whatever more you require to finish your job. Callaway frowned. A part of him was not even sure why he was here. He had read every detail about Hope's case in the newspapers. He sighed. What can you tell me about that day? What would you like to know? I guess everything? Hope was about to say something when a man wearing a white uniform came out of the building and began walking towards them. I have to go, she said. It's time for my medication. She pushed the envelope toward him. He pushed the envelope back. We'll discuss money later. I have a lot of questions for you. Can I meet you later? She asked. Sure. Hope smiled at Callaway and went to meet the man. What am I getting myself into? He wondered, as he watched Hope and the man enter the institute. Chapter 39. Holt and Fisher found Earl Munchin at his apartment. Munchin was dressed in his pajamas when they knocked on his door. What's this about? Munchin asked, confused. I told you guys I don't know what happened at Emily's place. Fisher pointed a finger at him. You weren't entirely truthful with us, Earl. He blinked. What? You didn't tell us you owned a gun. Why is that important? It's the same type of gun used to kill the victims. Munchin swallowed and looked at Holt. Holt's hand was on his holster. Munchin quickly put his hands up as if to surrender. I don't have the gun anymore, I swear. Fisher moved closer until her face was inches from his. What do you mean you don't have it anymore? It was stolen. Stolen? Yes. How convenient. I'm telling the truth. When? About a month ago. How? At a rally. Where was this rally? Outside the state legislature. Fisher's eyes narrowed. You took a weapon to the state legislature? I had a permit for it, and we were protesting outside. What were you protesting? We wanted equal rights as women. Fisher turned to Holt. He was just as confused as her. What do you mean equal rights? She asked Munchin. When it comes to the care of children, men don't have the same rights as women. Fisher was ready to give Earl Munchin a piece of her mind. She wanted to tell him that it was women who were primarily in charge of raising children. They bore children and were automatically responsible for them. Men, on the other hand, could get up and leave if they didn't feel like being a parent. Statistically, there were far more men abandoning their children than women. Now, Fisher was aware that not all men neglected their responsibilities as parents. A lot of them were wonderful fathers and caregivers. While Fisher's mom was the rock that held the family together, it was her father who had laid a solid foundation. When they were young, her mother wanted to be home to raise her children so that she could instill in them the values her parents had instilled in her. She felt it was important that they had one parent watching out over them at all times. Until she could go back to work, her father worked 2 jobs to keep the family afloat. Money was tight, but Fisher and her siblings never felt like they were without anything. They had parents who loved them, and they knew the sacrifice they were making to give them a place they could call home. "Why didn't you report the weapon stolen to the police?" Holt asked Munchin, breaking Fisher out of her thoughts. Munchin looked away. I know I should have, but I was scared." "Scared of what?" "That I was so stupid to lose it in the first place." Fisher and Holt had already gone through every inch of Munchin's apartment, and they had not found any weapon inside. Either Munchin was telling the truth, or he had already disposed of the weapon. At the moment, they did not have any proof of the latter. Also, it would be stupid for Munchin to use a weapon registered under his name to commit such a terrible crime. So they were going to give him the benefit of the doubt, only for now. Holt asked, "And you are certain you lost it at the rally?" "I had it on me when I went to the protest," Munchin replied. "But when I got back to the apartment, it was gone." "Where did you have it on your person?" Holt asked. "It was in my jacket pocket." "Did you take off your jacket any time during the rally?" Munchin thought for a moment. "Yeah, I did, once." "Where?" "On my way back from the rally. I stopped at a fast food joint to use their bathroom." "Which restaurant?" Munchin thought hard, rubbing his chin as he did. "I don't remember. All I know is that I drank too much water at the rally, and next thing I know, I had to go badly." Holt frowned. It could be any restaurant Munchin had gone to, and even if they knew the exact one, the odds of finding security footage from a month back was going to be next to impossible. "Why would you take a weapon to a rally anyway?" Fisher asked. "It's for protection." "From who?" Munchin hesitated. "What kind of threat do you expect at a men's rally?" Fisher said, changing the question. "Last time we protested, a feminist group showed up and started cursing and throwing stuff at us." Fisher remembered that a few times when both groups got together, things got really ugly. "Who held the rally?" Fisher asked. "The Men's Support Alliance." Fisher shot a glance at Holt. She did not have to say it, but he knew what she was thinking. A pamphlet from that organization was on Emily Riley's desk when her body was discovered. She turned to Munchin. "Who's in charge of the Men's Support Alliance?" Chapter 40. Callaway entered the restaurant and beelined for a table in the corner. A moment later, Jolie came over to him. She was holding a pot of coffee. She smiled and poured the coffee into a cup for him. "So," she said, "you find anything on Dean?" "I'm still working on it," he said, taking a sip of coffee. She frowned, clearly not happy with his response. "Don't worry," he said. "I will get to the bottom of this, I promise." The smile reappeared on her face. "I just want to know what he's up to, that's all." "Where is Dean now?" "He's at home." "Okay." She sighed. "I just have this uneasy feeling, you know?" "Uneasy feeling?" "Yeah, Dean's been acting extra nice since he came to town. He's even doing things with Josh." "Like what?" "You wouldn't believe it. He took Josh to play catch in the park." "I think Josh might teach him a thing or two." Even though Josh was only 6 years old, he was already showing flashes of greatness in the sport. The kid had an uncanny ability to hit the ball. He had already been named MVP in a local tournament. The odds of him making it to the pros were long, but there was no doubt that the boy had talent. With the right amount of guidance and encouragement, who knew how far he could go? Josh meant everything to Jolie. He was the reason she was on her feet for 10 hours a day, serving customers. She genuinely believed her hard work would pay off, and that Josh would be her ticket out of a life of struggle. Callaway was rooting for her. If there was ever a person deserving of wonderful things, it was Jolie. "Where's Josh?" he asked. "At school. Dean offered to pick him up. My mom usually does it, but today she's got a doctor's appointment, so I've got no choice but to let Dean do it." She paused and then said, "It's nice to have an extra helping hand for a change. It's been me and my mom raising Josh on our own, and my mom's health is getting worse with age. She's got arthritis, diabetes, and a heart condition. It wasn't easy raising me on her own. I just hate to see her raise Josh too, you know." "But," he said. He knew there was always a but. She sighed again. "But Dean showing up out of the blue and being supportive is unexpected." "People do change," Callaway said. "You know I have." "Yeah, I know," she said. "Dean has even mentioned finding a place not far from us so that he could see Josh more often." "That would be nice." "I guess so." "And what's he going to do for work?" Callaway asked. "He kind of told me his gig with his last band ended. They weren't selling any venues, so they didn't need an equipment manager." So that story checks, Callaway thought. "Dean wants to do something else with his life now. He said he can't spend his life following rock and roll bands around the country. He's done it many times now, and he sounds like he is sick of it." "So what is he going to do for money, do you know?" Callaway asked. "I think he wants to open a business where he repairs and sells musical equipment. He's handy with stuff like that." "Do you believe him when he says that's what he wants to do?" She shrugged. "I don't know. The cynical part of me thinks he'll never change, but the optimistic part of me wants to believe he has matured." Callaway thought for a moment. "Either way, I'll let you know what I find." Chapter 41. The Men's Support Alliance was on the top floor of a commercial building. The main floor of the building consisted of an Asian restaurant and a Pakistani buffet. The middle floors had a dental office, a courier company, a printing shop, and various other companies. Holt and Fisher were now in a small room with no windows, which made the space feel even more constricted. Tom Manning, the head of the Men's Support Alliance, was seated across from them. He had curly hair, thick prescription glasses, and a heavy mustache that covered his upper lip. "I heard what happened at Emily's place," he said. "It's a sad day for the whole community. But I'm surprised that you are here to ask me questions about it," Holt said. "Earl Munchin mentioned your organization." "And," Fisher added, "this was on Emily Riley's desk when we found her body." She placed the organization's pamphlet before Manning. Manning looked at the pamphlet but did not touch it. "That doesn't mean anything," he said. "In fact, we have a dozen pamphlets from Emily's place." He pointed to a cabinet next to a wall behind them. "You can take a look for yourself. They are in the first drawer." "Why do you have pamphlets from Emily's place?" Fisher asked. "And why would they have pamphlets from your organization?" He exhaled. "I don't want it to sound like a competition, but it's sort of like that." "What do you mean?" Fisher asked. "We try to keep an eye on what they, and other women-focused organizations, are up to, and I'm sure they are keeping an eye on what we are up to." "Why would they do that?" Fisher asked. "To understand the emerging issues both sides are dealing with." "Sides?" Holt asked, with a raised eyebrow. Manning paused and stared at them for a moment before he said, "There are over 2,000 shelters for women in the country. Do you know how many shelters there are for men?" Holt shook his head. "One." Fisher laughed. "That can't be right." "It's a fact." Manning leaned forward in his chair. "We never criticize the good work that is being done at Emily's place. We criticize how society is misjudging men in general." "Okay," Fisher said skeptically. "Did you know that 1 in 7 men are survivors of severe physical violence by an intimate partner, and that over 40% of them are also victims of domestic violence? So how come there is only one shelter for them in the entire country?" Fisher said, "But a vast majority of domestic violence cases are perpetrated by men against women. That's a fact as well." "I agree that crimes against women far outweigh crimes against men in a domestic situation, but that does not mean there are no crimes perpetrated against men by women." "If that's the case, then why don't men report it?" Fisher asked. "Society makes it harder for them." Chapter 42. "What?" Fisher said incredulously.
"Men know they will be judged as weak and unmanly if they report being abused by a woman."
"A lot of women don't report being raped either," Fisher countered.
"Sure, and that's a shame. But at least they have the resources and a system to help them when they do. That's why I started the Men's Support Alliance, to give men a voice so that they don't have to hide in shame."
Manning leaned back in his chair and said,
"Listen, our organization does not hate women. In fact, I've been happily married for 22 years. I've got 2 daughters of my own. My wife is the breadwinner of the family. She supports me financially so that I can focus my attention on the organization."
"She agrees with what you do?" Fisher asked.
Manning smiled. "My wife is not as closed-minded as most people. She knows gender issues are not all black and white. There are always 2 sides to a coin."
Holt was about to open his mouth when Fisher said, "Men have always had it better than women."
"Have they?" Manning said. "Throughout history, men, and even boys, have been sent to fight wars. In fact, there are still some states that indiscriminately draft men. Over 90% of workplace fatalities happen to men. 4 out of 5 suicides are men. 93% of the prison population is men."
Fisher was familiar with the latter argument. But the 7% of women who ended up in prison are there as a result of getting involved with the wrong type of men. They get sucked into prostitution rings, drug rings, money laundering, even bank robberies. Or their actions are a result of jealousy against a cheating husband or boyfriend.
"True," Manning conceded. "But the percentage in prison is still overwhelmingly men. And then there are the reports of fake rape claims, paternity fraud cases, prison sentencing that is more favorable to women than men for the same crimes committed. You have to realize that men's life expectancy is lower than women, and more men are homeless than women. And I won't even get into how child custody favors women over men." He paused to collect his thoughts. "We are not against women's rights. We just want equal rights, that's all." "What can you tell us about Earl Munchin?" Holt asked, getting the conversation on track.
Manning paused and then said,
"Earl is harmless."
"He brought a weapon to one of your rallies," Holt said.
Manning's eyebrows shot up. "He did? I wasn't aware of that."
"Yes, and he apparently lost the weapon at that same rally."
Manning's face darkened. He frowned. "That's deeply disturbing. We do not condone violence of any kind. Right now, the organization is not recognized by the state. In order to get the proper funding, we have to raise awareness. And any action that could undermine everything we are trying to achieve, we take very seriously."
"Do you know anyone in your organization who might hold a grudge against Emily's place?" Holt asked.
Manning fell silent. Holt said, "Mr. Manning, we have 3 dead women. If you care about women like you say you do, then you must tell us." Manning sighed. "I know someone who might."
Chapter 43. Callaway was in his office when he heard a familiar sound from outside. Someone was walking up the metal steps. He took a deep breath and then opened the door. Hope Parsons was on the other side. She was wearing a long coat that went below her knees. She also wore a sun hat, even though the sun was covered by thick clouds. When Hope had called, he debated whether to meet her at a coffee shop around the corner or even someplace far away. He knew she was not a threat to him. He could overpower her physically if need be. But her past action still unnerved him. After much thought, he decided to invite her into his office. Hope Parsons had contacted him for a job. She was a client, and as such, he would hear her out in his place of business. "May I come in?" she said with a smile.
"Yes, of course."
He held the door for her. She entered and then waited for him. He had already made space on the sofa, so he offered her a seat.
"Do you want coffee or tea?" he asked. "I can run down the block and pick something up."
She shook her head. "Caffeine doesn't mix well with my medication, so I avoid it."
"All right," he said,
and pulled up a chair across from her. Hope pulled out the same envelope full of money she had offered him earlier. $3,000 was a lot of money, and Callaway could do so much with it. A part of him wanted to reach over and snatch the envelope from her hands. Instead, he shook his head.
No, I can't accept your money."
"You don't want to take my case?" she said, looking confused.
"I didn't say that. I just don't know how useful I'll be to you."
She smiled again. "You're the first person who's even willing to listen to me. That to me is worth more than what's in the envelope."
"How about this? If my service provides you with some closure, then I will accept the payment. Sound fair?"
"It does." She put the envelope away.
"All right then. Tell me what you remember from that day when your son was—"
He let the words hang in the air. She looked down at her hands. She then shivered as her memories flooded over her. "I remember it like it was yesterday. The weather was cool outside. I was worried about whether Noah had taken his jacket with him or not."
"Noah wasn't home?" Callaway asked.
"No. He was out playing with his friends."
"Okay."
"I was cooking dinner." A smile crossed her face. It was macaroni and cheese with chicken fingers, Noah's favorite. The TV was on in the back. There was a game show on where people dressed up as funny characters to win prizes. I liked watching it because it helped calm me down. Sometimes, if I'm doing something, whether it's cleaning or doing laundry or anything else, I can get overwhelmed very fast. So my therapist told me to break my chores into small parts, or to play soothing music in the background, or even watch something fun. Anything to keep my mind focused on the task at hand. I then remembered. She paused. Callaway leaned forward on his chair.
"You remembered what?"
Ringing."
"What kind of ringing?"
Her eyes darted about the office, searching. "Maybe it was the sound of church bells. I don't know."
"But you just said you remembered that day like it was yesterday."
She took a deep breath. "I remember certain parts very clearly, but other parts are muddled. I can't explain why."
"Were you drinking?"
"Drinking?"
"Alcohol."
She went silent. He waited for her to speak. "I may have had a sip of wine. It was allowed, just as long as it wasn't a full glass, you know."
"All right. Then what happened?"
"The ringing only got louder, but then a voice spoke to me." Callaway was almost upright in his chair.
"A voice?"
"It was almost angelic."
"What did this voice say?"
"The voice told me Noah was in trouble, and that I had to go to the lake to find him."
"How was he in trouble?"
Hope shut her eyes. "I don't know. The voice didn't say."
"Then what did you do?"
"I left the house and went outside. I called out Noah's name. I thought he might be around the street corner. That's where he was supposed to be playing. I then went looking for him, and I ended up by the water."
"Erie Lake?"
"Yes. Our house was a short walk to the lake. Ian thought it might help my condition if I was close to the water. Sometimes early in the morning I would grab a cup of tea and go to the lake. I found the noise from the water very comforting." Callaway was eager to know what happened next. He nudged her by saying,
"Did you see Noah playing by the lake?"
She paused as if thinking. "I'm not sure."
"What did you see, Hope?" he asked.
"I just remember being overcome with emotion."
"What kind of emotion?"
"Maternal."
"Okay."
"I then remember being in the water. It was cold, and my toes began to get prickly."
"Where was Noah?"
He was next to me."
"In the water?"
"Yes."
"Was he alive?"
I don't know. He wasn't wearing his jacket, and I remember I was worried that he could catch a cold. I thought about going back to the house to get his jacket."
"Did you try to talk to Noah?"
She looked at Callaway. "Why would I do that?"
"I mean, he was in the water next to you. Didn't you want to know if he was okay?"
"I thought he was. In fact, he looked very peaceful."
"What was he doing?"
"Sleeping."
"You didn't wake him?"
She shook her head. "I didn't want to disturb him."
"How long were you in the water?"
"I don't know, but I started to shiver from the cold."
"What did you do next?"
"I then saw another boy. I thought he was Noah's friend. I asked if he wanted to join us in the water. Next thing I heard was this ear-piercing noise." Callaway knew the other boy had stumbled upon Hope and Noah, and that the boy had blown a whistle his parents had given to him in case of an emergency. "The noise disoriented me, and I thought I would fall into the water. Then other people showed up. They took Noah away. I didn't stop them. I wasn't sure what was going on. My head hurt from the noise. Next thing I knew, I was in the hospital, and they told me I had hurt Noah. Chapter 44. Bill Engel was of medium height, medium build, and he was balding from the top and sported a light beard. He had pale skin and gray eyes. Holt and Fisher were inside Engel's bungalow. Tom Manning had given them Engel's name. Engel had a long history with Emily's place, and Holt and Fisher had driven all the way to speak to him.
"I'm sure you heard what happened at Emily's place," Holt said.
"I saw it on the news," Engel replied. "What was your reaction when you did?" Fisher jumped in. Engel stared at her. "After what they put me through, I can't say I was sad."
"You were happy, is that right?" Holt said.
Engel turned to him. "I won't shed a tear for what happened, if that's what you mean."
"You wanted them dead?"
Engel let out a short laugh. "I know why you are here."
"Why are we here?"
"You want to know if I was responsible for what happened."
"Are you?"
"Of course not. I was at work at the time."
"What do you do, Mr. Engel?"
"I'm a professor of economics at Hillcrest College. I was conducting a lecture all morning. There are over 300 students who attended my class. You can speak to all of them to confirm my alibi."
"What time was your lecture?"
9.
"We believe the murders at Emily's place occurred before 7, Holt replied. "That's enough time to commit the act and be at the lecture."
A smile crossed Engel's face. "For morning lectures, I'm usually at the college around 7:30.
"Why so early?"
"It gives me time to prepare the material I have to present. Also, from 8 onwards, my office is open in case students want to drop by and discuss anything from the course. I saw 2 students. They were waiting for me when I arrived at the college."
"We would like their names to confirm this," Holt said.
"That's not a problem." Fisher then said, "What is your grudge against Emily's place anyway?" Engel's jaw tightened, and between gritted teeth he said, "They helped my ex-wife take my children away from me." "Why would they do that?" "Because my ex-wife is a conniving, manipulative—" He stopped short of calling her a vulgar name. "And you blame the center for this?" "Yes and no. My ex told them lies and they believed her. I understand that they want to help women, but who helps guys like me? You know how many times I've been arrested? Almost a dozen times. My ex has put a restraining order on me, even though I have never threatened her. I've been taken away in handcuffs because she has accused me of hitting her. In truth, she had been violent with me." He paused to control his emotions. "She was bitter and angry that I wanted a divorce. She used the children against me. I have not seen my 2 sons in almost a year now. I give her child support, but she doesn't spend it on the kids. She spends it on herself. I've gone to court to force her to spend the money on the kids, but the judge says the children are in her care, and she can do whatever she wants with the money. When I was allowed to see my children, I once raised my voice at my oldest son for doing something wrong. She found out, and I was charged with child abuse. I couldn't even discipline my children without fear that it might prevent me from seeing them again. I've racked up legal bills in the tens of thousands. I'm fighting a battle I can't win. The only thing I can do is wait for my children to become adults, so they can make a decision for themselves if they want to see me. But by then, I would have missed all the wonderful years of their childhood, and by then my ex would have fed them enough lies about me that they'll think I'm the most vile and despicable person on the planet." His eyes turned moist and he looked away. He then said, "It's not always one-sided."
Holt said, "Do you own a weapon, Mr. Engel?"
"Are you crazy?" Engel scoffed. "If my ex found out I owned a gun, whatever hope I have of seeing my children again would disappear forever." Chapter 45. Craig Hamill walked out of Malvern County Sheriff's Office. He was extremely tall and lanky. His shoulders stooped, making him look like he had a hump on his back. Hamill was the detective who had investigated Hope for the murder of her son. Callaway approached him just as he was about to get inside his dark sedan. "Detective Hamill?" Hamill turned to him.
"Yes?"
"My name is Mike Lantern. I was wondering if I could have a word with you."
"About what?" Hope Parsons. Hamill's steely eyes bore into him. Why are you suddenly interested in her? I'm actually writing a book on women who kill, and I was planning to devote a chapter to Hope Parsons. Hamill blinked. A book, you say? Yes, I'm really fascinated with her story. I had followed the case way back when it had happened. I remembered reading your name in one of the articles. Hamill smiled. My name, huh? Callaway nodded. What would you like to know? Hamill asked eagerly. Anything and everything. I would love to say that it was a complicated investigation, but I'm afraid that would not be true. It was actually an open and shut case. There were witnesses at the scene who saw Hope Parsons next to her son's dead body. Could the body have been there before she arrived at the scene? Callaway asked. It was something I considered as well, but the timing of the death matched the time Hope Parsons was in the water with her son. Okay. Also, we could not find anyone who could confirm whether they saw Hope Parsons go to Erie Lake without her son. We can only assume they went together. Assumptions aren't solid evidence, Callaway said. True, Hamill said. But let me say this. If Hope Parsons went out looking for her son like she said she did, then how did she know where to find him? She said a voice told her. Exactly, Hamill said. She heard voices, and I bet it's the same voice that told her to drown her son. Callaway was silent. Did you know the boy's lungs were filled with salt water? We had it tested, and it was the same water from the lake. Someone had held him under water for a very long time. But no one saw her actually do it, isn't that right? Callaway said. The key witness at the scene said Hope Parsons made no attempts to save her son. In fact, she just watched him as he tried to give the boy CPR. If she had killed her son, why didn't she leave the scene? Callaway said. She's crazy, that's why. Callaway glared at him. Hamill backtracked. Listen, she's unwell. There was no argument from me or the prosecution to oppose that. That's why we agreed not to let her go to prison, even though that's what the public had wanted. We knew she wasn't aware of her actions. She didn't mean to kill her son. A voice, perhaps, told her to do it, but we still have to hold someone responsible. She was caught at the scene of the crime. What if she's like that person from the movies who arrives at the scene to find their loved one dead, and when they go to check up on them, the police show up and catch them holding the knife covered in blood? Hamill laughed. If that were true, then the key witness stumbled upon her just in time. But there is a possibility of that. Hamill said, This is real life, not some work of fiction. Hope Parsons made no attempt to revive her son. The officers on the scene said she did not even shed a tear once they told her of his death. That doesn't sound like someone arriving at the scene and finding a loved one covered in blood. They are usually hysterical at the loss of their loved one. Callaway paused. What if she didn't know what was happening around her? Exactly. She did not know what she had done because she was suffering from mental illness. It's all in the case file. About that, Callaway said. Do you mind if I take a look at the file? Be my guest, Hamill said. He then pulled out his business card and wrote something on it. Go down to records and give them this. He handed them the card. They'll let you have access to everything related to the case. Thank you, Callaway said. Hamill opened his car door. Let me know when your book is published. I would like to read it. Callaway smiled. I'll send you a signed copy myself. Chapter 46. Fisher was behind the wheel of the Honda SUV with Holt in the passenger seat. They were on the freeway when Fisher said, I think what happened at Emily's place was a hate crime. Holt frowned. I don't know. I feel this was personal. Fisher gave him a look. Isn't hate crime personal? You have someone who hates others for a particular reason. It could be race, religion, or even gender, and they use that hate to strike in a violent manner. I agree with you on that. I just don't think someone targeted Emily's place because it was a center for women. What makes you so sure? I'm not, but Emily Riley was shot more times than the others. We know that already, but so what? Someone wanted her dead. That's my point, Fisher said. Emily Riley owned and operated the center. Her name was on the front of the building. She represented everything the center did for women. Holt fell silent. He looked out the window. They drove for a few minutes before Fisher said,
Is it because you're a man that you don't want to believe it could be a hate crime?"
He turned to her. "Me being a man has nothing to do with this."
"Ever since we started this investigation, you have not given any credence to the fact that a man may have killed 3 women out of revenge."
"I just don't believe the facts can lead us to make that conclusion right now."
"Do explain," Fisher said, annoyed.
"Emily Riley's injuries were more than the other victims."
"You've already said that."
Emily Riley had called Paige Giles and Melody Ferguson to come into work earlier than their scheduled time. Why would she do that?
It was Fisher's turn to go silent. She then said, "Someone had a vendetta against the center, and they wanted everyone associated with the center dead."
If so, then why leave the pamphlet from the Men's Support Alliance conveniently on Emily Riley's desk for us to find?
Maybe Emily Riley was reading it when she was shot.
It just feels like a setup.
"I think you are letting your emotions get the better of you."
Holt turned to her. "I could say the same to you."
Fisher gripped the wheel tightly. "These women devoted their lives to helping others. So, yes, I do feel an obligation as a woman to find their killer and punish them for what he has done."
"Are you sure the killer is male?"
Fisher opened her mouth, but then shut it.
An uneasy silence settled over them. Holt broke the silence. "There is a reason I wanted you next to me on this case."
"Why?" Fisher asked, irritated. "So that you could convince yourself it wasn't a crime against women?"
"No, quite the opposite. I wanted you with me on this case so that my emotions did not get the better of me. When I saw those dead women in the center, I had this urge to lash out. I wanted to hurt whoever did this. I knew my rage would blind me in my pursuit of the truth. I needed someone to keep me focused, so that I followed the facts instead of letting my passion take over."
Fisher stared at him.
He then said, "We have to tread carefully on this case. We can't jump to conclusions without concrete proof. The results could have a divisive impact."
Fisher knew what he was saying. Both groups, men and women, were waiting to see who was responsible for what happened at the center. The conclusion could give one group more ammo in their cause. As detectives, they could not choose one side over the other. Their side was the law. They followed it regardless of where it led them and to whom. It did not matter if that person was male or female, black or white, rich or poor. What mattered was that the person was punished for the crime they had committed. At the moment, Holt and Fisher were no closer to determining who had killed 3 women with full lives ahead of them. Chapter 47. Callaway grabbed the case file and headed straight for a coffee shop. After ordering coffee and a donut, he took a seat in the corner. He knew if he had told Craig Hamill that he was a private eye, Hamill might not have been very forthcoming, and he most certainly would not have let Callaway access his case files. The record keeper was kind enough to give Callaway the original file. Callaway would go through the file and make photocopies of anything that might be useful to him. He took a sip from the paper cup and opened the file, which he spent the next hour going through. Some of the file's contents were hard to look at, especially photos of Noah Parsons' bloated body. Callaway's heart ached for the little boy. He also felt anger rise at whoever did this to Noah. Suddenly, he could not help but feel a certain animosity toward Hope Parsons. The judge had deemed her responsible for the death. Until Callaway could find something to contradict that, he had to go with the assumption that she did kill her son. It was difficult for him to work for someone who was found guilty of a crime. That did not mean she could not have been wrongly accused. But the more he dug into the file, the more uncertain he became. Callaway leaned back in his chair and stared at the coffee shop ceiling. He could not help but circle back to her mental illness. Hope did not remember drowning her son, but that did not mean she didn't do it. "What have you got yourself into, Lee?" he thought. He knew he was in a lose-lose situation. All evidence pointed to Hope as the culprit, and he doubted digging further into the case would change that. And the money, even if he accepted it, was not sufficient for what he was tasked to do. Then there was the matter of reputation. If word got out that he was working for a convicted child killer, potential clients might not choose to hire him. "I should just walk away from this case," he thought.
But how can I? I just agreed to take it on." He sighed and began to go through the file once more. Chapter 48. Holt and Fisher were inside a bright room with floor-to-ceiling windows. Clive Buckley had silver hair, a double chin, and pudgy fingers. Buckley was the head of Buckley Security, the firm that had installed the alarm system at Emily's place. "After what happened at the center," he said, "we are reevaluating all our procedures." "What do you mean?" Holt asked. "We are now advising all our clients to keep their security cameras running at all times." "Are you saying the cameras at Emily's place were not turned on?" Holt said. "That's exactly what I'm saying." Holt frowned. "Prior to the tragedy at the center," Buckley said, "we let the client decide how they wanted to handle their security. What I mean by that is the onus was on them to make sure the alarm was activated and that the cameras were fully functioning. We took no responsibility for any theft or damage to a property." He paused. "Let me rephrase that. We are still not financially responsible for any loss. That is something between the clients and their insurance company. But we now feel a moral responsibility to enforce certain protocols on the clients. If they are not going to use our equipment in the manner it was intended for, then perhaps they should seek other companies to provide them the security they required." Holt knew why Buckley Security had suddenly changed its policies. It had nothing to do with doing the right thing. The public wanted to know what happened at Emily's place, and they were asking questions as to why Buckley Security didn't provide the authorities with security footage of the crime. They could not do that because they did not have it. Emily Riley had chosen to turn off all the cameras the moment she entered the center. It was a decision she felt was necessary. She did not want the women who showed up at the center to feel like they were under scrutiny. These women were scared. Many of them were fleeing an abusive situation. They came to the center to see what options were available to them. They did not want their husbands or boyfriends finding out what they were doing. Emily Riley wanted the women to feel safe and comfortable, and the only way to do that was to guarantee total and complete anonymity. "We did advise her against keeping the cameras off," Buckley said, "but Ms. Riley would not budge." "Why did she even get a security system if she had no interest in using it?" Fisher asked. "I think it had something to do with insuring the property. The premiums would be astronomical without it. Also, I do think Ms. Riley wanted security as a deterrence." "Deterrence?" Holt asked. "Yes, in case someone tried to vandalize the property." "Which has happened before," Fisher said, referring to incidents of graffiti that was spray-painted outside the center, and the bricks thrown through the center's windows. "In all those situations, we had footage of the incidents. They occurred during the night when the cameras were on, and we provided them to the police when requested." Holt then said, "We would like footage from last night." "Sure, but I doubt you'll find anything useful." "Let us be the judge of that." Buckley nodded. "I'll have our technicians pull them up and send them to you." "Thank you." Chapter 49. After returning Hope Parsons' case file, Callaway needed to clear his head. Normally, he would head straight over to a bar. Instead of clearing his head, it would have the opposite effect. His head would be muddled, and he would need an extra day to lift the fog from all the drinking. He decided to continue working in order to keep his mind occupied. The phrase, "an idle mind is a devil's playground," best described Callaway. The moment he had some time on his hands, he would do anything to get himself in trouble. He would go to a casino and lose whatever money he had on him. He would go to a bar and drink until he blacked out. And if he saw a pretty face in the bar, he would not be able to help himself. His focus was now on Patty and Nina. They should have been his focus all along, but his immaturity and his selfish tendencies almost destroyed any opportunity for reconciliation. It was a miracle he was back in their lives once again, and he was not about to mess it up. He headed straight for Jolie's house. It was a tiny bungalow in the suburbs of Milton. The exterior was painted white, and it even had a white picket fence. Callaway knew how hard Jolie had worked to save up the down payment, and she was proud to purchase it for herself and her son. He parked on the other side of the street from it. He wasn't sure what he hoped to find here.
Maybe he would finally see the infamous Dean, the man who had ended his marriage via a phone call from some faraway town he was visiting, while on the road with a rock band. Callaway did not have to wait long. A few minutes later, he came out. Dean Patterson had shoulder-length hair, stubble on his cheeks, and heavily tattooed arms. He was wearing a t-shirt with a quote across the front. Callaway couldn't read it from a distance. He thought Dean would stop on the porch, but instead he headed straight for Callaway's Dodge Charger. Once he got closer, Callaway saw that the quote read, "Born to be wild." "You must be Lee Callaway," Dean said with a hand extended. He saw the look of shock on Callaway's face. "Brian told me someone came by Velmont asking about me," he said. "Brian?" Callaway said, confused. "Brian Dunbar." Brian Dunbar was the manager of Angels of Addicts. Callaway had spoken to him about Dean. "But how did you know my name?" he asked. "I checked, and there is no band called House of Jam, although there is a club in Toronto that goes by the name. I then asked Brian to describe the person who visited him. Also, Josh told me Jolie is friends with a private investigator. It didn't take long to put two and two together." "Right," Callaway replied. Dean then said, "Listen, I know you and Jolie are friends, and I can tell you I'm not here to cause any trouble for her." "Then why are you here?" "I'm here for Josh. The kid's got talent. I want to help him harness it." Callaway's eyes narrowed. "You're here to piggyback on your kid's abilities to play baseball?" "No, that's not it." He then paused and looked away into the distance. He then said, "As I get older, I realize I made a big mistake walking away from Jolie and Josh. My chance with Jolie is gone. I know that, but I still got a chance with Josh. I just want to spend time with the kid. I want to get to know him better. I want him to get to know me better, too." Callaway stared at him. Instead of feeling anger and resentment toward him for what he did to Jolie, Callaway found himself sympathizing with him. If he looked carefully, he saw a lot of himself in Dean. They both abandoned their young families for a life of excitement and adventure, and they were both now desperately trying to make amends for their ill-conceived decisions. Dean said, "I appreciate your loyalty to Jolie, but you got nothing to worry about from me." "That's good to hear," Callaway finally said. "You want to come in for a drink?" Dean offered. "There's cold beer in the fridge." Callaway exhaled and shook his head. "I would love to, but I can't. It's only one beer." "I just talked myself out of going to a bar," Callaway thought. "Thanks, but no." "All right," Dean said. "Maybe next time." Chapter 50. There were close to 1,000 people at the vigil outside Emily's place. Holt and Fisher were there too. Like others, they wanted to pay their respects to the deceased. At the same time, they wanted to gauge the sentiment of the crowd. James Riley spoke first. His voice broke whenever he spoke of his dead wife. She was a wonderful wife and loving mother. Fisher spotted a large group of women holding signs on one side of the crowd. "Victims no more. It's time for action. Violence against women is still happening right now." The mayor spoke next. She vowed to do whatever was necessary to find who committed this atrocious crime. Fisher knew the spotlight was aimed directly at them. If they did not find the responsible person fast, their careers could be on the line. The public wanted answers, and the politicians were eager to give it to them. They were not concerned with the complexities of a homicide investigation. All they cared about was that the public believed they, the politicians, were doing everything they could to solve this terrible crime. While the mayor gave platitudes that the city was strong enough to overcome this tragedy, Fisher decided to speak to the head of the group of women with the signs. Her name was Alice, and she had short cropped hair and fierce, intelligent eyes. "Do you think it's appropriate to be holding a rally at a vigil?" Fisher asked. "Why not?" Alice said. "3 of our sisters were brutally murdered by a man." "We don't know that for sure," Fisher countered. Alice stared at her. "No woman would do what happened in there." She pointed to Emily's place. She was right, Fisher knew. Mass murders by women were unheard of. It was predominantly men who committed such crimes. "We want to make a point," Alice added. We want to shine a light on what is still going on, even today. And what is that? Women are still being oppressed, culturally, economically, societally, and even physically. We've made great strides over the years, though, Fisher said. Things are better than they once were. Sure, but men still hold positions of power. Almost all the CEOs of Fortune 500 companies are men. In politics, a vast majority of them are men. We are still not ready for a female president, even though we say we are more enlightened than our predecessors. Fisher found Alice to be smart and articulate. She could feel her devotion to achieving gender equality. I'm sure one day we'll have a female president, Fisher said. Women have become leaders in other countries, so why not in the United States? Men won't allow it, Alice said, shaking her head. In fact, they feel like they have already lost enough control. If they had their way, women would be back at home cooking and cleaning for them. They want to go back to a patriarchal society. I still think we never left being a patriarchal society. Fisher did not know what to say. She never spent time fighting for women's rights. She was too busy fighting for hers. It was not easy moving up the corporate ladder in a police department. The old boys mentality was heavily ingrained in the structure. If a woman did reach a high level, she was either not feminine enough, or she must have gotten help from a man. Fisher knew women faced far more obstacles than men. They were constantly under scrutiny. If not for their looks, it was for their qualification for the job. It took women double the effort to achieve what men took for granted. The mayor had ended her speech, and a pastor from the local church was now speaking about healing and forgiving. Fisher could see from the group holding the signs that the healing would take time, but there would be no forgiveness. They wanted someone punished for this crime, and they would not stop shining a spotlight on what happened at Emily's place until the perpetrator was found. Fisher knew she and Holt had their work cut out for them. She walked back to Holt, and he said, "Everything okay?" He was referring to her talk with Alice. "Everything's fine," she replied. He stared at her but said nothing. At the end of the vigil, candles were lit, and a moment of silence was held for the 3 dead women. Chapter 51. Dinner consisted of chicken casserole, garlic bread, and steamed vegetables, which was followed by a dessert of homemade cupcakes. Callaway was at Patty's house. Patty had prepared dinner, but Nina helped with the dessert, especially with the icing. He was at the kitchen sink, washing the dirty dishes. They were now having weekly family dinners, which alternated between his apartment and Patty's house. In the beginning, whenever his turn came up, he would order in, but after a while, even he got sick of takeout. He had started preparing smaller meals. Patty was appreciative of the effort. On a few occasions, she would bring along a side dish. Sometimes they gorged on the side dish more than what he had prepared. He was not offended that his cooking was not up to par. He was just grateful to be able to spend time with the 2 most important people in his life. As he rinsed the utensils, Patty came up next to him. "Make sure they are spotless," she said. "Aye, aye, Captain," he said, imitating a sailor. She smiled. His heart fluttered. The first time he had laid eyes on her, he thought she was the most beautiful woman in the world. After all these years, his opinion of her had not changed. "So what case are you working on now?" she asked. He went silent. She saw the hesitation on his face and said, "If you're not comfortable telling me, I understand." He sighed. "My client is Hope Parsons." It took a moment for Patty to recognize the name when she said, "Did she?" "Yes. She was charged with drowning her son." Patty's face darkened. "What does she want from you?" "She wants me to help her understand what happened on the day her son died." "But she was found guilty." "I know." Patty paused and then said, "Are you sure you should be helping someone like her?" Callaway stopped washing the dishes. "As a nurse, I thought you'd be more understanding regarding people with mental illness." Patty looked away, ashamed. "I know. I'm sorry. It's just that she killed her only child. I think about Nina. I can't imagine doing—" He put his hands on her cheeks and pulled her closer. "You will never hurt Nina. I know it from the bottom of my heart." He then kissed her,
"Ew, gross," Nina said, coming into the kitchen. "You guys should get a room." They had broken the news to her. She was naturally ecstatic. She wanted desperately to have a mother and father again. She was even talking about Callaway moving back into the house. But Patty and he wanted to take the relationship slow. They knew the stakes were high. If this did not work out, they may never get another chance to be a family again. Nina hurried out of the room. She did not want to see her parents get kissy-feely, as she called it, in front of her. When they were alone again, Callaway said to Patty, "If you tell me to drop the case, I'll do it." Patty stared at him as if searching for a reason to tell him so. Instead, she said, "What if she didn't kill her son?" Callaway exhaled. "Everything I've read so far points to her being responsible. But what if? That's what I want to find out." "Then you do what you have to do, Lee," she said. He smiled and kissed her again. Chapter 52. The next day, Callaway was back at Camden Mental Health Facility. He did not have to wait long. Hope Parsons came out through the front doors. She came up and sat down next to him on the bench. She looked tired and disheveled. She gave him a weak smile. "I'm sorry, but the medications are wearing me down today." "That's all right," he said. "We can do this some other time." No, she replied. "I'm extremely grateful that you've decided to take on my case, and I will do whatever I can to help you." He nodded. "I've started looking into it, and I have some questions for you. You can ask me anything." He paused, but then jumped right in. "You tried to commit suicide while incarcerated." "I did," she replied matter-of-factly. He was silent. "Why is it important?" she then asked. "There is a theory out there that you were suicidal, and that's why you did what you did." Because of her mental condition, he had to tread carefully when speaking of her son. He feared anything he said could trigger a negative reaction from her. The last thing he wanted was to push someone with a history of suicide over the edge. "What does my attempting to hurt myself have to do with Noah?" she asked, confused. "Maybe you were depressed and in pain," he said gently. "And what happened at Erie Lake was because you wanted to end your life as well." She then understood. "You think I went to Erie Lake to hurt Noah because I was contemplating hurting myself?" He was silent again. She shook her head. "No, that's not how it was." "Then how was it?" "I only decided to hurt myself after I found out that Noah was gone." He waited for her to say more. "Noah was my reason to keep going. Whenever my illness led me down a dark hole, just seeing his face, hearing his little voice, and holding his tiny body close to me, reminded me that I had so much to live for. He gave me the strength to move on." Her eyes welled up, and she wiped them with the back of her sleeve. "My fear with Noah was not that I would hurt him. My fear with him was, what if he grows up and has my disease?" It was a genuine concern, Callaway knew. Every parent worried about passing their negative qualities on to their children. Callaway was fortunate that whatever he was, it was never hereditary. His father rarely drank, never set foot inside a casino, and was married to his mother until his death. Callaway turned out to be the black sheep of the family. That was on him, not something he inherited. However, Callaway was smart enough to know his reckless behavior was not conducive to raising a healthy child. It was another reason why he stayed in the background while Nina was growing up. Some would say that was a cop-out. He neglected his duties as a father, and Patty had to raise Nina on her own. He could not completely argue against that. He was now trying hard to mend his ways, so that he could be a better role model for his little girl. Hope's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. "My life has been a living hell," she said. "You have no idea what it feels like to think you had harmed your child. I replay the events from that day repeatedly in my head, and I don't know what the truth is anymore." He wanted to tell her that a judge had reviewed all the evidence against her and had decided to charge her for the crime. Was that not truth enough? But he kept his mouth shut. Just then, a man exited the facility and made his way toward them.
Chapter 53. The government building was in poor condition. The last major renovation occurred almost 2 decades ago, which meant everything inside the building was old and dated, and in some cases beyond repair. The building's concrete and cement exterior exuded an ominous feel, and the interior was worse. The walls were painted in dark colors, and the floor tiles had gone from white to yellow. The fluorescent light bulbs flickered constantly, and odd noises reverberated in the halls. Most noises were due to the ancient plumbing system, where even a single toilet flush could be heard throughout the building. Some visitors believed the noises were otherworldly, that perhaps the dead had not left this earth just yet. The building could make for a great prop in a horror movie, because in the basement it housed the city morgue. Holt and Fisher made their way through the halls and down a flight of stairs. They found Andrea Wakefield inside a chilly room. The smell of death hung in the air despite the ammonia and disinfectants. Wakefield was wearing a white lab coat. She stood before 3 tables that were next to each other. All 3 were covered by green sheets. "Thank you for coming, detectives," Wakefield said. Like we had a choice, Holt thought. Holt had seen his share of death. Most were related to his job, but some were personal. Whenever he could avoid coming to the morgue, he did. The morgue left him feeling depressed. He could not shake the feeling that people who once had a life full of human connections were now inside a dark and dingy space, for the sole purpose of being cut open for examination. Wakefield said, "I'm not sure about you, but this case has come with certain pressure." "Pressure?" Fisher asked. "My inbox is inundated with emails from people who want me to somehow expedite the process in order to find out who did this." "We are under the same pressure. Also," Wakefield paused, looking uncomfortable with what she was about to say, "I am getting emails from women's rights groups. They are applauding me for my career choice, but at the same time, they are wondering why I have not moved up into management positions. They think it's because my superiors are male. I'm not sure how to explain to them that I enjoy being a medical examiner, and that I have no interest in sitting behind a desk and managing people." According to Holt, Wakefield spent so much time dissecting cadavers. He had a theory that she preferred the dead over the living. He also knew that she received great satisfaction from solving puzzles on the causes of death. The same kind of puzzles he loved solving as a detective. That was why he had asked for a demotion to become a detective after a brief stint as a sergeant. "Should I reply to the emails and tell them my reasons for staying in my position?" Wakefield asked eagerly. "I would not bother replying to them," Fisher replied. "Really?" "I don't think they would understand." Wakefield pondered Fisher's words for a minute. She nodded and said, "Let's get to it. Victim number 1. She removed the green sheet, revealing Emily Riley's face. Her skin was pale and her cheeks were sunken. "There were 2 gunshot wounds to the chest and 1 to the head. She died from the latter. My guess would be that she was killed first." "How long before the others?" Fisher asked. "I can't be precise, but if I had to take a guess, I'd say about half an hour." "Okay." Wakefield moved to the next table. She removed the green sheet, revealing Paige Giles' face. "There were gunshot wounds to the upper chest and neck. Either of those could have caused death. She may have stumbled upon Emily Riley's body and was murdered right after." Wakefield then moved to the third table. She removed the green sheet, revealing Melody Ferguson's face. "The gunshot wounds were in the lower and upper back. I would have to agree with your theory that the victim may have heard the second round of gunshots and then tried to flee the scene, and she was shot from behind." Wakefield was only confirming what they already knew. Holt suddenly wished he had not come here. He would have gotten the same information over the phone. It would take him an entire day to remove the stench of death from himself. Chapter 54. The man approached Callaway and Hope Parsons. He was dressed in a gray 3-piece suit. He had sharp features and reddish hair which had started to turn gray. "You must be Lee Callaway," he said in an elegant voice. "I am, and you are?" "Robert Monroe. I'm the head of Camden Mental Health Facility." He held out his hand.
Callaway shook Monroe's hand. "Nice to meet you." Monroe turned to Hope. "Would you excuse us while I have a word with Mr. Callaway?" Hope nodded, stood, and left. When she disappeared through the facility's main doors, Monroe unbuttoned his suit jacket and sat down in the very spot Hope had sat in. He crossed one leg over the other and said, "You're a private investigator, is that correct?" "How did you know?" Callaway asked. Monroe smiled. "Hope has been telling everyone that she's hired a private investigator. She's also telling people that this private investigator will find out who killed her son." Callaway shook his head. "I'm not here to start a new criminal investigation. I'm only looking at what happened on the day her son drowned." Monroe raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that the same thing?" "Is it? If you find something that casts a doubt on that day's events, I'm sure the police will launch a new investigation." "I hadn't thought of that," Callaway said. "I'm just trying to help." "I'm sure you are. For a nominal fee, of course." "I've taken no money from Mrs. Parsons, nor do I intend to." "So why are you helping her?" Callaway fell silent. It was the same question he had been asking himself the moment he took her on as a client. Monroe broke the silence. "She's made great progress at the facility. She is much better than when she first walked through our doors. The only way for her to get better is to accept what she has done." "What if she didn't do it?" Callaway countered. Monroe paused. "There is a possibility of that, but in my experience I highly doubt it." "Why not?" "She's not well." "I just heard you say she's making great progress." "Yes, she is, but not to the point where she can function on her own, which is the end goal at the facility." Callaway stared into the distance. "I don't see any harm in looking." "I do," Monroe said, turning to him. "You are giving her false hope, Mr. Callaway, and I'm afraid this could have a regressive impact on her behavior." "Regressive?" Callaway asked, confused. "She may revert to her old inclinations." "Okay," Callaway said, still unsure what he was referring to. Monroe said, "What I'm saying is that if you give her news that she does not want to hear, she may go back into her fantasy world. She may begin to think she is married and that her son is alive. It took years to get her to this point. I fear it may take even longer to do it the next time, if at all." Callaway did not know what to say. Monroe stood up. "I'll leave you to ponder my comments. Good day, Mr. Callaway." As Callaway watched Monroe walk away, he was even more torn about what to do next. Chapter 55. Callaway got up to leave the bench when he saw a man walking purposefully toward him. The man had appeared from the other side of the facility. He had on blue overalls and black boots. He was exceptionally tall and wiry thin. His cornrows went all the way down the back of his neck. "Mister," he said in a southern accent, "I saw you talking to Mr. Monroe just now." "Okay," Callaway said. "My name is August Livingston, and I work at the facility as an orderly." "What can I do for you, Mr. Livingston?" "Hope talked a lot about you." "I'm not sure what she told you," Callaway said, suddenly eager to leave. "But I'm not sure how much I'll be able to help her." "I understand," Livingston said politely. "I just want you to know that Hope isn't crazy. Well, not anymore, at least." Callaway stared at him. "Mr. Monroe is a good employer, but I'm afraid he has his own agenda." Callaway's eyes narrowed. "What kind of agenda?" "The facility is privately run. It relies on donors to fund its operation, but it also gets money from groups based on the number of patients it cares for." "What kinds of groups?" Callaway asked. "Mental health advocates?" "Okay. What I'm trying to say is that Hope's story is high profile, and the media is still interested in her. Only a couple of months ago, a crew from a tabloid news program came by to speak to her. It was on the anniversary of her son's murder. Hope told them, like she tells everyone who'll listen, that she doesn't remember hurting her son. After spending so much time with her, I can tell you, sir, that she's not faking it when she says she doesn't remember. But the news program twisted her words and made it look like she was still delusional." And you think Monroe doesn't want Hope released from Camden Mental Health? The longer he can keep her under his care, Livingston said, the more money he can raise for the facility. Is that what you meant when you said he has an agenda? Livingston nodded. Yes, sir. Callaway thought for a moment. Why are you telling me this? Livingston looked down at his feet as if embarrassed. Over the years, Hope and I have gotten to know each other quite well. She's not the cold-blooded killer people make her out to be. She once accidentally sat on a butterfly, and she cried for hours over its death. He paused and then said, She's a kind and gentle person. She is also very trusting, which people have used against her. Callaway understood the real reason Livingston was speaking to him. He said, I'm not one of those people. I'm not going to take advantage of her. She came to me, not the other way around. I want to help her, but I'm afraid I may not be able to help her like she wants me to. I don't believe she killed her son, Livingston said. According to the law, she did, Callaway said. I know, Livingston said. She tortures herself daily over what happened all those years ago. She sometimes speaks of her son like he is still alive. I've seen her crying and asking for forgiveness from him. She is torn between what the world believes she has done and what she believes to be true. Your investigation has given her optimism. Her eyes sparkle with excitement when she speaks of you. I just don't want that sparkle to fade forever. Callaway could see that Livingston cared for her. Even with the stigma surrounding her, he saw the good in her. He did not want to see her get hurt again. Let's hope whatever I find helps her get the closure she is searching for, Callaway finally said. Chapter 56. Holt was at Fisher's desk. Together they reviewed the security footage from Emily's place. Clive Buckley was right when he said Emily Riley would turn the cameras off each day when she came in. He was wrong, however, that on the day of the shootings, it was not her, but someone else who had turned the cameras off. On Fisher's laptop, they saw a man approach the front entrance. The man was dressed in black and wore a baseball cap with a hoodie over it. He never once looked up at the camera, revealing he must have visited the center before in order to scope out their surveillance. He walked up to the front door, punched in a code, and entered. A moment later, the footage went blank. The man also knew how to cut the feed, which could only be possible from inside. They watched the footage several times more to see if they could spot anything that might give them a clue as to who he was, but they found nothing useful. The man had planned this. He knew exactly what he was doing. Fisher hit a key, pausing the image on her screen. The figure dressed in black stood like a stalker outside the center's front steps. He had arrived 15 minutes before Emily Riley had pulled up in her green minivan. The killer was waiting for her inside. Emily Riley had no idea she was walking into an ambush. Fisher squinted at the screen. How did he know the alarm code? That's what I was wondering too, Holt said. Also, why didn't Emily Riley realize the alarm was not activated when she went to turn it off? Do we even know that she tried to turn it off? We know that she was the first person to arrive each morning and the last to leave each night. She was dedicated to the center, and the alarm was on, so we can assume she had turned it on the night before. Are you asking me why she didn't alert Buckley Security about a malfunctioning alarm system? Or even the possibility that there may be an intruder inside, Fisher said. They pondered this latest question for a moment. Holt said, Perhaps she didn't care whether the alarm was on or off. Fisher frowned. What? The center didn't really have anything valuable. We found no reports of any thefts. We did find reports of vandalism and destruction of property, but we know the reasons behind those. Angry men, Fisher added. Right, sure, Holt said. But nothing was ever reported stolen from the center. They didn't keep any cash, jewelry, or electronics that could be pawned off for money. Maybe Emily Riley was not too concerned whether the alarm was on or off. As they stared at the killer's image, Holt and Fisher could not help but wonder how he had come to know the code to disable the security system. Chapter 57.
Callaway stood before the two-story house. The home had a tiled roof, a bay window in the front, and a red door. The place looked so homely it could be on a holiday postcard. Callaway did not bother walking up and knocking on the front door. There was no point. The house once belonged to Hope Parsons. Callaway had made the drive over to retrace Hope Parsons' steps from the house to the lake. He wanted to get in her shoes, to see what she saw on that terrible day. He knew that would not be easy. Hope was not of sound mind. She was, perhaps, delusional. She had told him and the judge during her trial that she was hearing voices, the same voice that told her to go find Noah. One thing was certain, though. Hope did not drown Noah in the bathtub. The boy had salt water in his lungs, and it could only have come from the lake. Also, if she was trying to hide her crime by dumping her son's body in the lake, then she did a poor job of it. A witness caught her in the water next to Noah. Plus, it would have been easy for someone to see a woman carrying a limp body from the house to the lake. What was he doing at the lake anyway? Callaway thought. It surprised him that no one had asked such a question. He found no mention of it in the case file. Perhaps they did not think it was relevant. Hope had clearly gone searching for Noah. She mentioned he was out playing. But what was an 8-year-old doing near the lake all by himself? Callaway could not help circling back to that. Maybe he was curious, like all kids his age were, and he wanted to explore. Callaway had done things far worse than that. One time when he was around Noah's age, he snuck on a train and ended up in the next state. Fortunately, a passenger saw him get on, and by the time he got off, the police were waiting for him on the platform. His parents were furious. They could not believe he had run away. Callaway had no intention of doing that. All he wanted was to see the Harlem Globetrotters, who had a show that day. Callaway never got to see them. They were still on his bucket list. The neighbors' houses flanked Hope's old residence. Only a fence divided the two properties. Callaway remembered reading a statement from one of the neighbors. They had seen Hope earlier in the day. She was in the backyard reading a book on the deck. According to them, Hope seemed happy and content. They never imagined that only a few hours later she would be accused of murder. He then made the trek from the house to the lake. It was a short walk, less than 10 minutes, and that was only because he took his time. When he reached the lake, he could not help but admire its beauty. The sunlight bounced off the water, creating a mirror effect. It was as if the sky was watching its reflection. A cool breeze swept over him. He immediately felt a sense of tranquility. He shut his eyes and listened to the soft sounds of the water hitting the shore. Callaway could not believe something terrible had occurred here. Chapter 58. Holt and Fisher made several revelations from reviewing the security footage from Emily's place. The person in the footage did not have the same body type as Earl Munchin. Earl was short and stocky, while the killer was tall and slim. Earl may have owned a Smith & Wesson 9mm, which was the same weapon used to commit the terrible crime at Emily's place, but that did not mean he was the killer. Holt and Fisher were now leaning toward the possibility that perhaps someone at the rally Earl was involved in had indeed stolen Earl's weapon. Earl was adamant that he had the weapon on him prior to going to the rally, and that it was gone when he returned home. They drove to the Men's Support Alliance. They found Tom Manning in his office. Manning was cradling a telephone to his ear. He saw them and motioned for them to take a seat. "I understand, George," he said into the receiver. "But it's not a conspiracy against you. The judge is not scheming with your wife to screw you. During your last hearing, there were certain requirements you had to meet in order to get your visitation rights to your children reinstated. One of them was that you had to stay away from drugs and alcohol. You were pulled over for driving under the influence. And of course, your ex-wife is going to use that against you. What else did you expect her to do?" Manning listened patiently. He then said in a frustrated tone, "George, I have people in my office waiting to speak to me. We'll discuss this later. Goodbye." He hung up the phone and sighed. "Some people don't understand that I'm not their therapist or lawyer.
Well, I don't mind listening to their complaints. I don't have any power to help them. I can nudge them in a certain direction, but that's all."
"Maybe they think you can," Fisher said. "You are, after all, advocating for men's rights. And as you have aptly told us, men suffer just as much as women." Fisher could see in Manning's eyes that he sensed she was taking a stab at him and the organization, and he would be correct. Fisher was still unconvinced of having such an organization. She believed that historically, men had always had it better than women. Once upon a time, they had full control over their household finances. They had control over a woman's reproductive health. They even had control on women's right to vote. Manning smiled.
"Not all cases are like George's. There are genuine stories of men suffering because of how the laws favor one gender over the other."
"Laws have always favored one gender over the other, and you know that to be true," she replied, "regardless of what you want others to believe." Holt put his hands up to put an end to the conversation.
"We're not here to argue gender politics. We are here to ask about the members of your organization."
Manning turned to him.
"What would you like to know?"
"Their names." Manning let out a laugh.
"We have over 400 members just in Milton."
"That may be so," Holt said. "We would like to know their names." Manning's voice turned hard.
"Why?"
"We would like to ask them a few questions." Manning shook his head.
"I know what you want to do. You want to run a background check on them to see if there are any red flags. I can tell you our members are not mass killers. They are good, law-abiding folks who happen to be part of an organization that many in society deem unnecessary."
He stared at Fisher.
"We just need to verify certain things," Holt said.
"Such as?" Holt could not say. He was not even sure if any one of them had taken Earl's weapon. Right now they had a theory, which put them in a precarious situation. They needed information, but they had no power to compel anyone to give it to them voluntarily. Manning said, "I'm sorry, but I've already helped you enough. If you want the names of this organization's members, then you'll need to get a warrant." Chapter 59. Callaway left Erie Lake and drove 50 miles west to Manchester. He stopped at a gas station and asked for directions. He then drove another 8 miles and pulled up on a lot that was next to a large field. There was nothing but grass and hay as far as his eyes could see. A Honda Pilot was parked outside a tiny house with a red chimney. He walked up and rang the doorbell. A man answered the door. He was wearing a light sweater, black khakis, and socks. His hair was curly, and he had stubble on his cheeks. Ian Parsons did not look like he had aged one bit from the photos Callaway had seen of him in the newspapers all those years ago. However, there was a hint of sadness in his eyes, which could have only come from losing a son at such a young age.
"Can I help you?"
Parsons asked. Callaway did not feel like lying to him. He told him who he was and why he was there.
"You're a private investigator?"
Parsons said, squinting.
"I am. And Hope hired you?"
"She did." Ian looked inside the house. Callaway could hear a children's program playing on the television. "We'll talk outside," Parsons said. "Let me get my shoes." Callaway waited on the porch, then Parsons joined him. They walked a short distance from the house before Parsons asked,
"How is Hope doing?"
"She seems fine to me," Callaway replied. "That's good," Parsons said, looking down at his shoes.
"I haven't seen Hope since she showed up at our house unannounced."
"She mentioned your wife got a restraining order against her." Parsons shook his head.
"I tried to talk her out of it, but with Hope's history, I couldn't blame her for what she did."
Callaway was surprised that the judge had not ordered Hope to stay away from children in general. Maybe the judge believed that it was her illness that had caused her to act the way she did, and that with medication she would not be a threat to herself or others. Prior to the events at Erie Lake, Hope had never been violent before. Even in the strongest grips of schizophrenia, she never lashed out at anyone. Callaway said, "What can you tell me about Hope?"
"What would you like to know?"
"Who was she before everything fell apart?" Parsons looked up at the sky. Gray clouds had started to form, and the smell of rain was in the air. His eyes turned misty. She was a wonderful person. We met in college. I was studying anthropology, and she was studying sociology. She became a dental hygienist, and I went on to become a dentist. We had planned to open our own clinic. We were going to call it Parsons Family Dentistry. But Hope's condition just got worse.
Did you know she had an illness prior to getting married? Callaway asked.
I did, and I didn't care, Parsons replied. I knew who she was as a person, and I was not going to let her condition get in the way of us being together.
Callaway sensed from Parsons' voice that he still cared for her.
As a medical student, I knew science had made great progress in mental health. I always believed, if treated, she could live a normal life. I guess I was wrong.
What was she like as a mother?
His eye suddenly lit up. She was great with Noah. He could do no wrong in her eyes. Even when he threw massive tantrums as a preschooler, she never scolded him. She wanted to be his best friend. It was left to me to punish him.
He covered his face with his hands.
As a parent, it was my duty to discipline him, but now that he is gone, I regret raising my voice at him.
Parsons rubbed his eyes.
I now have 2 daughters. I love them more than anything in the world, but I miss my son. People said he looked just like me when I was his age. I would have loved to see what he looked like when he got older.
Callaway was not sure how to respond to that, so he changed the subject. You've got a nice place here.
The sun had cast an orange glow over the fields, turning them into a sight as beautiful as a painting. After what happened to Noah, I can't get myself to go near a lake or even a beach. I prefer land now. My daughters run freely in the fields. We even camp out during the summer, Ian said with a forced smile. Ian Parsons was doing everything he could to create new memories with his new family. But the loss of a child was something he would carry with him forever.
Do you believe Hope was capable of hurting your son?
It doesn't matter what I believe. What matters is that the judge believes she was. It's something I have to accept.
Chapter 60. Fisher stormed back to her desk and sat down. She crossed her arms over her chest and fumed. The warrant they had requested was denied by their supervisor. He was not about to give them a blanket warrant so they could investigate several hundred potential suspects. Fisher knew before she went into their supervisor's office that there was a slim chance of them getting what they wanted, but she hoped that after she'd made her case, her supervisor might be convinced to sign off on it. She exhaled. No such luck. Her supervisor was correct when he said it was a matter of an entire group whose rights to privacy would be violated just because they belonged to a certain organization. The Men's Support Alliance was not deemed a hate group by the police or any other government entity. Their views may not be popular, but as citizens of the United States of America, the First Amendment guaranteed them the right to free speech. As far as the law was concerned, they had done nothing wrong. If Holt and Fisher could prove otherwise, then he would approve their request. Fisher also knew that even after getting their supervisor's consent, it was still a long shot that a judge would authorize such a warrant. It would set the wrong precedent. The police should not have sweeping powers to go after an entire organization. That was not a threat to society, and its members could not be subjected to discrimination based on their affiliation to that group. Holt calmly walked back to his desk and sat down. He had an I-told-you-so look on his face. Fisher reached down into her coat pocket and pulled out a clear plastic baggie. Inside was the pamphlet from the Men's Support Alliance they had found on Emily Riley's desk. "This should have been enough proof that someone from that organization was trying to send a message," she said. Holt put his elbows on the desk and leaned forward. "What kind of message?"
"That you don't mess with men." Holt almost chuckled.
"That's a bit far-fetched, don't you think?"
"There is a link between this organization and what happened at Emily's place."
"If there is, then what is it?" Holt asked.
"I don't know."
"And until we do, we can't go around poking our noses where they don't belong."
Fisher balled her fists in frustration.
Holt said, "Let me ask you this. If you had committed a crime, would you leave anything linking it back to you?"
"I would if I were making a statement." He raised an eyebrow.
Statement?
Political. It was Holt's turn to cross his arms over his chest.
Do explain, Detective Fisher.
Politicians help create laws, and recent laws have all been created to protect women more so than men.
Might I remind you, men also vote for those very politicians who create those laws. So, they are complicit in what is going on.
Maybe men don't have a choice, Fisher countered. They know they have to elect these politicians even if they don't agree with their views.
Why would they do that?
It's the most politically correct thing to do. In reality, men don't want women in the workforce. It's more people they have to compete with to get ahead.
I like having you as my partner, Holt said, and it may sound sexist, but I find you visually more appealing to look at than a man.
Fisher laughed. I don't know if I should be flattered or offended.
I'm merely making a statement. My first partner was a loudmouth who drank a lot and had the worst body odor imaginable. I could not stand working with him.
So you're saying I smell nice? Fisher said.
You most certainly do, Holt said, but we're getting off topic. If what you say is true, this killer was trying to make a political statement, then his actions would have the opposite effect.
How so?
By killing women, more laws would be created to protect them. The killer would be harming his cause rather than promoting it.
Fisher was silent.
I still think we are looking at it the wrong way, Holt said.
Fisher did not look convinced. Chapter 61. Callaway drove back from Ian Parsons' house with a cloud over his head. He could hear the anguish in Parsons' voice and see it in his eyes as he spoke of his son's death. Callaway could not imagine anything happening to Nina. He was not sure how he would go on with his life after such a tragedy. Parsons had found a way to move on. He had a new wife and 2 children to keep him occupied, but he still had a giant hole in his heart. You never got over the loss of a child. He pulled up in front of a restaurant. He was hungry, and he needed to see a familiar face. He spotted Jolie behind the counter. She had a telephone cradled to her neck. Sometimes she pinch-hit his manager because Bill, the owner, hardly came to the restaurant anymore. He was close to 70 and was in poor health. He was looking to sell the restaurant. Callaway knew that Jolie had shown interest in buying the place, but she was also sensible enough to know that it was one thing to work at a restaurant, and another thing entirely to run and manage it. As Callaway made his way to his favorite table, he could hear her talking to someone on the line. She was placing a large order of meat. When she was done, she came over to him. She looked worn out. He said to her, "You should get paid extra for doing Bill's job." She sighed. "I know, but Bill's always been good to me. When I was struggling, he would let me take food home from the kitchen. He would also give me extra hours when I needed the money, or let me take time off when Josh would get sick." She paused and then said, "Any updates on my case?"
"I had a talk with Dean."
"You did?" she said. He nodded.
"He doesn't seem like a bad guy."
"Like I told you before, he can be the sweetest guy when he wants to be. Why do you think I married him?"
"That's what Patty says about me," he thought.
"Don't worry, I'm still working on it," Callaway said. "I'm sure I'll find something." Chapter 62. Callaway was halfway through his meal when a shadow fell over him. He looked up and smiled. "Mind if I join you?" Fisher asked.
"Be my guest."
She sat across from him. Normally, Jolie would scowl whenever she saw Fisher. After all, Fisher had once arrested Callaway in this very restaurant. "What can I get you?" Jolie asked. "I'll have what he's having," Fisher replied, referring to Callaway's chicken pot pie. "One special order coming up," Jolie said and walked away. Callaway put his knife and fork down. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" "I thought I'd come and see what my favorite private investigator was up to." His eyes were slits. "Why do I get the feeling that either I'm in trouble or that you need my help?" Callaway and Fisher had gone out on one date. Fisher was the first person to tell him that he still harbored feelings for Patty. Callaway denied he felt that way, like he always did. But now he appreciated her candor and friendship. Fisher's meal came and she dug into it. "First, what are you working on right now?" Callaway hesitated. Fisher said, "It's okay if you don't want to tell me." Callaway sighed. "Hope Parsons wants me to look into her case." Fisher gave him a puzzled look. Wasn't she charged for murdering her son? She drowned him. Wasn't she convicted for it? She was, and she spent 8 years between a mental institute and a correctional facility. "So how can you help her if she's already been charged and convicted?" Fisher asked. Callaway shrugged. "I don't know." Fisher shook her head. "I'm glad I'm not a private investigator. I don't know if I could work on all the complicated cases people would want me to look into." "I heard you got a complicated case yourself," Callaway said. She took a deep breath. "What happened at Emily's place is something I'm never going to forget." "And neither should anyone else," Callaway said. "They did amazing work for the community." "They did, and that's why I need your help." Callaway's eyebrows shot up. "I knew it. You want my help." "I do." "Is Holt all right with this?" Holt and Callaway had a history. Holt thought private investigators got in the way of real police work, and Callaway thought Holt was too thick-headed when it came to his opinion of others who were not in law enforcement. Their relationship had thawed over time, especially after Holt had helped Callaway avoid a lengthy prison sentence. "Holt doesn't know," Fisher said. "Okay, now this is interesting." She removed a plastic baggie from her pocket and placed it on the table. "What's this?" he asked. "It's a pamphlet for an organization. Have you heard of the Men's Support Alliance?" He shook his head. "They promote men's rights." "I like them already," Callaway said with a laugh. Fisher gave him a dirty look. "Not funny. We believe—" She stopped and then corrected herself. "I believe someone from the organization may know what happened at Emily's place." "Why don't you arrest them?" "They have several hundred members, and we don't know who it could be." Callaway stared at the pamphlet. "And where do I come into this?" "I need you to go to one of their meetings." "Why don't you go?" She gave him a look. "Really? Didn't you just hear me say it's a men's-only group?" "Get Holt to go," Callaway said. "I haven't asked him, but I know he won't do it. Plus, the head of the organization knows who we are." "Why don't you get McConnell to go?" Callaway suggested. "He's a man." "Lance has never worked undercover, and he's too by the book. They'll know he's a cop the moment he walks in. I need someone who can blend in, someone who talks like them and has problems like them." "What kind of problems?" "Women problems." "I used to have women problems, but not anymore." Fisher sighed. "Just do it for me, will you? I don't want this case to haunt me for the rest of my life. The perpetrator who brutally murdered 3 innocent women needs to pay for this crime, and I want to be the one to bring the perp to justice." After a brief pause, Callaway said, "All right, I'll do it. But you're paying for my lunch now." Fisher smiled. "No problem. You can even order dessert if you like." Chapter 63. Holt was at his desk. Fisher told him she had some matters to attend to. He did not push her for details. She was, after all, supposed to be on leave. He had pulled her back. If she needed a break, she could have one. He wished he could do the same, but he knew that was not possible. His supervisor wanted this case solved as soon as possible. His supervisor had to answer to his superiors. His superiors were being questioned by the local politicians. The politicians had to answer to their constituents. The pressure came from the very top, and it went down to Holt's shoulders. The department was also inundated with phone calls from the media and the public. The media wanted updates on the case, something to fill their airways and newspaper columns. The public wanted to know whether the police were doing their jobs. There was already a consensus building up that the case might never be solved. It did not help that misinformation was being spread by anonymous individuals who had a disdain for authority. If they could have their way, vigilante justice would be the way to go. Give power to the people, they believed, and let them decide who was guilty or not. Holt knew that was no way for a civilized society to function properly. Without laws, there would be chaos.
there would be no differentiating between right and wrong. Holt also understood that the very laws he and Fisher were adhering to were also restricting them from what they could and could not do. They could not round up all potential suspects and interrogate them until one broke. That happened in other countries, but not in the United States of America. There was due process and the presumption of innocence until proven guilty. Holt would have to follow procedures if he hoped to get a conviction one day. As he stared at the photos from the crime scene, he wondered why the killer did not storm into the center in the middle of the day and shoot all the occupants inside. Why did he kill them one by one? The answer was that the killer wanted these women gone. Holt just could not figure out why. Holt was not ready to call it a hate crime. This was not a crime of passion. This was calculated. After shooting Emily Riley, the killer waited for Paige Giles and Melody Ferguson to arrive at the scene. He then shot them one after the other. He could have shot Nikki Jones as well, but her absence from work saved her from an almost certain death. But the killer did not know this. He was likely waiting for her. Holt's brow furrowed as he dove into deep thought. Angel, the homeless woman who had called 911, had entered the center through the front doors because they were not locked. She then met Officer McConnell a few minutes later. He had gone inside and surveyed the gruesome scene. Was the killer still inside when Angel had come knocking? Holt thought. He had to find out. Holt grabbed his coat and rushed out of a Milton PD. Chapter 64. "Ouch," Callaway said as Fisher stuck scotch tape to his chest. They were inside Fisher's SUV, which was parked outside a community center. "Is this necessary?" he asked. She attached a microphone to the tape. "I want to hear everything that is being discussed." "Are you sure this isn't about you and not the murders at Emily's place?" Her face hardened. "What do you mean?" "It seems like you have a bone to pick with this organization." "We found evidence at the crime scene that may link the perpetrator to the Men's Support Alliance. I want to make sure we cover all leads." He shrugged. "If you say so." She stared at him. "You don't believe me?" "I just feel like you are making this personal." She frowned. "What makes you say that?" "All through the drive over, you griped about why such an organization would exist in the first place." "I was just trying to debunk the myths this organization was trying to spread." "What if they aren't myths?" "You really believe men have it worse than women?" Fisher shot back. "I never said that. But there are men who have it worse than other men. So why go after women?" "Maybe they are not going after just women. Maybe they're trying to help men in general." Fisher was silent. Callaway said, "I was fortunate enough to grow up in a loving environment. The way I turned out had nothing to do with my parents. I made bad decisions that I'm now trying to make amends for. There are men who come from broken homes and destructive situations. They are lost and confused, but society wants them to get a job, raise a family, and be all that men are supposed to be, strong and reliable. What if these men are just as fragile as women? What if they are damaged? Would it not be helpful for them to have someone in their corner, someone to believe in them, to fight for them?" Fisher stared at him. She then said, "I never knew you held such a strong view on the subject." "I don't," he said. "While you were driving, I was reading the back of this." He held the plastic baggie with the Men's Support Alliance pamphlet inside. "Anyway," Fisher said, "I want you to go in there and find out what their meetings are about. Do they discuss the events at Emily's place? See if anyone holds a grudge against women or the center." "All right," he said, tucking his shirt in. "But why do I feel like an informant?" She smiled. "You kind of are." "And what do I get for helping you?" he asked with a grin. "The next time you get arrested, your cooperation in this investigation will help shave a couple of years off your sentence." Callaway's grin vanished as a shiver ran up his spine. "Let's not talk about getting arrested. One time was enough." He was about to get out of the SUV when she said, "Are you forgetting something?" "What?" "The thing I asked you to bring?" From his pocket, he pulled out a wedding ring. "I'm not sure why I've kept it with me all these years." "I want you to wear it." "Why?"
You'll look less suspicious if they think you're married." He sighed and shoved the ring on his finger. "It's a little tight, but it still fits." "Good luck," she said. He was about to get out when he stopped again. "What if they recognize me in there?" Fisher gave him a skeptical look. "How will they do that?" Callaway grinned. "I am a world-famous private eye, you know." She rolled her eyes. "Get over yourself, Lee Callaway. The last time I checked, your office was above a soup and noodle shop." "Touché," he said. "But I do have a reputation that I must protect." "Yes, I know. As a womanizing, gambling drunk." "What's with the barbs, lady?" he complained. She exhaled. "I'm sorry. I don't mean to be such a jerk. I'm just under a lot of stress. I want to find out who did that to those women." "I do too," he said. "And I'm stressed as well. Who knows what I'm walking into?" She pointed to a tiny piece of equipment lodged in her ear. "Don't worry. I'll be listening to your every move." "That's what I'm worried about," he said, and he left. Chapter 65. The community center used to be a tire factory. Once the tire company moved down south, the city purchased the building for a fraction of the cost and then converted it to serve the community. Callaway took a deep breath as he made his way up the 3 steps to the front door. The back of his neck was already sweating, and his armpits were soaking wet. "Why are you nervous?" he thought. "You haven't done anything wrong. Everything will be fine. You will be fine." But he was feeling anything but fine. He knew the reason. He was infiltrating a members-only organization, and he was not a member. What if they call me out? He had come up with a story in case that happened. His name was Phil Enstead, and he had heard about the organization from the news. The Men's Support Alliance had gotten enough media coverage after the events at Emily's place, so it would be reasonable for someone like Callaway to be curious about them. If they still did not let him into the meeting, he would leave without a fuss. Fisher was listening in on him, so she could not blame him for not trying. There was a piece of paper stuck to the glass door. It was an announcement for a food drive the center was organizing a few days later. Callaway went inside. He saw a sign for the Men's Support Alliance. There was an arrow underneath the organization's name. He followed the arrow and found himself in the center's gymnasium. On the far end of the space, several dozen chairs were placed in rows. In front of them was a long table. A man with curly hair, glasses, and a striped sweater was reading something from a piece of paper. That must be Tom Manning, Callaway thought. Fisher had filled Callaway in on the organization and its founder. Callaway hoped he did not have to deal with Manning. He looked around. He was early. There were far too many empty chairs, and the chairs that were occupied were at the front. He decided to grab the nearest chair in the back. Not even 5 minutes had passed before Manning stood up and came over to him. "Tom Manning," he said with his hand extended. Callaway shook it. Phil. Haven't seen you here before, Phil." "This is my first time." Manning was smiling. "Welcome to the Men's Support Alliance. Here is the agenda for tonight." He handed him a piece of paper. "We don't really follow it exactly. It's just so that we don't go past our time. The community center is booked for 2 hours, and we have to leave before that." He then produced another piece of paper. "If at the end you decide to join our organization, we request that you fill this out. We don't ask anything confidential, only your name, address, and so on. Also, there is an annual fee. It's there to cover the cost of the materials, the office space, and the community center rent. People always ask if my salary comes out of the fee. It doesn't. We just don't have enough members to cover that. My time is voluntary." Callaway took the forms. "Thank you, I'll consider it." Manning said, "I see that you are married." Callaway rubbed his wedding ring. "I am." "Does your wife know you are here?" Callaway shook his head. "You should tell her. We're not some cult. We are here to discuss issues men are facing each day." "All right," Callaway said. Manning then moved on to another person who was also new to the meeting. More men streamed into the gymnasium. Callaway eyed them suspiciously. To his surprise, they all looked normal, like regular Joes. None of them exuded a dangerous vibe. What were you expecting anyway, he thought.
A mob of angry woman-haters with torches and pitchforks in their hands?
Callaway suddenly found himself relaxing. Chapter 66. When Holt got near Emily's place, he expected a large gathering outside, but his expectations paled in comparison to what he saw now. There were almost a dozen news vans with reporters and cameramen staking out prime spots in front of the property. There were also various groups holding signs and chanting slogans, as well as people who were coming to pay their respects to the deceased. They would say a prayer, maybe take a photo, and then quietly leave. A makeshift memorial was set up next to a lamppost. Flowers, wreaths, cards, and religious ornaments were placed before it. Holt felt his chest tighten. He rarely felt pressure of any kind. He was able to distance himself from the cases he worked on. This was different, however. Someone had targeted these women, perhaps even targeted what the center had stood for. Holt was not ready to label it a hate crime just yet, but he was ready to punish the perpetrator responsible. He had called prior to arriving at the center, and as such, the officer at the scene quickly waved him through the yellow police tape. Reporters hurled questions in his direction as he passed them. He was grateful he did not have to face a camera. He had no answers to give, a fact that troubled him greatly. There was something else that troubled him even more. He went inside the center, and he spotted a chalk outline where Melody Ferguson's body had been. Next to it were tags and markers placed on any items removed from the scene as evidence. Holt carefully tiptoed over the chalk marks and went farther inside. He spotted the next chalk mark down another hall, which belonged to Paige Giles. Next to it were more markers and tags. They were for the bullets left from the Smith & Wesson 9mm. Holt was not interested in any of that. He wanted to confirm something inside Emily Riley's office. There was no chalk outline for her body. She had been found slumped in her office chair. That chair was tagged and sent to the lab for further analysis. Holt turned and faced the door that was on the opposite end of the office, across from Emily Riley's desk. Holt walked over to it and turned the handle. It was locked. There was also a bolt lock just above the door handle. It, too, was secured. Holt had already checked it the first time he had come to the scene. That was why he always thought the killer had left through the front doors. But what if he had not? What if he was still inside waiting for Nicky Jones to arrive? Then Angel came knocking on the door. How did the killer make his escape? He thought. There were no other doors leading out except the one in the front and the one in the back. Holt's eye suddenly widened. What if it wasn't a door, but a window? Emily Riley's office had 2 large windows that faced the back of the property. He pulled on latex gloves and began to examine them. He noticed that one of the windows was not locked. He pushed on the window with his finger, and it opened without much resistance. He stuck his head out and was confronted with a wooden fence that surrounded the entire property. The fence was at least 8 feet high. Holt looked down. He noticed something. He was too big to go through the window, so he went out the back door. Underneath the window was a flower bed. Holt squinted and could see half the sole of a shoe print. Holt's instincts were correct. The killer had not left from the front. He had left from the back. Chapter 67. Fisher had seen Callaway walk up to the community center and disappear through the front doors. She hated to use her friendship to make him do this. He was clearly uncomfortable with it, and rightly so. She had wired him up so that he could be a spy for her. But she saw no other option. Her instincts were telling her that someone from the Men's Support Alliance knew something about what happened at Emily's place. Earl Munchin was a member. His weapon had gone missing at a rally held by the organization, the same type of weapon used in the murders. The pieces were fitting into place, but Holt was too thick-headed to see it. Maybe he was refusing to acknowledge the fact that a man with pure hatred against women had committed a triple homicide. She shook her head. Holt was a friend and a good detective. In all her years working with him, she never got the sense that he had a sexist bone in his body. He must have his reasons for not calling the case a hate crime. But until he could provide evidence to the contrary, she would stick to her instincts.
She saw several cars pull into the parking lot. Men got out and made their way to the front doors. She pulled out a digital camera and began to snap photos of each person entering the building. She would delete the photos later, but right now she wanted to document everything in case she needed them to build a case. That would be another hurdle she would have to overcome. Her stakeout had not been sanctioned by her supervisor, which made it illegal, an invasion of privacy. She could also not go before a judge and say she had sent a civilian, aka Callaway, to weed out a killer. The blowback would be severe and could derail her career. That's not going to happen, she thought. She would have to keep this to herself. She just needed a lead, something to work with. The longer it took them to find a suspect, the more she feared the case would turn into a cold one. There were also interdepartmental issues she had to be concerned about. If she and Holt did not solve this case, their supervisor could choose to hand it over to someone else. She felt they were the best detectives, but that did not mean their solve rate was 100%. A fresh pair of eyes may be needed to break the case open. But Fisher was determined to be the one to bring this killer to justice. It was not about getting credit for an arrest. It was about being able to look herself in the mirror and say, "I used my skills to make the world a better place." Fisher snapped photos of the men entering the building, making sure she got a clear view of each member. Chapter 68. Manning began the session by introducing himself. He then jumped into current issues that were affecting men. When he was done, he opened the floor for members to discuss problems they were experiencing in their lives. One man stood up. He was wearing a sweatshirt and baggy pants. He spoke about how his girlfriend wanted to abort their baby, and he could do nothing to stop her. Why are you complaining? Callaway thought. She's the one carrying the baby. Callaway knew that the odds a mother would abandon her children were far less than a father abandoning his children, so he believed a woman should have more say about that than a father. He thanked his good fortune that Patty took care of Nina the way she did after he walked out on them. Another man stood up. He was going through a divorce. He was complaining that he had to pay child support even though she got the house and the kids. "She was the one who cheated on me," he griped, "but the judge still sided with her." The man wore an expensive suit and had a shiny gold watch on his wrist. Callaway wanted to say, "She cheated on you because you spent all your time away from the family working, while she stayed at home and took care of the kids." Over his long career as a private eye, Callaway had dealt with dozens upon dozens of bored housewives who got so tired of not getting any attention from their busy husbands that they began to seek attention elsewhere. Sometimes Callaway became that source of attention. Callaway would never advocate infidelity in a relationship. He was proud he never cheated on Patty while they were together. Once a person crossed that line, it was very hard to move back over the line and think everything would be back to normal. The other spouse may forgive, but they never forgot the betrayal. Callaway genuinely believed that had he cheated on her, Patty would not have given him a second chance now. He glanced over at the clock on the wall and realized the meeting was coming to an end. He knew he had to do something, or else his undercover assignment would be a complete waste. Without thinking, he stuck his hand up. The entire group turned their attention to him. "Phil," Manning said with a smile, "do you have something to say?" Callaway suddenly broke into a cold sweat. He gingerly stood up. He felt a lump in his throat as he said, "I've been watching the news lately, and I wanted to know what you guys think about what happened at Emily's place." "Thank you for bringing that up," Manning said without a hint of annoyance. "Contrary to what the media may say, we do not condone violence of any kind. What happened at Emily's place was a tragedy in every sense of the word. It was a horrific and vile action perpetrated against innocent people. Our hearts and prayers are with the families of the deceased women." Most of the men in attendance nodded their heads in approval, even those who were griping seconds ago, except for one man. He sat in the last row with a scowl on his face. Chapter 69. After the meeting ended,
Callaway stood outside as people began to exit the community center. He could see Fisher's SUV parked in the distance. He was certain she was watching him right now. She had obviously listened in on what was said in the meeting, but she had no idea what he had seen. He would fill her in on it later. He turned his attention to the front door. He waited until the scowling man came out. He was flanked by 2 other men. They stopped at the bottom of the steps. They spoke for a couple of minutes, and then they shook hands and left. As the man walked to his Escalade, Callaway came up from behind. "Hey, man," he said with a smile on his face. "Can I have a word with you?" The man was a foot or 2 taller than Callaway, and he weighed a few pounds more than him. Judging by the snake tattoo that curled around his wrist to the back of his hand, Callaway knew he was someone he did not want to mess with. "What do you want to talk about?" the man asked. He had a deep accent which sounded Eastern European. "My name is Phil, by the way," Callaway said, holding out his hand. The man reluctantly shook hands, but he did not give his name. "In the meeting, when they were talking about those dead women, I could tell you did not agree with Tom Manning." The man moved closer to him. "I don't know you, so I've got nothing to say to you." "Hey, relax," Callaway said, holding up his hands. "I've been burned by that place myself." "What place?" "Emily's place." "So what's that got to do with me?" "I just thought maybe you and I shared the same opinion about what happened over there." The man eyed him. "You're married, so why do you care what happened there?" Callaway held up his ring finger. "Second marriage, man. My first wife put me through the ringer, and you know who helped her? Those women at Emily's place. They put ideas in her head. If you ask me, those women got what they deserved." Callaway felt like he was going to throw up as he ad-libbed his words. The man finally smiled. "They sure got what they deserved," he said. "You had the same experience with them too?" Callaway asked. "I know some girls who got brainwashed by them." "That's what I'm talking about. It's nice to know someone who feels the same way I do. I'm tired of being politically correct, you know?" "I hear you." "If I saw the guy who did that to those women, I'd shake his hand. Actually, I'd tackle him and rough him up pretty good before the cops arrived," Callaway thought, fighting the revulsion he felt. The man grinned. "I would shake his hand too." Callaway then looked at his watch. "I should get going. The old hag would start asking questions about where I was." "Right," the man said. Callaway held out his hand. "Phil Enstad." "Vinnie Ulrich," the man said. Callaway smiled. "It was nice talking to you, Vinnie." "Sure, same to you," Vinnie said. He got in his Escalade and drove off. Callaway rushed over to Fisher's SUV and got in the passenger seat. "You catch all that?" "I did, loud and clear," Fisher said, pulling out her earpiece. Callaway ripped the wire from his chest and threw it across the dashboard. "This better be useful to you," he said. "Trust me, it is," she replied gently. "You did a great job, Lee." Callaway crossed his arms over his chest and looked at the window. He was not feeling proud of himself. Instead, he felt sick to his stomach. Chapter 70. Holt was in the basement of a house. The owner of the house was behind the keyboard, navigating the security footage on his computer screen. After discovering the shoe print at Emily's place, Holt decided to check out the area next to the property. Unfortunately, behind the fence there was only an empty lot. A sign had been placed there, announcing that a set of row houses would be built on the lot. The sign looked faded, and the paint on the lettering had begun to chip away. The property developer likely realized the market had taken a turn and had decided not to begin construction anytime soon. "That explains why no one heard the gunshots inside Emily's place," Holt had concluded. Undeterred, he decided to take a walk down the street adjacent to Emily's place, where the empty lot was. The farther he went, the more he saw residential houses. Holt believed if the killer did indeed leave through the back of Emily's place, there was only one direction he could have gone: through the residential street. Holt wanted to confirm his theory. In order to do that, he began to examine the front of each house he walked by. He was looking for security cameras. They were usually placed strategically on the property, somewhere to record who was coming and leaving. He spotted one. The camera was right above the front door, just inside the porch. Holt decided to ring the bell. After flashing his badge and explaining why he needed to see the footage, the owner, a man, quickly led him down to the basement. "What happened at the center?" the owner said. "Scared everyone in the neighborhood." The man, whose name was Gene Caldwell, was older, maybe in his late 50s. He had worked for a car manufacturing plant for almost his entire adult life. When the company relocated down south, Caldwell was given a nice severance and a chance for early pension. Caldwell decided to take early retirement. He never married, did not have any kids, and so the pension was enough for him to live comfortably. Holt did not ask for this information. The man was lonely, and he was glad to have someone to converse with. "You really think the guy who shot those women went through my street?" Caldwell asked. "That's what I'm trying to find out," Holt replied. Caldwell shivered visibly. "I never imagined anything like that would ever happen this close to where I live. You see that kind of stuff on the news, but you think you are somehow always going to be immune to it." Holt was eager to see what was on the footage, but he knew he was Caldwell's guest, so he had to be polite and wait. "Unfortunately, no one is immune to violence. It's a sad part of life," Holt said, doing his best to sound interested. "I hear you," Caldwell said. The images on the screen flickered by at light speed as Caldwell's fingers flew over his keyboard. Holt had a time frame of when the killer had made his escape, when Angel had shown up at the center. If Holt was right, the killer would show up within that time frame. If Holt was wrong, however, he would be back to square one. Something on the screen caught Holt's eye. "Stop it right there, Mr. Caldwell." Caldwell paused the footage. "Go back 30 seconds and play the footage at normal speed." On the screen, they could see the front of the house. The sun was shining bright that early in the morning, making the image vivid. There were no cars on the road or pedestrians on the sidewalk. A man came into view. He was dressed in black. He had on a hoodie with a baseball cap underneath. Holt's back arched. It's the same man who disabled the alarm system at Emily's place, he thought. The man took long strides as if he was in a hurry to be somewhere. The man was staring straight ahead, which resulted in the camera capturing only the side angle, not enough to get a clear image of his face. Within seconds, he was gone from view. Holt rewatched the footage several times, but to no avail. Even though he was unable to identify the killer, Holt now had something to work with. Chapter 71. Fisher dropped Callaway off at his apartment. She said goodbye to him, but his silence told her that he was not pleased with what he had done. She watched as he walked into the building and disappeared through the front doors. Her chest suddenly felt heavy, as if someone had placed a giant rock on it. She shut her eyes and took a deep breath. She tried to convince herself that what he did was necessary. There was no other alternative. Callaway was a good person who had made bad decisions in his life. He wished no ill on anyone. She knew it cut him to the core to say those terrible things about the tragedy at Emily's place. She opened her eyes when a thought occurred to her. Maybe it was not the words he said that bothered him. Maybe it was the fact that she had chosen him to go into a meeting of an organization that had a dislike for women. Fisher was clearly wrong, though. The meeting had not turned out the way she had expected. She thought the men in the room would spew vitriol against all the women they believed had wronged them. Instead, the men were going through problems that only other men could understand. The meeting was more akin to a therapy session than anything else. Tom Manning, or any other member for that matter, never once gave them a specific answer to their problems. They merely offered their support. Isn't that what everyone wanted? Someone to listen to their problems with a sympathetic ear? She sighed. She had chosen Callaway because she believed he would easily blend in with the crowd. He had neglected his duties as a husband and father, and he had been in relationships with a lot of his clients' wives and girlfriends. Surely he would know how to connect with the members of the Men's Support Alliance. She realized that's where she was wrong. Callaway was not someone who had a gripe with the opposite sex, or was going through issues with someone from the opposite sex. Callaway was fully aware of his shortcomings, and he was working hard to overcome them. He had women in his life that he pined for, Nina and Patty.
They meant the world to him. And he had other women he looked out for, Jolie and even Fisher. She had clearly misjudged him. She shook her head and started the engine. She wouldn't make it up to him. Right now, though, she had a potential suspect she needed to dig up information on. She drove straight to the Milton PD. She was glad Holt was not at his desk. She did not know how she would be able to explain where she got the information from. It did not take her long to find what she was looking for. Vinnie Ulrich had a long rap sheet. He had priors for domestic violence, aggravated assault, and terroristic threats. He had even served time for his involvement in a prostitution ring. Fisher was now convinced more than ever that she had her man. But before she could tell Holt of her discovery, she had to make sure. She pulled up Ulrich's license plate number. She decided to pay him a visit. Chapter 72. Callaway took the elevator up to his apartment. He got off on his floor and walked down the carpet at hall. He entered his unit and turned the lights on. The apartment was empty, and he suddenly felt lonely. He knew the difference between being alone and feeling lonely. One could be at a party and still feel lonely, whereas one could be alone but still not feel lonely. Callaway had spent too much time by himself. It was a hazard of his profession. Private investigators did not have a set timetable. They did not work from 9 to 5. Their schedule revolved around the schedules of their clients and the tasks given to them. They spent a majority of their time on stakeouts. They could be in their cars for hours just to capture one single photo of a cheating spouse with his or her lover. Callaway was used to the solitude. Today, however, he felt differently. Being at the Men's Support Alliance meeting and hearing some of the men speak of how their lives were different after a divorce and how they missed their children made him yearn to be with Patty and Nina even more. He did not want to end up like those men. He did not want to be alone anymore. He did not want to come home to an empty house or apartment. He covered his face with his hands. "What's wrong with you, Lee?" he thought. "You prided yourself on being a lone wolf." But that was before, when he was young and stupid. Now that he had years under his belt, he understood the errors of his thinking. Life was not about going from one excitement to another. Life was about having meaning and purpose. His purpose was to see his daughter grow up, and his life would be meaningful if he shared it with someone. He debated whether to go over to Patty's house right now. He quickly shot down the idea. Patty would see through him. He was vulnerable at the moment. She would ask him what had happened, and he would have to tell her the truth. He walked straight to the bathroom and splashed cold water over his face. He stared at his reflection in the mirror. He looked like he had suddenly aged 5 years. The meeting gave him a lot to think about. He was surrounded by men mostly his age, and they were going through problems he deeply understood. Feelings of isolation. Feelings of not having control over one's life. Feelings of not being respected by those around him. The latter went right to the core. As a private investigator, he had to fight hard to show why his services were needed. The questions people asked him, they would never ask a police officer, a doctor, or a lawyer. Private Eyes got a bad rap, and he believed it was because of the movies. They were shown as heavy drinkers who gambled all their money away and chased every girl in sight. He could not argue that it was all fiction. He had lived that lifestyle almost to the T, and he knew why. The movies may have been the imagination of a writer, but they formed an identity of Private Eyes that he looked up to. He envisioned that life as glamorous and full of adventure. It was anything but. There was no glamour or excitement, only broken dreams and heartache. He thought about watching a basketball game or a movie, but he knew his mind would still be on what was discussed in the meeting. He needed something to keep him occupied. He had 2 cases that required his attention, Jolie's and Hope's. Callaway was in no mood to drive back to Erie Lake. He was not sure what he would find there to begin with. The case was leaning more toward Hope being responsible for her son's death. Dean, on the other hand, looked like he was now on the straight and narrow path, similar to what Callaway was trying to do.
But in order to truly confirm this, Callaway would need proof. He decided to go to Jolie's house. He pulled up across from the tiny bungalow. The lights were on inside the house, and there was Jolie's sedan in the driveway. Everyone was home. He turned off the engine and settled in for a long night. He doubted if he would see anything tonight. He did not care, though. He just needed to get out of the apartment. In a couple of hours, he would head home and be in bed. In the meantime, he would try to get some work done. He pulled out the digital camera from the glove compartment and began to scroll through the photos he had taken previously. When he was not even through 24 photos, he caught something in the distance. He quickly lowered himself in his seat. It was Dean. He was standing on the porch with a cell phone to his ear. Callaway could not tell what was being said. Not that he could read lips anyway, but he wished he had a clear view of Dean's face. Dean was looking away, down the other side of the street. Callaway squinted. Who are you waiting for, he thought. Just then, a white Cadillac appeared down the street. It pulled up to the curb and stopped with the headlights still on. A man got out from the driver's side. His hair was slicked back, and he wore a leather jacket. Dean met the man near the Cadillac. Callaway debated whether to snap photos, but he wanted to know what was going on. Dean looked angry and agitated. He also looked scared. They got into a heated conversation. Dean kept pointing to the house as he spoke. He then put his hands together as if begging the man to leave. The man pointed a finger at Dean's chest as if to make a statement. Callaway then noticed a second man. He was in the Cadillac's passenger seat. The second man never once got out, but his gaze was fully on Dean. The man pointed his finger at Dean once more as if to warn him about something. He then walked back to the driver's side and got in. Dean shook his head and hurried back inside the house. As the Cadillac pulled away, Callaway decided to follow it. Chapter 73. Fisher parked across from a run-down house. The windows were covered or boarded up. The front lawn looked like it had not been mowed in some time. An Escalade was parked in the driveway. The license plate told her it belonged to Vinnie Ulrich. He's inside, she thought. But she could not go barging in. So far, Ulrich had done nothing wrong. Even though she had him on audio rejoicing about what happened at Emily's place, that still did not mean he had anything to do with it. She would wait for Ulrich to make his move. She was not sure what that move was, or how it would help her in her investigation. It would be foolish to carry on him the very weapon used to murder those women at the center. Ulrich likely would have gotten rid of it by now. She just hoped he kept something that could tie him to the center. It could be the attire the shooter wore on the day he arrived at the scene. Gloves, baseball cap, hoodie, anything that could match the shooter. On her way over to the house, Fisher had conducted a search. She found no Smith & Wesson 9mm registered to a Vinnie Ulrich. That did not mean he could not have gotten the weapon on the black market. Fisher had a different theory, though. The Smith & Wesson 9mm belonged to Earl Munchin, and during one rally when Munchin was preoccupied, Ulrich had taken possession of it. He had then used the weapon to commit the heinous murders. The scenario made sense once she began to put it together. All she had to do was somehow prove her theory. As she waited in her SUV, she saw a green station wagon pull up and park in front of the house. A man got out. He looked older and had grayish hair. The man ambled up to the house and then rang the doorbell. A young girl wearing a silk robe answered the door. She smiled and let the man inside before shutting the door behind her. Fisher's eyes narrowed. A short time later, a pickup truck pulled up and parked behind the station wagon. A man wearing construction clothes got out. He looked young with a scraggly beard. The man walked up to the house and rang the doorbell. A different girl wearing a silk robe answered the door. She smiled and let the man inside. Ulrich is running a brothel from his house, she thought. Fisher debated what to do next. Ulrich may be involved in prostitution, she thought. But is he guilty of murdering those women? As she pondered her next step, she saw the front door open. Ulrich came out. He lit a cigarette and blew a plume of thick smoke. A Mercedes pulled up to the house and parked right behind the Escalade. The driver rolled down the passenger side window and said something to Ulrich. Ulrich scowled and then went inside the house. He emerged with another girl. She too was dressed in a silk robe, but the girl looked far too young. She had tears in her eyes as Ulrich dragged her by her arm toward the Mercedes. Fisher had seen enough. She speed-dialed a number on her cell phone and got out of the SUV. "Please, I don't want to go with him," the girl pleaded. "He hurts me."
"I'll hurt you more if you don't go," Ulrich said.
"What's going on here?" Fisher demanded.
Ulrich glared at her. "Mind your own damn business, lady," he said.
She pulled out her badge and held it up in the air. She turned and let the driver of the Mercedes get a good view of her badge. He quickly drove off. Fisher turned to Ulrich. "You want to ask me nicely?" The bravado melted off Ulrich's face.
"I didn't know you were a cop."
"I'm a detective, if that helps." She turned to the girl. "You okay?"
"She's fine," Ulrich claimed.
"Was I talking to you?" Fisher snapped at him. "I'm okay," the girl said, looking over at Ulrich. "You don't look okay to me," Fisher said. The girl looked away. Ulrich pasted a fake smile on his face.
"Everything is fine, officer."
"No, it's not," Fisher said, her voice cold as ice. "I just saw you try to force this girl against her will into another vehicle. You are either a pimp or a kidnapper."
Ulrich blinked. "I'm not a kidnapper."
"I don't know that. You may be holding her against her will."
"I'm not," Ulrich said. "You can ask her yourself."
Fisher gave him a hard look. "I will, but not in front of you. I would hate to see you coerce her into giving a false statement." Ulrich's face turned hard.
"You can't take her away."
"No, I intend to take you away." Ulrich blinked.
"Are you arresting me?"
"I'm considering it, but I would prefer if you came with me to the station willingly." Ulrich fell silent. A police cruiser pulled up to the house. McConnell got out. Fisher had called him to find out what was going on in the house. If it was a brothel, they had to make sure no underage girls were working there. "Is there a problem, Detective?" McConnell asked. He had one hand on his holster. Fisher turned to Ulrich. "Well, it depends on what Mr. Ulrich would prefer, a ride in my SUV or in the back seat of a police cruiser." Ulrich stared at her. His shoulders sagged.
"I'll take the SUV."
Fisher smiled. "Good choice." She pulled out a pair of handcuffs. Ulrich's eyes widened.
"I thought you said I wasn't being arrested."
"You're not." Fisher walked up and cuffed him roughly behind his back. "I just want you to see how it feels when you're forced to do something against your will." She tightened the cuffs around his wrists. Ulrich grimaced in pain. She led him by his shirt collar to the SUV. She shoved him in the back seat and slammed the door shut. "Scumbag," she thought. Chapter 74. Callaway followed the Cadillac to a bar 10 miles from Jolie's house. The car parked in the lot and the two men got out. The one in the driver's seat wearing the leather jacket had spoken to Dean. The one in the passenger seat had on a flashy suit and sunglasses. He was much shorter than his compatriot, but when the leather jacket guy held the door for him, Callaway knew the flashy suit guy was the boss. If Callaway had to take a guess, they looked like they were from the underworld. What is Dean doing with people like them? He wondered. He was not certain that they were criminals. They just looked like criminals. But Callaway had seen enough unsavory people to know who was trouble and who was not. These guys fit the former category. He decided to go and confirm his suspicions. He parked farther from the Cadillac. If things went south, he did not want them messing up his Dodge Charger. He needed a lot of time and money to get his baby fixed the last time. Callaway did not want to go through that again. He entered the bar and surveyed the space. He caught sight of the two men. They were sitting at a table in the corner. Callaway walked up to the bartender and ordered a drink. While he waited, he glanced at the men. They were sipping from their glasses. The one in the leather jacket was munching on some peanuts from a small tray. The man in the suit had still not taken his sunglasses off.
Mr. Inconspicuous, Callaway thought as he discreetly glanced at him. He is standing out like a sore thumb in this place. When his drink came, Callaway decided to take a direct approach. He took a sip from the glass and walked up to them. He made sure to keep his hands where they could see them. The last thing he wanted was these mobster wannabes getting itchy trigger fingers and lighting the place up. "Hi there, fellas," he said with a smile. "Do you mind if I join you?" "Who the hell are you?" the suit said. "I'm a private investigator." Leather Jacket reached into his coat. "Hey, take it easy. I'm not following you," Callaway quickly said. "I'm following Dean." The man in the suit shook his head, and his associate relaxed and went back to eating his peanuts. "Do you mind if I sit down?" Callaway asked. "Okay," the suit replied. "But you got 2 minutes." Callaway wanted to roll his eyes. Why did they think their time is worth more than others, he thought. These guys probably spent the day staring at each other. Callaway pulled up a chair across from them. "Can I show you my business card so you know I'm not pulling a fast one on you?" "Yeah, sure," the suit said. Callaway pulled out the fake card he used for just these situations, and he slid it across the table. The suit grabbed the card. "Gator Peckerwood?" "That's my real name, I'm afraid," Callaway claimed. "My parents were from Louisiana." The suit laughed. "I guess that explains it." Leather Jacket only snickered. Callaway said, "I was outside the house when I saw you roll up on Dean. I figured, out of courtesy, I should introduce myself and find out why you guys are interested in him." "Dean owes our boss some serious cash." Callaway frowned. "He owes my client money, too." "Is that why you're following him?" the suit asked. "Yep," Callaway replied. "If you don't mind me asking, how much does Dean owe your boss?" The suit paused, staring at him. He shrugged. 10 grand. Callaway winced. "Ouch, that's a lot of money." "How much you owe your client?" "Half of that." The suit nodded. "Just so we are clear, we get our money first, got it?" Callaway put his hands up. "Crystal clear. That's why I wanted to talk to you guys, to find out what's going on. I don't want to step on anyone's toes, you know." The suit smiled. "You're a smart guy." "Not that smart if I'm working as a private eye." The three of them shared a laugh. Callaway took another sip from his glass. "So what is Dean doing in Milton anyway?" "What do you think? He's hiding from us." "Okay." "He thought we wouldn't be able to find him, but we did." "How did you manage that?" Callaway asked. "I've been looking for him for weeks." The suit beamed. "Easy. We knew he was married before and that he had a kid. After we checked out all the places he normally hung out, we decided to drive down here. And lo and behold, he was hiding in his ex-wife's house." "Is that why he was angry at you?" Callaway asked. "He didn't like us making threats." "What kind of threats?" "We told him that if he didn't pay us, we'd hurt his little boy, and then the boy's mother." Callaway's jaw tightened. He wanted to punch the suit in the mouth, even though he knew that would definitely make Leather Jacket respond with extreme violence. "Does he have the money to pay you?" The suit laughed. "Of course not. Why do you think he ran away in the first place?" "What if he runs now?" "He won't." "What if he does?" "We'll hurt the boy and the woman, and then we'll go after him. And when we find him, we'll hurt him even worse." There was a hint of glee in the suit's eyes. "Why not just hurt him and leave the boy and woman alone? It seems like they got nothing to do with the mess he's in." "Yeah, but we have to make an example of him. We can't have people running away. It's bad for business, you know?" Callaway was silent. He hated people like the suit and Leather Jacket. They enjoyed hurting the innocent for pleasure. And now he hated Dean even more. To save his own skin, he had placed Jolie and Josh in danger. "How long does Dean have to pay you back?" Callaway asked. 48 hours. That's how long we intend on staying in this dump of a city." Callaway nodded. 2 days, he thought. He stood up. "I guess my client is out of luck. I doubt after Dean pays you, he'll have anything left to pay my client." The suit laughed. "They sure are out of luck." As Callaway walked out of the bar, he could not help but think how unlucky Jolie and Josh were for being involved with a lowlife like Dean.
Chapter 75. After seeing the killer on Gene Caldwell's security footage, Holt was certain he was on the right track. The killer had walked along that very street to make his escape. But how many doors would Holt have to knock on to see what their cameras had captured? There was no telling how far the man had gone before he completely disappeared. Then there was another question that had begun to swirl around his head. Did the killer live in this neighborhood? It would not make sense if he did. In fact, it would be a daring act, one that could have dire consequences for the killer. Whenever there was a murder, the first thing the police did was survey the neighborhood, knocking on each door to find out if anyone had seen or heard anything. The statements from the neighbors usually helped the detectives piece together what might have happened. Most of this information could turn out to be superfluous, but there was still a chance that one piece could be the missing clue they were looking for. Until now, Holt believed the killer had left from the front entrance. Now that he knew otherwise, the entire investigation had taken a different turn. As Holt walked down the street, he noticed no signs for bus stops. The killer had come in by car, not by public transit. The street was lined with parked cars. There was no telling where the killer could have parked his vehicle. The only way to confirm this was to find more homeowners with security cameras. That would be tedious work, but there was no other way around it. He made it to the end of the street when he spotted a convenience store in the corner. They must have CCTV cameras, he thought. Holt made a beeline for the store. An elderly man was sitting behind the counter. Holt introduced himself and told him why he was there. The man shook his head. "They don't work." Holt's eyes narrowed. "But I can see a camera pointed at your front door." "That's only for show, I'm afraid. We had a nasty windstorm a couple of years back. Pulled the thing right out of the wall. When I came to check on the store, I found it hanging by its wire. I don't have the money to hire a professional to come down and fix it, so I just stuck the camera back up and hope no one notices that it's broken." "Aren't you afraid of being robbed?" Holt asked. The man shrugged. "I don't sell liquor, smokes, or anything valuable for that matter. If you want to buy milk, eggs, or everyday stuff like soap or detergent, then you come here. You would not believe how many times people show up late at night because they've run out of something at home." Holt snorted. Another dead end, he thought. "Why are you so interested in looking at security cameras?" the man asked. "I thought it might catch someone I'm looking for." "Why don't you go across the street?" the man suggested. "The couple there have cameras in their house." "They do?" Holt said. "Sure. The husband is nice. A few months back, someone robbed their house. The couple had installed wireless cameras so they could watch their house from their cell phones. The robbers found a way to hack into their wireless system. Don't ask me how, but from what the husband told me, it's not that hard. Anyway, the robbers were able to disable the security and get inside the house. Now the couple has gone back to the old-fashioned alarm systems that are connected to your home telephone." Holt thought for a moment. "Thanks," he said. He walked across the street. Chapter 76. Ulrich sat in a windowless room. He was no longer handcuffed because he was not under arrest. He could walk out of the room if he wanted. Fisher hoped he would not. She wanted to ask him questions, and she preferred he answered them voluntarily. "You can't do this," Ulrich said, rubbing his wrists. They were still raw from when Fisher cuffed them. "This is police brutality. I didn't do anything wrong." Fisher was seated across from him at the metal table. She crossed her arms over her chest and said, "Okay, then explain to me what's going on in your house." "Nothing is going on," Ulrich said, acting innocent. "And who says it's my house anyway?" "According to land records, you purchased it 4 years ago." "So what? I could have rented it out to someone." "Did you? What? Rent it out?" He shrugged. "I could have, but what I'm saying is I don't know what's going on in the house." "I saw your car parked in the driveway. Plus, it looked like you had access to the house because I saw you going in and out." "I don't know what you saw, but I can tell you, I got nothing to do with whatever is going on in there." Fisher's eyes narrowed. "I thought you just said you don't know what's going on in there." Ulrich paused to compose his thoughts. "I don't," he said. "All right," Fisher said. Where were you on the morning of? She provided a time and date.
Ulrich shrugged. I was probably sleeping. I don't usually get up until noon.
Can anyone confirm this?
Maybe one of the girls?
Those girls who live in that house?
Yeah.
The house that doesn't belong to you?
Yeah.
Those same girls whose activity you know nothing about? Ulrich bit his lip and looked away. What do you have against Emily's place? Fisher asked. He turned back to her.
Who said I've got anything against them?
I have a good source who says you do.
Ulrich stared at her. She could tell he was debating whether she was telling him the truth or bluffing. I've had a few bad experiences with the place, okay?
Like what? He took a deep breath, his nostrils flaring as he did so. He then exhaled.
A couple of my girls ran away. Emily's place helped them out.
Is it safe to say you didn't like the people who worked there? Fisher asked.
Listen, those girls made me a lot of money, so yeah, I don't think fondly of Emily's place. But that does not mean I had anything to do with what happened there.
You want me to believe that?
You can believe whatever you want, he said, leaning back in his chair. But you won't pin that stuff on me.
Do you own a gun, Mr. Ulrich? Fisher asked.
His eyes narrowed. What kind of a question is that? You patted me down before you brought me in here. I don't have a gun on me.
I never asked you if you had a weapon on your person, Fisher said. I asked if you own a gun. It could be in your house, in your vehicle, or someplace else you prefer to keep it. So, do you? Ulrich was silent for a moment. His shoulders sank.
Yeah, I got a gun.
Where is it?
Locked up in the house.
I bet it's not registered, because I found no record of you owning a gun in my database.
It's not, Ulrich confessed.
What make and model is it?
Why is that important?
It is.
A Glock 19.
Fisher frowned. The murder weapon was a Smith & Wesson 9mm. Do you know an Earl Munchin?
Who?
Ulrich looked confused. He goes to the same meetings you go to.
What meetings?
The Men's Support Alliance meetings.
Ulrich snorted. I'm not a member of that organization. I could care less about men's rights movements.
But you go to their meetings?
The only reason I go there is to get more business. Most of those guys are divorced, single, or stuck in a bad marriage. They cry that they got screwed by their ex-wives, or that they can't see their children, and that they are lonely. I offer them a night with one of my girls. They are happy, and I am happy. As far as I am concerned, it's a win-win situation for everyone.
Not for the girls, it isn't, Fisher said.
Hey, those girls choose to be there. They can leave whenever they want.
What about that girl you were dragging by the arm when I showed up? She didn't look like she had much choice.
Ulrich shrugged. I was trying to help her?
Fisher's jaw clenched. Help her? How? Ulrich smiled.
I was encouraging her to work so that she could get paid.
So you don't deny that you are running a brothel from your house?
The smile on Ulrich's face faded. Listen, I'm done here. He stood up. If you got something on me, then you can arrest me right now. If you don't, then I'm walking out of here.
Just then Fisher's phone buzzed. She answered, listened, and then hung up. Sit down, Mr. Ulrich, she said firmly.
Ulrich stared at her, but did as instructed.
What's that girl's name you were trying to help? She asked.
It's Svetlana.
The officer at your house just informed me that she is not 18. She's 17, in fact, which makes her a minor, and her real name isn't Svetlana.
I didn't know that. She lied to me then.
You never bothered to check for ID?
Ulrich paused. Fisher could see his wheels turning as he tried to cook up an excuse. I must have, but maybe she gave me a fake one.
Listen, Mr. Ulrich, Fisher said. I'm not going to waste any more time with you.
So I can go?
No. What you are going to do is call your lawyer. The more you lie to me, the more you are going to have to explain yourself in front of a judge.
Ulrich opened his mouth but then shut it.
Would you like to call your lawyer, Mr. Ulrich? Or would you like to provide me with a statement about what's really going on in your house?" He looked down at his hands.
"I would like to call my lawyer, please."
Chapter 77. Fisher walked out of the interview room. She saw Holt waiting for her in the hallway.
"I see you brought a suspect in for questioning without me," he said.
"I'm sorry," she said. He held his hand up.
"I'm not offended." He paused and then said, "So, what did you find out? I only got here a couple of minutes before you came out."
She shook her head. "Nothing related to the murders."
"Okay, then why is he still in the room?"
"I found out he was running a brothel from his house."
"How did you find that out?"
She paused. "It might be better if I plead the fifth." Like Ulrich, Fisher knew the more she talked, the more she would end up incriminating herself. Also, if Holt found out she had involved Callaway in her schemes, he would definitely be offended.
"While you were fishing for a suspect?"
Holt said. "I wasn't fishing," she corrected him. "I had a good hunch."
"Okay. While you were busy dismantling an illegal prostitution establishment, I've made some progress on the case."
Fisher's eyes widened. "You have?" He told her how the killer had made his escape. He also told her what he found at Jean Caldwell's house.
"And when I went to the house across from the convenience store, I discovered that the homeowner had a special camera installed in the front with a 360-degree view of the street."
"Tell me you caught the killer on tape," Fisher said eagerly.
"Yes and no. Yes, there is footage of him walking to his car and driving away. No, the vehicle was too far away to capture the license plate number. However, I was able to make out the make and model of the vehicle."
"And what is it?"
"The killer drove a black Volvo SUV."
"How can you be so sure?"
"I was debating getting one myself, but I opted for the sedan instead because when I thought about it, I don't really need too much cargo space."
Fisher rubbed her chin and thought. "Even with that information, it could be anyone. I bet there are thousands of people who drive that particular vehicle just in Milton."
"I agree. But there is something else that's even more troubling," he said.
"Like what?"
"The killer was still inside Emily's place when Angel had shown up."
Fisher's brow furrowed. "Who's Angel?"
"The homeless woman who called 911.
"Oh, right. So why is that troubling?"
"The killer was waiting for someone. I can't be 100% sure, but he was likely waiting for Nikki Jones to arrive at work."
Fisher's jaw dropped in disbelief. He wanted her dead as well.
"Exactly. The murders occurred before Angel had arrived at the scene, which gave the killer enough time to make his escape from the front. He chose to stay behind and leave from the back, which makes me think he was waiting for Nikki Jones."
Fisher pulled out her cell phone. "We have to call her. Her life could be in danger."
"I've tried. She's not answering her phone."
"Then we have to go to her house and warn her." Chapter 78. After his discussion with the wannabe mobsters at the bar, Callaway decided to go to his office. His mind was still racing over what they had said. They were willing to hurt Jolie and Josh just to make an example of Dean. Callaway was wrong. Dean was nothing like him. He would never put Patty and Nina in harm's way. True, when things had gotten a little dicey for him, like when he was evicted from an apartment or stalked by an irate client's husband, he had sought refuge with Patty and Nina until things cooled down. But he never showed up at their door when dangerous people were after him. He knew that would be the first place they would look for him, especially because he had a daughter. It was not beneath criminals to use a child to get to people who owed them something. But Callaway knew real mobsters did not go after a man's wife and children. Only wannabes did. Maybe things are different now, he thought. Maybe these modern-day gangsters are more ruthless than their predecessors. He made his way up the metal stairs to his office. He stopped in his tracks. Standing on the landing was Hope Parsons. She was wearing a long coat. Underneath the coat, Callaway saw she had on her pajamas and night slippers. "Should you be out this late?" he asked, concerned. "I couldn't sleep," she said. Her eyes were distant, as if she was not entirely there. "I need to know what you found out about Noah." "I'm still working on it." She hugged herself and began to rock back and forth on her toes. Her eyes flickered and she began to moan in a low voice. "Are you okay?" Callaway asked. She did not respond, still moaning. "Do you want to come inside?" He quickly pulled out his office keys. "I didn't kill Noah." Hope had stopped rocking in place. "I know I didn't." "Okay," Callaway said, grateful she was not having an episode of some sort. "Do you believe me?" she asked. He did not know how to respond. He was worried about saying something that might trigger a negative reaction, but at the same time, he did not want to give her false hope that could push her over the edge. "I don't know what to believe." She lowered her gaze and her eyes began to glaze over. Before she could drift into some distant land, he said, "You didn't take Noah to the lake, did you?" The sound of her son's name snapped her back into reality. "No, I didn't." "So he was already at the lake when you got there?" he asked. "Yes." "What was he doing at the lake?" "He was flying." Callaway blinked, not sure he had heard correctly. "Flying?" "Like an angel. His arms and legs were spread apart and he was flying." Callaway considered what she had just said. "Was he floating?" She looked at him. "I'm not sure what you mean." "Was he in the water when you got there?" She searched her memory. "I'm not sure." "When you found him flying, what did he say to you?" "He didn't say anything to me. He didn't look well." "How so?" "His cheeks weren't pink anymore. They were blue." "Blue?" She did not respond. Her eyes were transfixed on the metal grating of the landing. "Hope, why were Noah's cheeks blue?" She smiled. "Noah is a good boy. He loves to eat his vegetables, and he loves to play with his friends." "What are the names of his friends, Hope?" Callaway asked. She was unresponsive. She was as still as a statue, staring at nothing in particular. August Livingston appeared at the bottom of the stairs. "Thank heaven she's here," he said, rushing up the flight of stairs. "I've been looking for her all over." "How'd you know she'd be here?" Callaway asked. "I didn't. I remembered she showed me your business card. I figured I'd come and check," he replied. "Mr. Monroe doesn't know she's not at the facility. If he found out, he'd revoke her day pass." Robert Monroe would want even the tiniest excuse to lock Hope up for good, Callaway thought. Livingston came up to them. "She missed her medication. She's normally much better, I swear." "Don't worry," Callaway said. "I won't mention this to anyone." Livingston placed his hand on her elbow. "Come on, Hope," he said gently. "It's time to go home." She blinked and looked up at him. "Home?" she said. "Yes," he said with a smile. "Say goodbye to Mr. Callaway now." She waved at him. Callaway waved back and watched them go down the stairs. He suddenly wished he had a magic wand, that he could wave to make all Hope's problems go away. She was tormented by the thought of what she had done to her child, and Callaway was no longer sure how he could prove otherwise. Chapter 79. Fisher had left Nikki Jones a detailed message, explaining that her life might be in danger. She hoped that, wherever Nikki Jones was, she had listened to the message and had taken the necessary precautions. In order to make sure she was aware of their concern, they were on their way to her house. The last thing they needed was another person from Emily's place dead. The media would have a field day if that happened, and the public outcry would place additional pressure on them. Everyone would want to know, including Fisher and Holt's supervisors, why they still had not captured the murderer. They would believe, perhaps rightly, that had the killer been in police custody, another death could have been prevented. Fisher and Holt hoped that would not be the case. So far, there was no indication the killer had gone after Nikki Jones. Fisher and Holt had spoken to her after the murders. She was shaken by the deaths of her colleagues, but she did not come across as someone who was scared for her life.
Plus, she had taken refuge at a friend's house that day.
Maybe that's where she is right now, Fisher thought. She kicked herself for not pushing Nicky Jones on who this friend was and where he or she was living. Knowing where Nicky could be would also ease the sharp pain Fisher was feeling in her chest. Ever since Holt told her the killer had waited for Nicky at the center, Fisher could not shake the bad feeling that Nicky had been harmed. "Relax," Holt said from the passenger seat.
"I am relaxed," she replied. "Well, you were grabbing the steering wheel like you were about to choke it."
Fisher glanced at her hands. Her knuckles were white as she gripped the wheel. "I'm just concerned, you know?"
"I am too," Holt said.
"Maybe we should have sent a cruiser to her house."
"We don't know if she's a target. Just because the other women were murdered, it does not mean the killer will risk capture by going after Nicky Jones, too."
Fisher turned to him. "What if it is a hate crime?" Holt let out a dismissive snort.
"Not that again."
"Just listen to me," she said. "What if this person wanted to make an example of the people at Emily's place? And in order to do that, he has to finish the job, which includes going after Nicky Jones."
"I think the perpetrator has already done enough damage at the center. I mean, the only other thing I can think of is something you alluded to earlier."
"And what's that?"
"Revenge."
She smiled. "Is revenge not a form of hate?"
Holt frowned. "I don't know if we can connect the two."
"Sure we can. You hate the other person so much that you want revenge for whatever wrongs they may have done to you." Holt pondered Fisher's words. They drove for another 20 minutes before they reached their destination. As Fisher pulled up to the red brick bungalow, she spotted a Mazda hatchback in the driveway. "It looks like she is home," Fisher said, relieved. They parked behind the hatchback and got out. The lights inside the house were on. They rang the doorbell and waited. A few minutes went by. No answer. Fisher rang the bell again. Still no answer. Fisher pulled out her cell phone and dialed Nicky Jones' number. She frowned and hung up. "I get a message that the number dialed is not in service," she said to Holt. Holt's eyes narrowed. He pulled out his weapon. Seeing this, Fisher drew hers too. Holt reached for the door and turned the handle. The door was unlocked. Holt looked over at Fisher, giving her an alarmed but alert look. Fisher took the lead and pushed the door in with her foot. She moved into the hall with her gun pointed ahead, finger near the trigger as she was trained to do. Holt followed behind. She did not have to go much further when she saw a body lying on the living room carpet. Holt moved past Fisher and made his way to the back of the house. Fisher knelt down beside the body. She checked for a pulse, but there was none. Holt returned to the living room. His face was grim.
"The house is clear."
Fisher said nothing. Her face was ashen. Nicky Jones was lying in a pool of blood. Their worst fear had turned out to be true. Chapter 80. Donnie Brewer had a full head of hair, bright blue eyes, and a square jaw. Donnie could be a model if he chose to be. Instead, he was a junior at the University of Mountain View, which specialized in aerospace engineering. Donnie was the boy who had stumbled upon Hope and Noah at Erie Lake all those years ago. Callaway and Donnie were at a coffee shop at a short distance from the university. Donnie had an orange and banana smoothie in front of him, while Callaway had black coffee. "Man," Donnie said, shaking his head. "You don't easily forget something like that." "I know this must be hard," Callaway said, "but whatever you can remember from that day, I'd greatly appreciate it." Donnie exhaled. "I'm not sure. I told everything to the detective who took my statement. That's how I found your name. It was in Detective Craig Hamill's notes. Then I don't know what else to tell you. I just wanted to hear it from you, in case you may have forgotten to mention something to the detective." Donnie's face creased. "Forgotten? I mean, you were 11 years old at the time. I'm sure over the years you must have replayed the events of that day in your head, and perhaps there could be something you remember that may be useful to me now." Donnie stared at him. "You said you're writing a book, right?" "I am." Callaway had given Donnie the same story he had given Craig Hamill. Callaway could have chosen to be honest with Donnie and told him he was reinvestigating Hope's case, but Donnie had been through a traumatic event, and the last thing Donnie wanted was someone to show up and contradict the statements he had given to the police. As far as Donnie was concerned, Callaway was just trying to confirm his statements and maybe get a quote for the book. Donnie looked down at his drink. I only went to the lake to try out my dad's smokes. My only concern was him finding out that I had taken them. I never imagined I would end up in the middle of a crime scene. Did you see Hope Parsons drown her son? Callaway asked. Donnie shook his head. So she was already in the water with her son when you got there? Yeah. And what made you think she drowned him? In your statement, you said you thought she did. He shrugged. I was not even a teenager at the time. I didn't know what was going on. I was still scared that my dad would ask me about his cigarettes. And not to mention, my mom would be heartbroken if she found out I was smoking, you know? You assumed Hope Parsons must have drowned him? I mean, she didn't try to save her son either. She just stood there in the water, staring at his body. He shivered as he spoke. After you found them, you said she tried to get you in the water too. Donnie looked away and then he nodded. Was she trying to drown you? Callaway asked. That's what I thought at the time, he slowly replied. But after you've had time to go over the events, you think differently? Donnie shut his eyes and exhaled. I don't know what to think anymore. You have no idea how long I spent in therapy to make sense of that day. He opened his eyes and looked at him. Did you know I started blaming myself for that boy's death? Callaway sat up straight in his chair. Why would you do that? Donnie's eyes welled up. I blamed myself for not doing enough to save him. Maybe if I had showed up sooner, I could have done something. You were just a kid, Callaway said, his voice gentle. Even if you had arrived on time, there was little you could have done. I could have called for help, Donnie said, tears streaming down his face. You did. You blew the whistle your parents had given you. Donnie smiled. He reached into his shirt collar and pulled out a silver whistle that was hanging by a thread around his neck. I don't know why, but I still wear it to this day. I guess I feel like if I have it, I'll always be safe. Donnie and Callaway sipped their drinks in silence. Donnie was now anxious to get back to campus, to be surrounded by his friends and classmates, and to forget the tragedy that he had stumbled upon as a child. Callaway said, When Hope Parsons asked you to come into the water, do you think she wanted to harm you? Donnie pondered Callaway's question. I don't believe she knew what she was doing. After I'd blown the whistle, she asked if I was an angel who'd come to play with her son. Callaway did not know how to respond. Chapter 81. Nikki Jones was on her stomach with her face turned to the side. Her eyes were open, but they were vacant. Her arms and legs were spread out as if she was trying to break her fall. She had been shot on the back, twice, Fisher silently observed. Fisher stood before the body with a heavy heart. She and Holt had decided they would keep this murder silent for now. They knew, though, that sooner or later the news of Nikki's death would get out. There was only so long they could keep referring to her as Jane Doe. They did not want to, either. The victim had a name and a family. Her life was abruptly cut short because Fisher and Holt were late in finding her killer. I failed her, Fisher thought. Holt, seeing what she was feeling, placed a hand on her shoulder. It's not your fault, Fisher said nothing. We were at the house before. We broke in to make sure she was okay. We even spoke to her at the station, so she knew our concern for her well-being. We even tried warning her. Fisher looked away. Her eyes were brimming with tears. She felt a knot in the pit of her stomach, and the more she thought about Nikki Jones, the tighter the knot became. She wiped away her tears with the back of her sleeve. I'll be fine, she said. Holt nodded. The front door was unlocked, but I don't think the shooter left from there, he said. Fisher looked at him. Same as Emily's place? Yes, from the back door. But why? Maybe the shooter was worried that someone might have heard the gunshot
and he decided it might be too risky to leave from the front.
Security? She asked.
Holt shook his head. No alarm system in the house.
What about the neighbors? Maybe this time someone caught him leaving.
I checked the houses on both sides, and I saw no cameras.
Fisher frowned.
But there is something else of concern.
Like what?
The front door was unlocked, which meant either Nicky Jones knew her shooter and let him in, or the shooter forced his way in when she answered the door.
I'm leaning toward the former. Fisher blinked. You really believe she knew her killer?
Think about it. If she opened the door and was faced with the barrel of a gun, her initial reaction would have been to either shut the door or run down the hall, and the shooter would have shot her in the hallway. Because her body is in the living room, we can assume she walked back into the house with the shooter, and that's when the shooter decided to kill her.
Fisher made a face. I think it's a bit of a stretch. When she answered the door, the shooter could have revealed his weapon. She would have no choice but to follow his instructions.
But why the living room? Holt said. Why not shoot her anywhere else in the house?
Fisher pondered Holt's question. She shook her head. I don't buy it.
Why not?
If what you're saying is right, then that means Nicky Jones always knew the identity of the person who killed Emily Riley, Paige Giles, and Melody Ferguson. Chapter 82. George Common had weather-beaten skin. His thick mane of hair was completely white. His hands were big and strong, and he had a tattoo of an anchor on his left arm. Callaway was at Common's house, which was a short distance from Erie Lake. They were sitting on the porch with cold drinks in their hands. Callaway had read Common's statement in Detective Hamill's notes, but he felt an obligation to Hope to go meet all the parties involved in the event. You were a fisherman all your life? Callaway asked. Common shook his head.
I was actually a carpenter. I had my own workshop. I built furniture. But I loved to go out and fish every weekend. Nothing beats being surrounded by water and waiting for a bite.
He was silent for a moment.
After that day, though, I could not get myself to go back in the water.
Can you tell me what exactly happened that day? Callaway asked.
Common took a deep breath. I remember it so clearly. It was a beautiful day. There was not a cloud in the sky, and the wind was just right for being out on the water. Usually, I'm lucky if I catch one fish, but on that day, I caught 5. I was so excited I could not wait to get back home, clean the fish, and have them for dinner. As I was securing the boat to the dock, I heard a sound. It sounded like a whistle.
Callaway knew it was the very whistle Donnie Brewer had blown when he stumbled on Hope and her son.
At first, I didn't know what it was or where it had come from, but then I heard it again and again. I then saw them by the edge of the water on the other side of the lake. I thought there had been an accident. Someone must have drowned. I hurried down the dock and over toward them. When I got there, I saw a woman waist down in the water next to a boy. I thought maybe she was teaching him how to swim. But then I saw the other boy. He was on the shore. He had a whistle around his neck. He pointed to the boy and said something. I can't remember exactly what it was. Everything was happening too fast. But I think he said the boy in the water needed help.
Common rubbed his forehead and shut his eyes. He opened them and continued speaking.
I jumped into the water and pulled the boy on land. I tried to resuscitate him, but it was too late.
What was the woman doing? Callaway asked.
She wasn't doing anything. She just watched me try to save her boy.
She didn't stop you?
No, she just looked out of it.
Out of it?
Yeah, like she wasn't all there. I asked her what had happened, but she wouldn't reply. I always kept a fully charged cell phone on me, in case my boat broke down or any accidents happened while I was on the water. I used it to call 911. They were on the scene in 20 minutes, which was a surprise.
Why? Callaway asked.
The lake is a bit of a drive from the nearest hospital, Common replied. I guess when they heard it was a child, they rushed over even faster than normal.
What did the woman do while you waited for the ambulance?
Nothing, really.
Common's brow furrowed.
No, wait. She mumbled something about the boy sleeping, and that an angel had told her not to disturb him. I didn't pay too much attention to her. I was heartbroken that I couldn't get the boy breathing again. Like I said, after that day, whenever I thought about going back in my boat, the image of the boy would flash in my mind."
Callaway knew his time was up. He took a final sip from his bottle and stood up. He then thought of something. "How long were you out on the water that day?" Common licked his lower lip.
"I think I was out for maybe an hour or a little more, which was unusual for me. I could be on my boat from morning to evening. But it was one of those days when the fish were biting, and I had more than enough for dinner. I did not want to push my luck and see if I could hook more. Fishing is a hobby, a way to relax and clear my head."
Callaway nodded. "When you were leaving the dock to go fishing, did you see anything?"
"Like what?"
Callaway shrugged.
"Anything that you can remember."
Common's face creased as he thought hard.
"When I was pulling away from the dock, I saw 2 boys on land."
Callaway's eyes narrowed. 2 boys? What did they look like?
"They were too far to get a clear view."
"What were they doing?"
"One of them was standing next to a bicycle, and the other was standing by the water. They disappeared from view when I got farther into the lake."
Donnie Brewer had biked to Erie Lake, while Noah Parsons had walked. Common must have seen them. "Thanks for the drink," Callaway said, and he left. Chapter 83. Holt and Fisher still could not wrap their heads around the fact that Nicky Jones might have known her killer, the same person who had killed her colleagues. If Nicky Jones and her killer were working together, Fisher said, then why did he kill her now? Holt mulled the question over.
"What if it had something to do with us?"
Fisher frowned. "I don't understand how we can be responsible for her death."
"Maybe we are indirectly responsible."
"You've lost me," Fisher said.
"What if it was your message to Nicky Jones that was the precursor to what happened later?"
Fisher could see where Holt was going. "I called Nicky Jones and told her we believed her life was in danger."
"And she called the killer," Holt said, completing her sentence.
"The killer came over to the house. She answered the door, and when she led him to the living room, he shot her in the back."
"It's entirely plausible," Holt said.
"So where is her phone?" Fisher asked, looking around. The medical examiner, along with the crime scene unit, were on their way. Until then, the scene was entirely Holt and Fisher's.
"It could be anywhere," Holt said.
Fisher leaned down and checked Nicky Jones' pockets. Empty.
"Where's her purse?" Holt asked, looking around.
"I'll check the bedroom." Fisher rushed to a room down the hall. She found the purse on the nightstand next to the bed. She rummaged inside Nicky's purse and frowned. She returned to the living room. "It's not in the purse." They spent the next couple of minutes scouring the hallway, the kitchen, the bathroom, and the living room.
"Do you suppose her killer took her cell phone?" Holt said.
"It would make sense if she was in contact with him." They were silent for a moment before Holt knelt down next to Nicky's body. He looked at her hollow eyes and then at her right arm, which was extended out. "What are you doing?" Fisher asked. Without answering, Holt followed the direction of her eyes and where her right arm was reaching out to. There was a hutch made of dark wood next to a wall, and it had cups and plates neatly displayed behind glass doors. At the bottom, next to the hutch's legs, was a small opening, large enough to stick a hand in. Holt tried, but he only managed to get half his fingers through. He turned to Fisher.
"I could use a feminine hand."
"You mean skinny fingers, don't you?" she said, referring to Holt's thick hands and fingers. She knelt down beside him and stuck her hand underneath the hutch. She was able to shove her arm in up to her elbow. She searched with her fingers and then pulled her arm out. In her hand was a cell phone. "How did you know it would be in there?" Fisher asked.
"I didn't," Holt replied. "I assumed that if she was holding a cell phone when she fell to the floor, the phone would have flown out of her hand and landed somewhere near the hutch. I guess I turned out to be right."
Fisher pressed the power button, and the screen came to life. "It's password protected," she said. Holt grunted in frustration. It could take days or weeks for someone in IT to crack the password, if they managed to do so at all. Some smartphones, after several incorrect password attempts, would automatically reset to the factory specifications, wiping out all the user data. "We can always contact the service provider to see who called her," Fisher suggested. Holt thought of something. "That might not be necessary." He took the phone from Fisher. He leaned down and grabbed Nikki Jones' right hand. He placed her thumb on the screen. It took less than a second for the thumbprint to scan and unlock the phone. Fisher smiled. "You never cease to amaze me." "Don't congratulate me just yet," he said. "Let's see if we hit the jackpot." He scrolled through the phone and shook his head. According to the phone log, the last call was from an unknown number. Fisher sighed. So close and yet so far. Holt's eyes narrowed as he stared at the cell phone. "I just thought of something." "What?" Fisher asked. "Why did the killer wait for Nikki Jones to arrive at the center when she was already working with him?" Fisher rubbed her chin and thought. "Maybe she was supposed to call 911, but Angel beat her to it." "You know what that means, don't you?" Holt said. "What?" "The killer had always planned to kill Nikki Jones." Chapter 84. After his visit to George Common, Callaway did not know where else to look. He had spoken to every person mentioned in Hope Parsons' case file, but he did not want to go back to Milton empty-handed. Not my style, he thought. He was already in Erie Lake, so he decided to visit Noah's school, which was a short distance from the Parsons residence. He glanced at his watch and frowned. It was late in the afternoon and school had ended for the day. He pulled into the parking lot and saw a handful of vehicles. He was hoping there were teachers still at school. Maybe I can catch one of them. He hurried down the empty main hall. He followed the directions on the wall and made his way to the main office. There was no one there. He then moved down the hall and peeked through a glass wall. The lights inside were off, but he could make out that it was the school library. There is no one here, he thought. I should come back tomorrow. He was about to leave when a woman's voice asked, "Can I help you?" He turned and saw a woman standing in the hall. She had silver hair and round glasses. She was clutching binders and papers to her chest. Callaway said. "I'm actually looking for someone. I'm afraid most of the faculty is left for the day." Her face then turned serious. "Is this about your child? Did they not get home safe?" No, Callaway said, waving his hand. "I don't have a child. No, I do have a little girl, but she doesn't go to this school." The woman stared at him. He could see alarm on her face. He quickly said, "I'm looking for anyone who knew Noah Parsons." He could see she was evaluating him. "Who are you?" she asked. "I am a private investigator. I was hired by Noah's mother to find out what happened on the day he died." Callaway knew he could not lie and tell her he was writing a book on mothers who killed their children. The woman could be a teacher, and as such she may not want to speak about the death of one of the school's students. The woman stared at him in silence. "Do you have identification, Mr. Callaway? Lee Callaway." He gave the woman one of his real business cards. She read the card and looked at Callaway. "Noah was one of my students." Callaway blinked as relief washed over him. "You knew him?" "I did, and I also knew his mother." Callaway got closer. "Hope asked me to look into her case." "I thought the case was closed," the woman said. "It was, but, I'm taking another look." The woman glanced at the clock on the wall. "I'm supposed to be home right now. I forgot to take my students' projects with me to evaluate them, so I came back to pick them up." "I won't take too much of your time." "All right." "What can you tell me about Noah?" She sighed. "I'll tell you what I told everyone who interviewed me all those years ago. Noah was a smart and bright boy, and Hope doted on him like he was the only person in the world who mattered to her. She gushed over every little thing he did. During parent-teacher nights, she would beam proudly at all his accomplishments. To be fair, Noah was an exceptional student. There were hardly any complaints from any of his teachers. I taught art, and I could see from an early age that Noah had the creative gene. He spoke about becoming a comic book artist one day. He was always sketching in his notebooks. I truly believed he had a future in the arts, whether it was as a painter, sculptor, or something else. She shook her head. It's sad we will never get to see where that potential could have taken him.
Did Noah show signs of the condition that affected his mother?
The woman smiled. No, he did not. And believe me, as teachers, we keep an eye on children who, let's say, require extra attention.
Callaway knew she was referring to children with autism or other neurological conditions.
But Callaway wanted to know if Noah might have been suicidal.
Was Noah sociable? Did he have any friends?
He was very friendly, and he always hung around this other boy.
Who? The woman thought for a moment.
Milo Newman. I believe his family lived next door to the Parsons. Noah and Milo were inseparable. They were best friends. Milo took it very hard when Noah was gone. It was never the same afterwards.
Chapter 85. Fisher walked around the living room with her gaze fixed on the floor. What are you looking for? Holt asked.
The living room is next to the hallway. Nicky Jones' body is in the middle of the living room. We know she was shot at close range, so that leaves us with two scenarios. Either the killer shot Nicky while she stood in the hallway, which is 5 or 6 feet from the body, but still at close range, or the killer was in the living room when he shot her, perhaps a foot or two away from her.
Holt's eyes narrowed. We found no shell casings in the hallway.
Right, and unless the killer made the effort to collect the evidence, they should still be here.
But where? Holt asked, looking around. We've looked and we didn't find them.
Fisher frowned. They had checked under the coffee table, sofa, TV stand, and any space that might hide something like a shell casing.
Don't worry. Someone from the crime scene team will scour the room with a fine-tooth comb, Holt said.
Fisher nodded. Any minute now, the house would be swarming with people to gather evidence. Fisher had received a message from Andrea Wakefield. She was in the middle of an autopsy when Fisher had tried to contact her, but she would soon be on her way. Fisher sighed in frustration. Her eyes locked on a vent cover at the bottom of a wall. The grate has enough space to push your fingers through, she thought. Fisher pulled out her Swiss Army knife and used the tip of the blade to pry the vent cover out. She flashed her pocket light inside and shoved her hand in. She pulled out a shell casing. Holt raised an eyebrow.
Well, I'll be.
I only see one inside, Fisher said. The killer must have taken the other and assumed we would not look in there.
Or he didn't have time to look for it.
Right, she said. The casing must have fallen and rolled into the vent.
If we compare the casing to the ones found at Emily's place, I bet we'll get a match.
I don't doubt it the least bit, Fisher agreed. The front door opened, and a man wearing blue coveralls from head to toe entered. Bag and tag this, Fisher said, holding the casing up.
Right, ma'am,
he said, and he did as instructed. More people entered the house. One was holding a camera, and another was carrying a large case with the tools needed to gather evidence. Holt and Fisher moved into the kitchen to give the team space to do their job. Fisher asked, "What are we missing here?"
"What do you mean?" Holt replied.
"There has to be something we can use to find who did this," she said with a note of urgency in her voice. Holt's eyes fell on a stack of mail on the kitchen table. He grabbed the top envelope. It was an unpaid cell phone bill.
"Well, at least we know her service provider," he said.
Fisher nodded. She grabbed another envelope. It looks like a notice from the bank. Nicky Jones was behind in her mortgage payments.
"How old is the notice?" Holt asked.
"It's from last month." Holt searched the stack of envelopes and pulled out a bank statement. He scanned the statement and said,
"Nicky Jones was having financial trouble. Her checking account was in the negative, and it looks like she was taking money from a line of credit."
His face suddenly creased into a puzzled look. "What did you find?" Fisher asked.
"Just last week, though. She deposited a check for $5,000.
"Where do you suppose she got that kind of money?"
"Maybe a family member lent it to her?"
He went to the bank statement's last page, which showed copies of all the checks deposited into the account. His eyes suddenly widened. "You won't believe this," he said. "What?" Fisher asked eagerly. "The $5,000 check was written by James Riley, Emily Riley's husband." Chapter 86. The Newmans had moved out of the neighborhood soon after Hope was convicted of killing her son. According to their teacher, Milo and Noah were best friends, and Milo took Noah's death hard, so it made sense to Callaway that the family would choose to relocate after such a tragedy. Callaway could not imagine how a child dealt with the loss of a friend. The impact might be tenfold for someone at that age. They were still too young to grapple with all the emotions that came with death, especially one due to murder. Still, I've got to speak to Milo, he thought. Milo knew Noah better than anyone else, perhaps even better than his mother. Callaway hoped that maybe Milo could tell him Noah's true relationship with his mother. Was Hope really as doting as people made her out to be? Did Hope ever threaten to harm Noah in a fit of mania? And how was Hope and Ian Parsons' relationship? If their marriage was strained and there was talk of divorce, could that have pushed Hope over the edge? She may have wanted to end her life, but she could not fathom leaving Noah behind. Maybe on that terrible day, Hope had decided to kill Noah and herself. But Donnie Brewer's arrival at Erie Lake prevented her from doing so. But that's just conjecture, Callaway thought as he searched the internet on his phone. I've got to find Milo Newman. As a private investigator, Callaway had access to certain databases that were out of reach for ordinary people. In one of those databases, he found the address for Joyce Newman, Milo's mother. The house was about an hour away from their previous address. Callaway was surprised Detective Hamill had not chosen to speak to the Newmans. He had found no mention of them in the case file, although when he thought about it, he could see why Hamill had decided not to interview Milo and his family. Milo was devastated by his friend's death. No point in putting the boy through more trauma by asking him hard questions. Upon his arrival at Newman's new address, Callaway found himself staring at a row house with a single garage, a bay window in the front, and a light-colored exterior. He had walked up to the front steps when a police cruiser pulled into the driveway. The officer got out and opened the cruiser's back door. A young man stepped out. He wore a hoodie, baggy jeans, and he was wearing basketball shoes. There were whiskers on his chin, studs in both ears, and he sported a buzz cut. He was also carrying a backpack in his hand. The officer led the young man toward where Callaway was standing. The house's front door opened. A woman appeared. She had long hair with highlights, wore casual clothes. Her skin was tanned, and she had on bright nail polish and high heels. The officer moved past Callaway and went up the steps with the young man. "I found him selling pot behind his school," the officer said. "I'm so sorry," the woman said. "Thank you for bringing him." "I've confiscated his stash," the officer added. "But if I see him dealing again, I'll have to take him down to the station." "I promise it won't happen again." She turned to the young man. "We'll talk about this later, do you hear me?" "Whatever." The young man shrugged and disappeared inside the house. The officer stared at her, as if understanding her plight as a parent. "Have yourself a nice day, ma'am." He got in his cruiser and drove off. When he was out of view, the woman turned to Callaway. "Can I help you?" Chapter 87. "Are you Joyce Newman?" Callaway asked. She was still standing by the doorway. "I am." "And was that your son, Milo?" Her face turned hard. "Who are you?" she asked. He pulled his business card out and gave it to her. "Lee Callaway," he said. She stared at the card. "You're a private investigator?" "I am." "What can I do for you?" "It's about Noah Parsons." The blood drained from her face. "What about him?" "I just wanted to ask your son a few questions." She stared at him. She then shut the door behind her and let out an audible sigh. "As you can see, Milo is going through a difficult phase right now. He's acting out and getting himself in trouble. I really don't think it's the best time to ask him questions about what happened all those years ago."
"I understand," he said. "It's just that I was hoping Milo could shed more light on who Noah was."
"He was a great kid," Joyce said. "A wonderful, sweet, happy kid."
"You knew him well?"
"He used to come over to our house all the time. He and Milo would play video games, watch cartoons, run around in the backyard. Sometimes Noah would even have dinner with us."
"When you say us, do you also mean Milo's father?" Callaway asked. She shook her head.
"Milo's father left us a long time ago."
"I'm sorry to hear that."
Joyce rolled her eyes. "Don't be. He's not dead. He lives in Vegas selling knockoffs to tourists. He once showed up unexpectedly to surprise Milo for his birthday, but that was almost a decade ago. Before, what happened to Noah."
Callaway's mind flashed to Dean and how he had unexpectedly shown up at Jolie's house to spend more time with Josh. At least Milo's dad wasn't on the run, Callaway thought. I need to deal with Dean's case as soon as I get back. "Did you get to know Hope?" he asked.
"Of course," Joyce replied. "We were neighbors and our kids were friends."
"What was she like?"
"I knew she was in therapy. I didn't know the extent of her illness. But if you saw her, you wouldn't think anything was wrong with her."
"Do you think she was capable of hurting her son?"
"If you'd asked me before Noah's death, I would have said no. But now, when I think about it, yeah, she could have hurt him."
"Why do you say that?" Callaway asked.
"One time she forgot something on the stove and nearly burned the house down with her and Noah still inside," Joyce replied. "Another time she left Noah, who was still a baby, in the bathtub when it was filled with water. It was a miracle he didn't drown. And then there was the time when Noah was a toddler. I saw him wandering the streets in his diapers. Hope had taken her medication and fallen asleep. It was a good thing I'd seen him. Who knows what could have happened had he gone into the road?"
"How come I never read this anywhere?" Callaway asked.
"I don't know, but Ian, her husband, was always running back and forth from work. There was always something happening at the house." Callaway pondered what Joyce had told him. Joyce said, "Listen, I'm sorry you had to come all this way. But Milo is in no shape to talk about Noah. He's dealing with the loss even now. He won't admit it, but I know it. I didn't want to leave our old neighborhood. I had a lot of friends there. But every time we drove by the Parsons house, he would break down and cry. So I had no choice but to move here. Please don't come around here asking about Noah. I don't want Milo to be reminded of that tragedy. He's been through a lot as a child. And unfortunately, as he's gotten older, he's dealing with his own set of problems."
Joyce opened the front door, entered, and shut it behind her.
Chapter 88. Holt and Fisher parked by the curb and got out. They crossed the road and made their way up the driveway of a 2-story Victorian-style house, which had a double garage that was painted white. The front lawn was neat and green, and there was a small flower garden next to the front steps. They rang the doorbell and waited. Fisher cupped her eyes against the glass window. "I don't think anyone's home," she said. They were hoping to ask James Riley about the check he had given to Nicky Jones for the sum of $5,000, which was not an insignificant amount, enough that they had driven all the way to ask him face to face. Holt walked around the driveway to the side of the house. He peeked through the wooden gate. On one side of the backyard was a children's swing and slide, and on the other side was a gazebo with patio chairs. He returned to the front of the house and shook his head. Holt and Fisher returned to their vehicle and got in. Fisher started it up when a gray minivan appeared down the road. The van approached the house and entered the driveway. Fisher turned to Holt. "Good thing we didn't drive away." They got out and hurried back to the house. They saw the minivan enter the garage and come to a halt. James Riley got out of the driver's side door. He was wearing a flannel shirt, dress pants, and loafers. His hair was disheveled, and his face had shrunk, as if the loss of a loved one had sucked the life out of him. When he saw Holt and Fisher, he walked over and met them in the driveway. "Mr. Riley, sorry to bother you," Fisher said. "We rang the doorbell earlier, but you weren't home." "I had to drop the kids off at their grandparents'. I didn't want them to see their father like this." Riley's eyes were red and raw, and his breath reeked of liquor. Riley looked like he had been drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Fisher asked. "Mr. Riley, do you know a Nicky Jones?" "What kind of a question is that?" he responded. "Of course I do. She works at my wife's center." "Did you write a check for $5,000 to Miss Jones?" "I did." "Can we ask why?" "Why don't you ask her?" "We prefer to ask you," Fisher said. Riley sighed. "Nicky works part-time at the center, which isn't enough to cover her mortgage and living expenses. She also has student loans. Emily was one of the most generous people you'd ever meet. She was always helping those in need. She asked me to write a check to Nicky, which I did." "Why didn't your wife write a check herself?" Fisher asked. "Emily didn't want the money coming from the center's bank account. Each year she releases a report to all the donors who supported the center, and on it she discloses how much was raised, which includes all the donors' names as a personal thank you for their generosity, and how much was spent in running the center. A loan to an employee would be scrutinized, and she did not want it to look like she was using the center's money as her piggy bank. So I wrote a personal check instead." "It's a lot of money," Fisher said. "It is," he agreed. "What if she couldn't pay it back?" "Nicky agreed to sell her car if she couldn't come up with the money. Also, she was still an employee at the center. Emily could always garnish her wages if she defaulted on the loan." Fisher was silent. She turned to Holt, who was staring at the garage. "Do you have any questions?" she asked him. Holt said, "Is that your car?" "The minivan belongs to Emily. I mean the one next to it." Another vehicle covered with a blue tarp was in the garage. "Yes, it's mine," Riley said. "Do you mind if I take a look?" "Sure. You into cars?" Riley asked. "You can say that," Holt replied. Riley walked over and removed the tarp. The car was a blue Ford Mustang. The exterior glistened and the hubcap shined in the sunlight. "It's a beauty," Holt said. Riley beamed. "It is." They returned to where Fisher was standing. "Thank you for your time, Mr. Riley," she said. "No problem. Any time." Holt and Fisher walked back to the car. Fisher was about to get in when Riley appeared on the road. He walked up to them and said, "I don't know if you can answer my question, but I was wondering how long it will be before I can get my wife's death certificate." Fisher knew on average it could take 2 weeks for the coroner's office to log the information into city records and prepare a copy of the certificate. But if there was an investigation and a medical examiner had to conduct an autopsy, the death certificate could take as long as 6 weeks. Riley said, "As you can imagine, after Emily's death, it's up to me to conclude her affairs, and I can't begin the process without an official record of death. Heck, I don't even know what to do with Emily's place. I'm not sure anyone would even want to take over the responsibility after what's transpired there." Fisher understood. "We'll speak to the medical examiner and see what we can do to expedite it for you." "Thank you very much." Chapter 89. Callaway was on his way to Jolie's house when he spotted Dean walking down the street. He had his head low and his hands in his pockets. Callaway accelerated and pulled up next to him. He rolled down the window and said, "Hey, Dean." Dean stopped and turned to Callaway. It took him a second to recognize him. "Lee Callaway, right?" "Yep," Callaway replied. "Can I have a word with you?" "About what?" "Why don't you get in the car so we can talk in private?" Dean looked down the street. It was empty. He shook his head. "I prefer standing, if you don't mind." "Suit yourself," Callaway said. "I thought I'd let you know I spoke to 2 of your buddies." Dean frowned. "What buddies?" "The guys you owe 10 grand to." The color drained from Dean's face. "In fact," Callaway added, "I had a drink with them. And I can honestly say they are hoping you don't come up with the money because they're going to enjoy hurting you." Dean broke into a cold sweat. "I'm planning to pay them back." "Sure you are," Callaway said. He pushed the passenger side door open. "Get in so we can talk about it." Dean paused, but then his shoulders sagged and he got in. Callaway drove farther up the block and found a spot to park in. He faced Dean and said, "I sensed something wasn't right when you knew who I was the first time we met. You didn't ask Brian Dunbar about me because you were suspicious Jolie had hired a private investigator.
You were afraid of those two goons looking for you, and you most certainly didn't come to Milton to spend time with Josh. You came here to save your own ass, and because of that, you've now put Jolie and Josh's life in danger." Dean covered his face with his hands. "I never thought they'd find me here." "They did, and believe me, they want to make an example of you," Callaway said, feeling anger rise in him. "And to do that, they'll start with Jolie and Josh." Dean broke down and began to sob like a child. Callaway was not expecting this reaction. He thought Dean would act tough and tell Callaway to mind his own business. Instead, Dean looked genuinely terrified. "I was only going to stay in Milton for a short time," he said, "until I could find a way to come up with the money." "How were you going to do that?" Callaway asked. "I don't know," he said, looking up. "Maybe get a job?" Callaway leaned closer. "These people won't wait for you to save up to pay them back. They expect you to pay them the moment the payment is due." Dean sighed. "I'm sorry. I know I messed up really bad this time." Callaway looked out the window. A part of him wished the wannabe gangsters would make Dean suffer for what he had done, but he did not want Jolie and Josh to suffer because of Dean's selfish behavior. Callaway looked back at Dean. "How did you end up owing them $10,000? Dean sighed and shut his eyes. "Right after my gig with Angels of Attics ended, I didn't know what to do with my life. I knew I didn't want to go on tour with another band. That life can take a toll on you. I decided to buy a bar instead. It was going to be a place for up-and-coming bands to play, maybe even spot the next big thing, you know? I poured all my savings into making my dream a reality, but the bar didn't take off as I'd hoped." "Okay, but you still haven't told me how you got involved with those people," Callaway said. "All my money went into purchasing the bar," Dean said. "I didn't have anything left for renovations or even ongoing expenses. So I borrowed money from some shady people. I figured once the bar started making money, I'd pay them back. It just didn't work out that way." Callaway could not scold Dean for seeking alternative lenders. He was guilty of going to loan sharks whenever he found himself in financial trouble, and they were not too kind when he fell behind on his repayment. Speaking of which, Callaway thought, I haven't seen Mason and Baxter in a long time. Ever since he got back with Patty, he was being more careful with his money. This, in turn, was keeping him away from people like Mason and Baxter. Baxter was always salivating at the opportunity to have a go at Callaway, but Mason was a businessman, and he valued money over everything else. Callaway would always somehow find a way to come to an agreement with Mason. Callaway shoved his hand in his jacket pocket and pulled out a thick envelope. He held the envelope in front of Dean. "What's this?" Dean asked, confused. "The money you owe those guys." Dean's eyes widened. "All of it?" "Yep, $10,000. Dean reached for the envelope. Callaway snatched the envelope back. "Now you listen to me and you listen good," he said. "I'll give you this money, but you promise you will never come back to Milton or ever try to see Jolie and Josh again." "But Josh is my son." "You should have thought of that before you put his life in danger." Dean looked away. Then he said in a low voice, "Fine," Callaway said. "If you choose to run away with this money and something happens to Jolie and Josh, I know people worse than those guys you owe money to." Mason and Baxter again crossed his mind. "I'm a private investigator, so it's my job to find those who don't want to be found. And when I find you, I will have the people I know have their way with you. Do you understand?" Dean swallowed and nodded. "Say it," Callaway demanded. "I do." Callaway handed him the envelope. He then pulled out a cell phone. "I've recorded this conversation," he said. "You decide to change your mind and go see Josh or even Jolie, I will give her a copy of this. And believe me, once she hears that you put her life and her son's life in harm's way, she will make sure you never go near them again. Even if that means hiring the best lawyer and getting a restraining order against you. Either way, you are screwed. So if I were you, I'd clear my debts and forget about Jolie and Josh and move on with my life. Got it?" Dean stared at the envelope, feeling deflated. "Yeah, I got it." Chapter 90.
Fisher and Holt were on the highway when Fisher said, "I never knew you were interested in cars."
"I'm not," he said, staring out the window.
Ever since they left James Riley's house, Holt had been unusually quiet. "Okay," she said. "What's bothering you?"
"Nothing."
"I'm your partner. I can tell when something is on your mind." He was still for a moment before he turned to her.
"I can't shake the feeling that James Riley is more than he appears to be."
"What do you mean?" Holt opened his mouth but then shut it. "Come on," she said. "Say whatever you've got to say."
"I think James Riley killed Emily Riley, Paige Giles, and Melody Ferguson. And I also believe he later killed Nicky Jones."
Fisher burst out laughing. "That's the most absurd thing I've ever heard." She glanced at Holt. She saw he was serious. Her expression turned serious as well. "How did you arrive at that conclusion?" she asked.
"It was the way he walked."
"Walked?" Fisher asked, confused.
"I first noticed it when he approached us in the driveway. I then saw the same walk when he came up to us when we were leaving."
"And what's so interesting about the way he walks?" Fisher asked.
"It's the same style of walk as the shooter."
Fisher paused and then asked, "Are you sure?"
"I am," Holt replied. "I spent a great deal of time staring at the footage of the shooter. You can fake a lot of things, but it's very hard to fake a walk for a length of time. Eventually, the body reverts to a natural walking position."
Fisher's eyes narrowed in thought. "Is that why you were asking about the car in his garage?"
"Yes."
"But it's not a black Volvo SUV like the one you saw in the footage. It was a blue Mustang."
"Agreed. But did you notice the wheels?"
She shook her head. "What about them?"
"They were brand new. The tread had no marks on them."
"Maybe he just got new tires installed?"
"The entire car looked brand new."
"So, what are you saying?"
"I think James Riley got rid of the Volvo and replaced it with the Mustang."
Fisher mulled this over. "I don't know. Riley looked grief-stricken at the loss of his wife. You could hear the pain in his voice when he spoke at the vigil."
"He's feeling the weight of what he's done," Holt said. "The guilt is getting to him."
"I don't know." Holt faced her.
"Didn't you find it odd that he never asked us about the progress of the investigation?"
Fisher shrugged. "Maybe he's got other things on his plate. He did mention he has to find someone to take over Emily's place. I mean, I would hate to see it shut its doors permanently. It did a lot of good for a lot of people."
Holt grunted and looked away.
Fisher knew that was Holt's way of showing disapproval. She had known him long enough to know he could be stubborn and hard-headed. There were times when his tunnel vision could take him down the wrong track. But at the same time, Holt was a good detective. He could smell something foul a mile away, and if his radar was going off on James Riley, Fisher would back him up. "You don't believe his story about the $5,000 he gave to Nicky?"
"I don't. I think she was working with him. I also think he had planned to kill her at Emily's place. She was supposed to arrive at the center so that she could call 911 and inform the world of what had happened. But he was waiting for her inside. What saved her was that Angel showed up before she did. Riley knew he couldn't stay behind because the police were already on their way, so he bolted from the back."
"But Nicky Jones was not at the crime scene."
"We don't know that. Maybe she came, but she saw the police cruiser, got cold feet, and left."
"Okay," Fisher said. "But then why did Riley wait until now to kill her?"
"It goes back to what we discussed earlier."
"And that was?"
"Your voice message to warn Nicky about the danger to her life. The moment she heard it, she must have called Riley. Until then, he figured he would let her live because the heat would further intensify if another person from Emily's place was murdered. But when she confronted him at her house, he saw no other choice but to shoot her. This explains why the front door was not locked. She knew her killer. It was James Riley."
They drove in silence before Fisher said, "Once we get back to the station, we can check the motor vehicle database to see if Riley ever owned a black Volvo SUV."
"I think we can do better than that," Holt said.
"And what's that?"
"I think he traded in the Volvo for the Mustang. It was the only way he could get rid of any evidence linking him to the center without raising any alarms."
"All right. But without a warrant, how can we find out where he traded in the Volvo? It could have been traded anywhere." Holt finally smiled. "The dealership name and telephone number were on the Mustang's license plate. I say we go there and confirm our suspicions." Fisher smiled as well. "Tell me where it is, and I'll get you there in half the time." Chapter 91. Callaway returned to his office feeling empty, both in his wallet and in his mind. He sat down behind his laptop, but he had no energy to turn it on. The $10,000 he had given Dean was more money than he had ever managed to save in his life. He was used to seeing his money come and go at the same time. He would get a nice fee for a case, and within hours or days it would already be spent. Callaway's last case had paid him well. David Becker was a lawyer who had jumped to his death. Callaway had somehow managed to put away most of the money from that case. To see Dean walk away with all his hard-earned cash was painful, but Callaway did not regret his decision one bit. Jolie and Josh's safety far outweighed anything he had tucked away under his mattress. Callaway did not trust banks because of their exorbitant fees. He believed the banks were bigger crooks than the actual crooks he had the misfortune of dealing with. The banks charged fees for holding a customer's money, while at the same time they loaned out the rest at a higher interest rate. "Shouldn't they pay me to use my money?" Callaway thought. The interest they did pay on the account was a pittance compared to what they were making loaning it out. According to him, they were loan sharks on a bigger scale. Once they hooked a person on their credit cards, their lines of credit, and their mortgage debts, that person was forever at their mercy. The banks could change their rates, fees, and policies at any time, and the person could not do anything about it. For that reason, Callaway preferred cash. The drawback was that he could not tap into a credit card, line of credit, or an overdraft balance when he was short on cash. He would have to seek out people like Mason and Baxter. Now that my savings are gone, am I going to have to knock on their door again? He shivered at the thought. He had to find a case that paid well enough to replenish his funds. He had been working pro bono on both Jolie and Hope's cases. Jolie was a friend, and there was no way he was going to charge her for his services. As for Hope's case, he knew there was little chance of getting adequate compensation for the amount of work he had done. He just did not feel right taking money from a person who was suffering from mental illness. He rubbed his temples. "I'm too much of a softy," he thought. "I need to get tough if I want to run a successful business." But he knew that was not him. He did not become a private investigator to become rich. He became a private investigator because he enjoyed the perks of the job. He did not have a boss to answer to. He made his own schedule, and he never knew where his next case would take him. The uncertainty excited him. He could not imagine working a 9-to-5 office job. The monotony would make him go insane. "Why can't I just take on more cases of cheaters?" he thought. "I catch a spouse having an affair, and I get paid. Simple." Hope Parsons' case was always going to be complicated, he knew. Everything he had read about the case told him she had killed her son. He had hoped that somehow he would find a way to change that. But even after knocking on each door, looking under each rock, following each lead, there was nothing left for him to do. He had done everything he could possibly think of. He should resign to the fact that Hope, during a psychotic episode, had indeed killed her only child. In the end, the judge who convicted her was right. The people who always believed she was guilty were right. The media who wrote about her as a murderer were right. He sighed. "How am I going to break this to her?" he thought. "How do I tell her without pushing her to inflict harm on herself?" It would not be an easy task. In Hope's mind, she was not guilty of her son's demise, and Callaway was not sure how he could convince her otherwise. Maybe it was not his job to convince her. It was his job to lay out the facts, and those facts were that her son was gone, and she was responsible for his death. Callaway suddenly had an overwhelming urge to drink. Chapter 92. Holt and Fisher returned to the Milton PD more determined than ever. Their visit to a local automobile dealership had confirmed Holt's suspicions. James Riley had indeed traded in his 2-year-old black Volvo SUV for a brand new Ford Mustang. This raised a serious question. Why would Riley choose to trade in a vehicle that was low mileage for another vehicle only days after his wife was murdered? Some could argue that Riley was so distraught at the loss of his wife that he sold the car because it reminded him of her. But the Volvo did not belong to Emily Riley. It belonged to her husband. The only logical explanation was that Riley feared someone had seen the car in the neighborhood at the time of the shooting at Emily's place, and if he drove back to Emily's place in it, the police could easily identify it. Holt and Fisher believed that was why Riley was driving his wife's minivan. It was also why he was keeping the Mustang hidden in the garage. He did not want neighbors, friends, or family asking him why he had gotten rid of a perfectly good new vehicle. Even with that information, they knew it was not enough to bring Riley in for the murders of 4 women. For one thing, the footage never clearly showed the make and model of the vehicle the shooter had driven off in. Second, the license plate number was never visible. Holt knew the vehicle because he had an interest in purchasing a similar one, but that explanation would not hold up in court. An astute defense lawyer would tear his theory to shreds. This was something they could not gamble on. Holt and Fisher would have to build a case against James Riley, and in order to do that, they needed a motive. As they dug into Riley's background, they found what they were looking for. Riley was under financial stress. Several investors had filed lawsuits against him and his firm, citing improper accounting, fraud, and breach of fiduciary duty. They also discovered a life insurance policy under Emily's name, with James Riley as the beneficiary. In the event of death, the beneficiary would receive $1 million, which was, coincidentally, the amount Riley was accused of mishandling. But things got more sinister as they looked further into the insurance policy. Only a month before, the premium had been doubled to $2 million. The reason given was that threats had been made against Emily's place, and as such, Emily Riley was afraid for her well-being. She wanted protection for her family in case something happened to her. Holt and Fisher had a feeling it was James Riley who had convinced her to increase her policy. The payout from the insurance would be more than enough for him to get out of the mess he had gotten into. "That's why he is eager to get the death certificate," Fisher said. "Without it, he can't put a claim on the insurance." "We have to find the murder weapon," Holt said. "How do we do that?" "We have to go talk to Earl Munchin again." Chapter 93. Callaway decided to go to Jolie's restaurant instead of getting a drink. A bar would quench his thirst, but it would not solve his problems. The alcohol would numb his feelings, but only for a short time. Once the hangover was gone, he would be faced with the fact that he could not help hope. Maybe her case was never meant to have a satisfying conclusion, he thought. Maybe that poor woman is suffering delusions or is in denial. Regardless, Callaway would have to put an end to the case. He could no longer afford to keep paying out of his pocket. He needed a paying case, one that would replenish the funds he had given to Dean Patterson in order to make him disappear and leave Jolie and Josh alone. Speaking of whom, he thought as he entered the restaurant. Jolie was behind the counter. The moment she saw him, she rushed over to his table. "I just got a call from Dean," she said. "What did he say?" he asked innocently. "He said he was leaving town and didn't know when he would return." "Okay." "What a scumbag," she fumed. "That's exactly how he ended our marriage. He was on the road touring with a band when he telephoned me and told me he wasn't coming back." "I guess some people never change." "I guess not," she said. "I don't know how I'm going to break it to Josh. He was so looking forward to spending time with his dad." "Tell him the truth," Callaway said. "Tell him his dad can't be relied upon. It might save him years of heartache. You don't want Dean showing up unannounced, making promises he knows he won't keep, and then disappearing for who knows how long, do you?" "No, of course not," Jolie said with a shrug. "I know what I'm talking about. I've done that with Nina. Promised her I'd be at her school play, or promised her I'd take her to the fair, and I never lived up to those promises. Patty would later tell me that Nina would lock herself in her room for hours. Sometimes she would cry into her pillow." He choked back tears. "It breaks my heart knowing I let my kid down, but I was selfish.
He cleared his throat to control his emotions. It's better that Dean is gone. You're a great mother to Josh. You're all he needs. Jolie smiled. Thanks, she said. I know you weren't able to find anything on him, but I appreciate that you took the time to look into it for me. No problem. That's what friends are for. She then paused. Although, I did get the sense that something was not right, like Dean was hiding something from me. Really? He said with a raised eyebrow. On a few occasions, I saw him looking out the window suspiciously, or how he would keep the blinds down, as if he was trying to hide from someone. Well, that's not your problem anymore. Whatever mess he is in, you don't have to deal with. Jolie stared at him. He suddenly realized he had said too much. She might ask me how I know. He was never great under a barrage of questioning. He would break and spill his guts faster than a 5-year-old boy who had stolen candy and had to fess up. To his relief, Jolie asked with a smile, So, what can I get you today? Just coffee, he replied. You got it, she said, and then left. He found a newspaper on the table. He picked it up and began to go through it. The paper had the usual stuff: stabbing, hit and run, armed robbery, homicide, and assault. If an alien arrived on Earth and looked at the paper, it would think humans were out to kill each other, Callaway thought. Maybe we are. Jolie returned and placed a piping hot cup in front of him. Let me know if you need anything else, she said. He took a sip and began to go through the classified section. He always kept an eye on job opportunities. He never knew when he would have to look for work if no clients came to him for a while. He was on the last page when the restaurant's phone, an old wall-mounted one, began to ring. He looked at the far end of the restaurant. Jolie was with a customer who was seated in a booth. The phone kept ringing. He looked at her again. She had not heard the phone. She was still busy talking to the customer. The ringing was metallic, sounding like bells hitting each other. Ting, ting, ting. The sound was in a rhythmic pattern. Ting, ting, ting. He was about to get up to answer the phone when he was hit with a revelation. Chapter 94. Holt banged on the door. He and Fisher were at Earl Munchen's apartment. They wanted to ask him a few questions. When there was no response, Holt banged on the door again. Still no answer. Fisher pulled out her cell phone and dialed his number. It's ringing, she said. Holt put his ear to the door and listened. They wanted to see if Munchin was inside. Maybe Munchin hoped that if he did not answer the door, the detectives might just go away. But there was no ringing sound coming from inside. That still did not mean Munchin was not home. He could have merely put the phone on silent. But calling was worth a try. Fisher shut her phone. What do we do now? Holt turned and knocked on the door across from Munchin's. A woman in her late 60s opened the door a few inches. Can I help you? She asked, eyeing them suspiciously. Holt gave her his best smile. Hi there, I'm looking for Earl. Who are you? She asked. I'm from the Men's Support Alliance. What's that? The woman asked. It's a group Earl and I are involved in. I was supposed to pick up Earl to take him to a meeting, but he's not answering his door. The woman was silent. Please, Holt said. If I leave, Earl won't have a ride to the meeting. We can't start the meeting without him because he's leading it today. The woman sighed. I saw Earl dragging his cart earlier. Cart? Yeah, he was taking his laundry down to wash. Where's the laundry room? It's on the main floor of the building, she replied. You get off the elevator and turn right. It's at the end of the hall. You can't miss it. Thank you. Holt and Fisher followed the woman's instructions and found Earl Munchin in a room that smelled of laundry detergent. Munchin was leaning next to a washing machine with a magazine in his hand. When he saw Holt and Fisher, he dropped the magazine and put his hands up in the air. I told you guys I don't know anything about what happened at Emily's place, I swear. We're not here about that, Fisher said. You're not? He said, confused. No. Munchin relaxed and put his hands down. Then why are you guys here? Holt pulled out a copy of a driver's license and held it up for Munchin to see. Do you know this man? Munchin squinted, and then his face twisted in confusion. His name isn't James Riley, though. What name did he tell you?
He said it was Ray Boise.
But you do recognize him, don't you? Holt said.
Yeah, I met him at one of our meetings.
Okay, go on.
He came up to me and started asking questions about the organization. I told him he should go talk to Tom.
Tom Manning? Fisher asked.
Yeah. As the head of the organization, Tom could answer his questions better than me. But Ray said he didn't want to have an agenda shoved down his throat. He wanted to get an opinion on the organization from an active member. He sounded genuinely interested in what we did at the Men's Support Alliance. To be honest, I was flattered he was asking me so many questions.
Why were you flattered? Holt asked.
I'm kind of shy. I don't really have too many friends. I also don't interact too much during the meetings. I've only spoken up a handful of times.
And when you did speak up, what did you say?
I pretty much told the group what my interests were.
Did you ever mention you owned a gun? Holt asked.
Munchin thought for a moment. I think I must have said it once.
Why?
In one of the meetings, we discussed violence at home. We talked about the rise in domestic fatalities. We also discussed how gun owners could properly lock their weapons up so they were not easily accessible during a heated argument.
Was James Riley, or Ray Boise, there at that meeting? Holt asked.
I think so.
Was he also at the rally on the day you lost your gun?
Yeah, he was, Munchin replied with a smile. He came up to me and we spoke for a couple of minutes. He asked me if I wanted to go for drinks afterwards. I said sure, but I didn't see him once the rally was over.
Did you see him at the fast food restaurant you went to after the rally? Holt asked.
Munchin's eyes narrowed. I don't think so.
But you were certain you lost your weapon when you went to use the restaurant's bathroom.
I had it on me when I went to the restaurant, but it was gone when I got home.
Fisher turned to Holt and whispered,
Riley must have followed him to the restaurant and taken the weapon in the bathroom.
Holt nodded. They now had a good idea of how James Riley had come into possession of a Smith & Wesson 9mm.
Chapter 95. Callaway was in a small room located in the basement of a giant industrial building. A man sat across from him behind a worn-out desk. The man looked to be in his early 70s. His hair was white, his skin wrinkled, and his body frail. After leaving Jolie's restaurant, Callaway had returned to his office. It took some time digging through Detective Hamill's notes, but he was able to find the name of the telephone company. On the day Noah had died, Hope remembered hearing a ringing noise. She thought they might have been church bells. And right after the ringing, she remembered hearing an angelic voice tell her that Noah needed help. Callaway now believed the noise had come not from a church bell, but from a ringing telephone, and that the voice had come not from the heavens, but from someone on the other line. He called the telephone company after finding it in Hamill's notes, and after being put on hold, transferred twice, and speaking to several representatives, he was directed to the old man behind the desk.
I don't get many visitors like I used to, the man said, ever since they made everything electronic and put it on the internet.
Callaway did not have access to Hope's account, nor did he know if her account was still active, but he doubted it would be. Hope had been confined to medical supervision ever since her son's death. The man stared at the piece of paper Callaway had given him. He squinted and said,
You want all the telephone records for this number?
Whatever you can pull out, Callaway replied.
You're lucky. We keep records going back almost 10 years. In fact, if you know the month and year, I can pull out the exact statement you are looking for.
Callaway told him the month and year.
I have to print it out from our main system, the man said. Only one computer is linked to it, and it's in the back. Give me a minute.
The man gingerly got up and left the room. Callaway stared at the space around him. He spotted black and white photos on the wall. The old man may have had a depressing job, but it looked like he had lived his life to the fullest. There were photos of him standing in front of the pyramids in Egypt, posing outside the Taj Mahal, and smiling while standing on the Great Wall of China.
I didn't always work here, you know,
the man said, reappearing from behind the door.
I used to be a reporter for a respectable news magazine. I retired with a nice pension, but then I made some terrible business decisions. I cashed out my pension and bought rental properties in Florida. I wanted to rent the properties out to tourists. But then the Great Recession happened. Not only could I not find regular renters, one of my properties was taken over by a squatter. It took months and a lot of money to kick him out, and when he left, the place was no longer rentable. He had put a sledgehammer to the entire house. My insurance didn't cover all the repairs, and by then I was bleeding money. I had to walk away from everything and leave the properties to the bank. Fortunately, I got a job here. Retirement is no longer an option. I'll probably die while still working."
Callaway did not know what to say. The man smiled.
"Sorry, I get wistful when I think about my life from before. Anyway, here is what you asked for."
He placed several pieces of paper on the desk. Callaway reached over and grabbed them. He scanned through the telephone statement for the month and stopped on the exact date Hope had gone to Erie Lake. He knew from Hamill's notes that the 911 call had come at 5:33 p.m. So if he worked backwards, then the last call at the Parsons residence before 5:33 p.m. had come at 5:11 p.m. 22 minutes before the 911 call, he thought. That would have given Hope enough time to answer the telephone and go out searching for Noah. It still did not mean she could not have drowned her son. It only explained that she was at home 20-plus minutes prior to Donnie Brewer stumbling upon her at Erie Lake. "Can you tell me whose telephone number that is?" Callaway asked, pointing to the one at 5:11 p.m. The man pulled on his bifocals and then turned to the desktop computer on his desk. He typed in the number and said, "It belongs to a Herman Griswold." Callaway frowned. He was not sure who that was. "Are you sure?" Callaway asked. "That's the name that pops up on the computer screen," the man replied. Callaway rubbed his chin in deep thought. "How long has this Herman Griswold had this number?" "I can check that," the man said, clicking his mouse. "He got it around 8 years ago." That's how long Noah has been dead, Callaway thought. "Do you know who had this number prior to Herman Griswold?" The man slowly worked the system. "That telephone number used to belong to Joyce Newman." Callaway's eyes widened. Hope's neighbor, he thought. Chapter 96. "We've got nothing," Fisher said as they drove back from Earl Munchen's apartment. "We have no fingerprints linking James Riley to the crime scene. We have no witnesses who saw him at the time of the murders, and we don't even have a murder weapon." "We have Earl Munchin, who says he was at the rally when his weapon was stolen," Holt said. "But Earl isn't sure if Riley followed him to the fast food restaurant. What if he did? I mean, we know he did. We just have to prove it." "How do we do that?" Fisher asked. "Earl doesn't remember which restaurant he'd gone to. We can't start knocking on random doors. In fact, we don't even know where to begin the search in the first place." Holt fell silent. He then pulled out his cell phone. "Why didn't I think of this before?" he said. He dialed a number and spoke into the phone. "Mr. Munchin, this is Detective Holt. At the end of the rally, when you went to the fast food restaurant to use their bathroom, did you happen to purchase anything from the restaurant?" "You did." Holt turned to Fisher and smiled. "What was it?" "A lunch combo, okay. Do you remember if you paid by cash or credit card?" Holt listened. "Credit card, good. Can you pull up your credit card statement online and tell me which restaurant you used your card at?" "Yes, right now, Mr. Munchin." Holt's voice was stern. "It's very important. You don't want us driving back to your apartment, do you?" "Yes, I can hold." Holt was silent as he waited for Munchin to pull up the information. "Yes, I'm here." "The Burger Jones. And where was the rally again?" "Got it. Thank you, Mr. Munchin." He ended the call and said to Fisher, "The rally was outside the state legislature, and if we search for the nearest Burger Jones, I'm sure we'll find the one we're looking for." Fisher was beaming. "Let's do it," she said. 20 minutes later, they were inside the restaurant speaking to a manager. The manager led them to a room in the back. They provided him with a time and date. It was not difficult. Munchin's credit card had the exact information. On a set of monitors, the manager pulled up the footage they had requested. The image was black and white, and it showed the front counter. Do you have a camera pointed at the bathrooms? Holt asked.
The manager shook his head.
We don't. Our customers don't appreciate being recorded going in and out of bathrooms.
What about the front door? Fisher asked.
Sure, he replied, and he clicked a button.
They watched the clock at the bottom. They knew if Munchin was telling the truth, he should be coming into the restaurant any moment now. A few seconds later, he appeared on the screen. He was wearing a plaid shirt, cargo pants, and sneakers. He walked further into the restaurant and disappeared from view. They waited until they saw another man enter the restaurant. The man was wearing a baseball cap, a jacket with a hood, and dark pants. The baseball cap was pulled low and the man kept his head down. They believed it was James Riley, but he never once looked up, so they could not be sure. The man had his hands in his pockets as he strolled out of view.
Go back to the front counter, Holt said.
The image switched. On the screen, they could see a line of customers waiting to go up to the counter and place their orders. They saw Munchin get in line.
Go back to the front door, Holt said.
The camera switched again. They saw people enter and leave the restaurant. It did not take long for them to spot the man in the baseball cap. His strides were long. He was in a hurry. Within seconds, he was at the door and then gone. A moment later, Munchin left too. He was carrying a takeout bag, which he had paid for with his credit card. Fisher groaned. No luck.
I think I may have another idea, Holt said.
I hope it's better than your last idea, Fisher replied, her voice bitter with disappointment.
It might be a bit far-fetched, but it just might work, Holt said.
Chapter 97. Callaway parked across from the Newmans' residence. The lights inside the house were on, and there was a car parked in the driveway. Joyce Newman was home. Callaway hoped Milo Newman was too. He now believed that Joyce Newman knew more than she was letting on. She never once mentioned that a call had been made from her house to the Parsons right before Hope went out searching for Noah. Callaway also believed the angelic voice Hope always spoke of could not have been anyone else's but Joyce Newman's. Then there was George Common. He was docking his boat when he heard the whistle for help. Common had mentioned that on his way out to catch fish, he had seen two boys near the edge of the water. One of them was on a bicycle, the other was on foot. Callaway now suspected the boy on the bike was not Donnie Brewer, but Milo Newman. The other boy could only have been Noah Parsons. The scenario made sense. Noah and Milo were best friends, and Milo was never the same after Noah's death. What did he know about the events at Erie Lake? And why was Joyce Newman not letting Callaway speak to her son? Callaway was determined to find out. He was just not sure how. As he was considering his next move, he saw the front door open wide. Milo appeared in the light and then hurried down the front steps. He had a backpack swung over his shoulder. Joyce Newman came up behind him and followed after him. She was yelling something at him, but he ignored her as he walked down the driveway. Callaway was too far to hear what was being said, but he could tell she was not pleased with her son. She stared in his direction until he disappeared from her view. She shook her head and stormed back inside. Callaway put the charger in gear and began to pursue Milo Newman. Milo removed a pair of headphones from his backpack and stuck them over his head. Milo turned the corner, walked half a block, and then came to a halt at a bus stop. Callaway parked behind a row of parked cars on the other side of the street. He watched as Milo listened to music while glued to his cell phone. Typical teenager, he thought. Milo was oblivious to his surroundings. People his age were too focused on what was happening to them instead of what was happening around them. Will Nina go through teen angst and rebel like Milo Newman? He knew she would, and the fact sent a shiver up his spine. The bus pulled up to the stop, and Milo got in. Callaway followed the bus as it made its designated stops. Each time the bus stopped, Callaway kept an eye on the bus's doors. He did not want to miss Milo getting off. On the 15th stop, maybe more, Callaway was not counting, Milo got off. They were in a risky neighborhood. The graffiti on the walls and plywood sheets covering storefronts told him the area was known for crime. Milo walked down the street and entered a run-down building. Callaway parked the Charger and turned the engine off. "What are you doing in a place like this, Milo?" he thought. He looked around, and suddenly he wished he had brought his weapon.
Callaway lowered himself in his seat and waited for Milo to show up again. An hour later, Milo emerged from the door. Next to him was another guy. He looked older, but he dressed like Milo, in a hoodie, baggy jeans, and a baseball cap that was pulled backwards. Milo gave the guy a fist bump, adjusted the backpack on his shoulders, and proceeded down the street. When the guy had disappeared back into the building, Callaway began to follow Milo again. Several blocks down, Milo stopped at the corner of a busy intersection. He looked around him and then found a building wall he casually leaned on. Within minutes, a car pulled up to the traffic lights, and Milo immediately rushed over and spoke to the driver inside. Without being too obvious, Milo handed something to the driver, and the driver handed something to Milo in return. Milo placed the item in his pocket and walked back to his spot next to the wall. Callaway did not need to be a genius to know what was going on. Milo was back to selling drugs again. No wonder your mother was upset with you, Callaway thought. She knew where you were going when you left the house. Callaway suddenly had an idea. He pulled out his cell phone and made a call. Chapter 98. The curtains were down and the lights were off. If it was not for the television running in the background, the entire house would be in complete darkness. James Riley was glued to the news ever since it happened. His entire body shook at what he had done. Oh, dear God, he thought, please forgive me. He knew there would be no salvation for his actions. He covered his face with his hands and wept for the umpteenth time. He was glad his kids were not home to see him like this. They would ask him why he was crying so much. He could tell them it was because their mother was gone. But the true reason was that he was responsible for taking their mother away from them. He had denied her the opportunity to see her children grow up. He had denied his children the opportunity to have a person in their life who would love them unquestionably. He sobbed into his hands. His face was wet with tears. He missed Emily. He truly did. She was his life partner. She was his best friend. He had vowed to protect her. Instead, he had hurt her. He could not believe his life had turned upside down. One minute he was the luckiest person in the world. He had a beautiful wife he loved and 2 children he adored. But the next minute, it was all gone. And he had no one to blame but himself. He wiped his face with the back of his sleeve. He leaned back and stared up at the ceiling. When he was accused of stealing from his investors, the pressure began to mount on him. His world suddenly started to collapse around him. Emily started asking him questions. She wanted to know why people were calling her to ask about their money. He told her the same thing he told everyone who spoke to him, that it was a mistake and that he would sort it all out. He promised everyone would get their money back. He tried to find new investors to pay his current investors. He was pushing himself into a Ponzi scheme, but he was desperate. He wanted to buy enough time to get himself out of this mess. But the news of the litigation reached his new investors, and they all backed out of investing with him. He found himself in a corner. He feared if he went to jail, Emily would not stand by him. She would leave him and take the kids with her. Upon his release from prison, he would be without a family, without any money, and without a reputation to start his career again. It was then that he began to formulate a plan. The phone buzzed next to him. He let the phone ring. He would not dare answer. The calls had stopped coming when the news of Emily's death had spread. Investors were sensitive to his loss. Many had come to the vigil to offer their condolences. But many had families and responsibilities. They had invested a lot of money with him, even their entire life savings. They wanted their money back, and he did not have it. Not yet, at least. Once the life insurance policy cashed out, he would pay them all back. His punishment would be a life without Emily. It would be a burden he would have to carry with him for the rest of his life. Something on the TV screen caught his attention. It was breaking news. He turned the volume up. A reporter was speaking into a microphone. The Milton Police Department has just issued a statement that they have found the gun used in the shooting deaths of Emily Riley, Melody Ferguson, and Paige Giles. Further information will be provided in the coming days.
James Riley's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 99. Callaway stood next to a tree and felt a cool breeze on his face. On any other day, he would have loved to take a stroll and enjoy the scenery. Today was not that day. Today, he had something else in mind. He was checking his watch again when a police cruiser pulled up next to his Dodge Charger, which was parked a short distance away. Officer Lance McConnell got out. Callaway had called Fisher to ask for her help. She was in the middle of an investigation, so she asked McConnell for assistance. McConnell looked in Callaway's direction and then touched his cap as if to say, "I am here." Callaway waved back. McConnell walked over and opened the back door of the cruiser. He reached down and pulled out a cuffed Milo Newman. "Why did you drive me all the way here?" Milo roared. "When my mom finds out, she'll file a complaint against you and your department." "I would keep my mouth shut if I were you," McConnell said. "You were caught selling drugs on the street." "It wasn't mine." "Then whose was it?" "I don't have to tell you anything," Milo said, puffing his chest. "Okay, then we'll ask the guy who gave them to you." Callaway had filled McConnell in on the rundown building where Milo had picked up the stash of drugs. McConnell said, "I'm sure he'll be happy to know you gave him up easily. What's that phrase? Snitches get stitches. Is that right?" Milo turned pale. McConnell grabbed him by his elbow and led him to Callaway. "Thanks for your help, Officer McConnell," Callaway said. McConnell smiled. "No trouble at all. Anything for Dana's friend." "That won't be necessary," Callaway said, pointing to the handcuffs. McConnell quickly removed them. Milo rubbed his wrists but kept his head down. He knew he was already in too much trouble, and he did not want to get on the wrong side of the officer. "Do you want me to stick around?" McConnell asked. "No, I think I'll be fine." "Have yourself a good day, gentlemen," McConnell said with a grin as he walked away. Milo's eyebrow suddenly shot up. "Hey, where are you going? You can't leave me here." McConnell was already driving off. "Milo," Callaway said gently, "do you remember me?" Milo turned to him. "No, who the hell are you?" "I was at your house when you were brought in earlier for selling drugs." Milo shrugged. "Well, I don't remember you." He surveyed the area and said, "I'm out of here." "You don't remember this spot, do you?" Callaway asked. Milo looked around again. "Why? Should I?" "This place has changed over almost a decade. They put in a paved path, placed a boardwalk on the other side of the water, even built a small area with park benches and picnic tables. But the biggest change they've made is the high fence over there, so the people don't go into the water. Because 8 years ago, a boy had drowned in this very spot. It wasn't because the boy couldn't swim. On the contrary, the boy loved water and was a good swimmer. He drowned because his mother killed him." The blood drained from Milo's face. "You still don't remember this place?" Callaway said. Milo stood frozen in place, not uttering a word. "Maybe this will jog your memory." Callaway pulled out an old photo and held it up. "His name was Noah Parsons. He was 8 years old. And he was your best friend." Milo's entire body shook, and then his knees buckled underneath him. He fell to the ground and covered his face. Chapter 100. James Riley raced out of the house the moment he saw the news. He got behind the wheel of the minivan and pulled out of the garage. He could take the Mustang, it would be faster, but he did not want to draw any attention to himself. He still regretted driving his Volvo to Emily's place. But what other choice did he have? He was not a career criminal. He did not know how to break into a car without the alarms going off. Not to mention he had no idea how to start a car without a key or fob. He had watched how-to videos online, but they required a ton of practice in order to pull them off. Time was not on his side. His investors were ready to put a noose around his neck. Above all, a getaway vehicle was not on his list of immediate things to do. He needed a weapon that would not lead back to him. A great deal of time and energy was spent in procuring such a weapon. Now, it looked like the police had somehow found that very weapon. It can't be, he thought, as he raced down the street. It's not possible. He got on the highway and drove for approximately 20 miles before he took the next exit. He then drove another 8 miles until he was on a country road. He was surrounded by trees, bushes, and rolling hills. He pulled onto a dirt road and drove for another 5 miles. He knew the area well enough. He used to come here to hunt with his father when he was young. They used to shoot birds and other small wild animals. He parked the minivan off the side of the road and began to trek up a hill on foot. The path was covered in dirt and gravel, so it was an easy walk. When he reached his destination, he got down on his haunches next to a tree. He had used a switchblade to carve an X in order to mark it. He checked the ground underneath the tree. The earth did not look like it had been disturbed. They don't have it, he thought. The police don't have the weapon. Relieved, he stood up to leave. When he turned, he almost fell back, startled. Blocking his path were 2 people. He recognized them as Detective Holt and Detective Fisher. They both had their weapons drawn. Fisher said, "Do you mind explaining to us what you're doing here?"
I just needed some fresh air."
"Fresh air?"
"Yes."
"Are you sure?"
Riley's eyes narrowed. "Why are you following me? I didn't do anything wrong."
"We'll be the judge of that," Holt said, his voice stern. He then moved closer to Riley, his face inches from his. "Dig, Mr. Riley."
I don't know what you are talking about," he said.
"Either you dig or we do it," he growled. "Regardless, we will find what we came here for. The only difference will be the longer it takes us to dig every inch of this place, the longer you will spend locked up in the back of my car. And believe me, the sun is full right now. It gets mighty hot in there. Your choice." Riley stared into Holt's eyes. He saw nothing but contempt. Riley's shoulders sank. He turned and got down on his knees. Near the stump of the tree with the X, Riley removed leaves that covered fresh dirt. He then began to dig with his bare hands. A few minutes later, he stopped when Fisher said, "Stand up and take 5 steps back." He did as he was instructed. She walked over and took a look inside the hole. Among the dirt, she could see something white. She reached down, cleared the dirt off, and then pulled out a piece of cloth. She unwrapped the cloth and then held it out for Holt to see. The cloth held the Smith & Wesson 9mm they had been searching for all along. Chapter 101. "You were here that day with Noah, weren't you?" Callaway said. Milo was still on the ground. He was covering his face with his hands. "In fact," Callaway added, "you know what happened to him, don't you, Milo?" Milo shook his head. Tears streamed down his face. "I want to go home," he said. "I want to speak to my mom." "Your mom can't help you, but I can," Callaway said. Milo looked at him. Callaway's voice was gentle but strong. "I know why you keep getting in trouble. I know why you keep torturing yourself. I went to your school in Erie Lake. I spoke to one of your teachers. She told me you used to be a good kid, just like Noah. But then after his death, you changed. It was as if a light switch had been turned off. You became less interested in school. You started getting in trouble. Your mom moved you out of Erie Lake, hoping things would get better. But they didn't. You kept getting in trouble. I know you've changed schools 4 times already. You've been expelled for fighting, for swearing at a teacher, and for making threats. What I'm trying to say is that I understand the pain you are in." He paused to let his words sink in. Then he said, "You have kept this inside you for years. It is eating away at you bit by bit. And I'm giving you a chance to rid yourself of this guilt before it consumes you entirely. Before it destroys you, Milo." Milo was still. Suddenly his entire body shook, and he hugged himself to make it stop. "If you want to be free," Callaway said, "you have to tell the truth. It's the only way to make the pain go away." Milo stared at him for what felt like a long time, but was probably much less. His shoulders sank, and he looked down at his hands. He shut his eyes and let the tears flow freely down his cheeks. "It was all for an action figure." "Action figure?" Callaway asked, confused. "I saw an ad on TV for this action figure, and I begged my mom to get it. She did, only because my birthday was coming up.
The action figure came with accessories." A smile crossed Milo's face. "I remember it had a gun, a belt with ammunition, a rocket launcher, a walkie-talkie, and a backpack that was supposed to have a parachute inside. The parachute never opened, but I imagined it did whenever I played with that action figure. I used to take it with me to school because I didn't want to part from it. I never took it out because I was afraid another kid would take it. One day, after recess, I checked my backpack and it was gone. I knew it was Noah who had taken it. As my best friend, he was the only one I had told about the action figure. I confronted him and he denied it. I was so upset that I warned him that if he didn't give it back to me, I would no longer be his friend. I meant it. I loved that action figure. I had worked so hard to get my mom to buy it for me. Noah saw how serious I was that he confessed. He said he only meant to borrow it for a day. He was going to put it back in the backpack. I asked where it was. He said he didn't want his parents to see him with the action figure. They would ask a lot of questions and he would have to tell them the truth. He was afraid of getting in trouble. He told me he had hid the action figure in a box and buried it."
"Where did he bury it?" Callaway asked.
"Near the water in Erie Lake."
"You and Noah went to dig it up that day. You were on your bicycle and Noah was on foot, isn't that right?" His eyes widened in surprise.
"How did you know?" he asked.
"A man on a boat saw both of you, but you were too far for him to identify." Milo said nothing.
"What happened at Erie Lake, Milo?" Callaway asked.
Callaway could see Milo knew he had said too much already, but he did not want to stop.
"It had rained a day earlier, and the water level had risen several feet up to the shore. The spot where Noah had buried the action figure was nothing more than a hole. The water had pulled the box with the action figure into the lake. I was horrified."
"Did you believe Noah had indeed buried it there?" Callaway asked. "He could have lied to you."
I saw the look on his face. He was telling the truth. I was suddenly angry. I told him I wanted my action figure back. He said he didn't know how to bring it back and that it was gone. I didn't care, I told him. I wanted my action figure, and he had to bring it right this minute. I could see that he was as stunned as me at what had happened. He never expected the water to take it away. I started crying. I was heartbroken. I pushed him hard. He fell back and into the water. I was furious now. I knew I would never see my favorite toy again. I called his mom crazy. He stood up and called my mom a slut.
Milo paused and took a deep breath.
After my dad left, my mom was dating a lot of guys, so people talked behind her back. I pushed Noah again and told him to apologize. He said something to me, which to this day I can't remember what it was, but it triggered something in me. I jumped on top of him and held him underwater. He kicked and thrashed, but I held him down. I was crying, and I was upset. Then he suddenly stopped moving. I pulled him out and saw that he was still. I called out his name, but he didn't respond. I knew what I had done. I had killed him.
Milo was now sobbing like a little boy.
I didn't know what to do. I ran home. I was wet and scared. My mom was in the living room watching TV when I opened the door. I told her what I had done. She told me to go upstairs and dry up. She said she would take care of it. I ran upstairs. I changed into dry clothes and I lay in bed. I cried into my pillow. A short while later, my mom came into my room and told me to never tell anyone the truth. If I did, I would never see her again. The next day, when I went to school, I heard that they blamed his mom for what had happened. I knew that was a lie, but I kept my mouth shut. I didn't want anyone to take me away. I was scared. Then we moved away from Erie Lake, and I thought I could forget about it.
"But you couldn't, could you?" Callaway said. Milo shook his head.
Chapter 102. James Riley confirmed everything Holt and Fisher already knew. Riley had murdered his wife in order to get the insurance money to pay back his investors. Riley knew that if he had killed Emily alone, as the spouse, he would automatically become the prime suspect. He hatched a plan to murder everyone at the center. The investigators would have 3 murders to solve instead of 1, and their attention would be diverted away from him. But in order to complete his task, he needed inside help. That was where Nikki Jones came in. She was struggling financially. Riley knew this because Emily had told him so. He used this to his advantage. He paid her $5,000, with more to come once he received the insurance money. In return, she gave him the codes to disable the alarm system. The night before the murders, Riley had used Emily's phone to text Paige Giles, Melody Ferguson, and even Nikki Jones to come into work early. They did not want Nikki to be excluded, or else the authorities would start asking her questions. On the morning of the murders, Riley entered the center and waited for Emily to come into work. In her office, he shot her point blank. He then waited for Paige and Melody to arrive. He shot Paige when she went to see Emily, and he shot Melody when she tried to escape. He knew the police would come asking him questions. In order to create an alibi, he made several calls via a Bluetooth earpiece he wore while at the center. The calls were brief, but they made it look like he was still at his office tending to business matters. As planned, Nikki was supposed to show up and inform the authorities about the murders. What she did not know was that Riley had planned to kill her all along. The arrival of Angel, the homeless woman, saved her. When Riley realized his plan had gone awry, he escaped from the back of the center. He then told Nikki to make an excuse about being sick, in case the authorities questioned her about not being at work that morning. Nikki later realized his intentions when Fisher left her a voice message. She confronted Riley to know the truth. He assured her it was a ruse by the police to divide them. He told her he would come to her house to discuss the matter in detail. When he arrived, he shot her in the living room. Holt and Fisher asked about Earl Munchin and the Men's Support Alliance. James had heard of the organization through Emily. She was at odds with how the organization, and men in particular, portrayed themselves as the victims. Riley had been to a couple of their meetings to gather information for his wife. At one of those meetings, he heard Earl Munchin mention he owned a gun. When Riley was formulating his plan, he decided to use Munchin to procure the weapon. Riley was a salesman who was comfortable selling his firm to investors. It was not hard to befriend Munchin. After the crime was committed, Riley traded in his Volvo SUV for a Ford Mustang. Riley sighed. "That was my first mistake. I should have ditched the SUV and claimed it was stolen. I could have gotten away with what I did, paid my investors back, and been free to rebuild my business." Fisher scowled at him. "You were willing to murder 4 women, one of whom was your wife and the mother of your children, just to save your own business?" Riley opened his mouth to speak, but Fisher's glaring eyes made his voice falter. She said, "Justice would have found you, Mr. Riley, no matter what you had done." Chapter 103. Callaway was in a room with a two-way mirror. He watched as the door opened and Detective Craig Hamill escorted Joyce Newman into the interview room. After his discussion with Milo, Callaway had called Hamill. Even though the case was closed, Callaway felt the need to inform Hamill about what he had discovered. Hamill had not done his due diligence 8 years ago. He had charged an innocent woman for a crime she did not commit. Now he had an opportunity to right that wrong. After what he heard from Callaway, Hamill was more than willing to do that. "Why am I here?" Joyce Newman asked. "Please have a seat, ma'am," Hamill replied. She did reluctantly. "Is this about Milo?" she quickly said. "Did he do something wrong?" "As a matter of fact, he did." "I told him not to get involved with those people." "What people?" Hamill asked, matter-of-factly. "The people that got him involved in selling drugs," she said. "Isn't that why you brought me here?" "Actually, it's not about Milo selling drugs. It's about something else." She blinked. "What?" "Milo has confessed to killing Noah Parsons." She covered her mouth with her hand. "Where is my son?" she asked. "He's detained in another room." Her voice rose. "You can't arrest him without notifying a parent or guardian. He's only 16. "Actually, he came to us." She was taken aback. "He walked into the station and gave a written statement and also a video recording. On video, he confirmed he was of sound mind, and he was not coerced to provide the statement, and that the statement was his choice and his choice only." This was true, Callaway knew. He did not pressure Milo to make the statement. He gave Milo an option. Tell the truth and be rid of the pain, or walk away and let the guilt slowly eat away at his soul until there was nothing left of it.
Callaway did not have concrete evidence linking Milo to Noah's death. He had pieces of information that he tied together to form a narrative, but nothing that a judge or jury could use to convict him of the crime. Callaway knew that his confession at Erie Lake would not have held up in court. McConnell had picked up Milo off the street and brought him to Callaway. Milo could argue that he feared for his safety and had no choice but to lie. As Callaway was an adult and Milo a minor, the court would have been swayed in Milo's favor. But Lady Luck winked at me, Callaway thought. Hamill said, "We know what happened that day, Ms. Newman. We wanted to give you the opportunity to give your statement." She stared at him, and then suddenly she broke down in tears. "It was a mistake, an accident. Milo never meant to hurt anyone." "He pushed another boy into the water and held him down until he was dead." "He was only 8 years old. He was just a child when it happened." Hamill leaned forward in his chair. "When Milo came to you that day and told you what he had done, what did you do next?" Joyce looked down at the table. Hamill said, "Whatever you tell me will go a long way in helping you and your son." She sighed. "I told Milo I would take care of it. Deep down I was scared. I had no idea what to do. But I couldn't leave Noah like that. He had become a part of our family. He would come over to our house and have dinner with us. He would play with Milo for hours. They were best friends. I decided to call Hope and tell her. When she answered the phone, I suddenly got cold feet. I couldn't tell her Noah was dead and that Milo was responsible for it. Instead, I told her Noah was in trouble and he needed her help. I told her to go to the lake." She paused and then said in a low voice, "I never imagined she would end up being blamed for his death." "She did," Hamill said, "and she paid a steep price for it." "I know," Joyce said, "and my heart ached for her. But this was Milo, my only son. He meant everything to me." Hamill's eyes were hard as steel. "Noah was Hope's only son as well. He meant everything to her, too." Joyce fell silent. Hamill stood up. "What will happen to Milo?" Joyce asked. "He will be charged for Noah's death. But as he was a minor at the time of the event, he will be given leniency. You, however, will be charged for accessory to murder. You let an innocent woman with mental illness torture herself with the belief she had murdered her only child. I will make sure there is no leniency in your case." Joyce broke down in tears. Chapter 104. 1 week later. Callaway returned to Camden Mental Health Facility. He found Hope seated at a bench across from the facility. She was beaming as he approached her. "You look good," he said. "I feel good," she replied with a smile. "You have no idea the weight that's been lifted off my chest. I told everyone that I would never hurt Noah. No one believed me. But you proved them all wrong." She stood up and then hugged him. "Thank you, Mr. Callaway. Thank you so much." Callaway almost teared up. It was moments like this that confirmed why he chose to be a private investigator. They sat down on the bench. "What will you do now?" he asked. "I don't know," she replied. "I'm just enjoying the feeling that I was not responsible for what happened to Noah." Callaway nodded. "Have you decided if you want to stay here? I mean, you are no longer guilty of a crime. You are free to go wherever you want." "I'm going to stay for now. I still need time to adjust to being on my own. I haven't fully overcome my illness," Hope said. "Plus, I like being close to August. He's gentle and polite, and he makes me feel good. We're going for ice cream later today." "That's good to hear," Callaway said. Hope said, "Do you know who called me yesterday?" Callaway shrugged. "No." "Ian, my ex-husband. We spoke for almost an hour. We both cried. I think I cried more. He said he was sorry for what happened between us. He didn't know who to believe when they said I was responsible for our son's death. I can't fault him for that. It must not have been easy for him to lose a son at Erie Lake and have a wife go to prison. I'm happy he started his life again. In fact, he's promised to bring his children to see me. He wants me to get to know them." Callaway smiled. "I'm glad everything is working out for you, Hope." "It's all thanks to you," she said. She pulled out an envelope and held it out for him. He knew there was $3,000 inside it. Money he could use now that he had bailed Dean out with the $10,000 he had saved. But he pushed the envelope away. "I told you I wouldn't take your money." "No. You said if you were able to provide me with closure, then you'll accept my money. I have my closure, and I have my peace of mind." Callaway thought for a moment. "Come on, Lee. You did a good job. Plus, you know you won't blow the money, not now." He smiled. "I did say that, didn't I?" He took the envelope and stuffed it in his pocket. Hope and Callaway stood up. Hope smiled at him. "I will never forget you, Mr. Callaway. You've given me hope for the future." "You always had hope," he said. She looked confused. "How so?" "It was always in your name." Hope's smile widened, and then she laughed. Chapter 105. Fisher was at her desk when Holt walked over. "The James Riley case is officially over," he said. "I just handed the sergeant the paperwork. Riley will never set foot outside a prison for the remainder of his life." "Good work, partner," she said with a smile. "You were right all along that it wasn't a hate crime. I should have listened to you from the beginning." Holt looked away for a moment. He then turned to her and said, "I have a confession to make." She raised an eyebrow. "A confession?" "I had an ulterior motive for not wanting it to be a hate crime." "Okay," Fisher said, sounding unsure. "I knew the moment we labeled it a hate crime, the attention would go from it being a city issue to a national one. That would mean the feds would get involved, and we would lose the case. I so badly wanted to catch the killer. I wanted justice for those women. I did not want some guys in suits from Washington bringing the killer in. I wanted us to do it." He paused and then said, "I want to apologize for being selfish. You were right all along that there was a connection to the Men's Support Alliance." "Yeah, but you did end up being right that it wasn't a hate crime," Fisher said. "James Riley didn't kill those women because he hated them. He did so for financial gain." Fisher's nose wrinkled with revulsion at that. "And if you think about it, he hated the men's movement more. He used them to hide his evil and vile crime." Holt made a face. "So we were both right?" "I guess so." "Well, I still want to make it up to you," Holt said. "Lunch is on me." "How about this?" Fisher said. "Why don't you and Nancy come over to my place and have dinner with Lance and me?" Holt's eyebrows shot up. "Have dinner with you guys?" "Yeah, why not? Would Nancy be up for it?" Holt smiled. "I think she'll be just as excited about it as I am." Fisher smiled back. Chapter 106. Callaway double-checked the apartment to see if everything was just right. He had spent the day doing laundry, mopping the floors, vacuuming the bedroom carpets, and cleaning the toilets. He wanted the place to be spotless. He had already gone out and picked up a bucket of fried chicken and fries, and on his way back he had grabbed a container of ice cream for dessert. He was washing dishes when there was a knock on the door. He quickly dried his hands with a towel and opened the door. "Hi, Daddy," Nina said with a wide smile. "Hey, sweetheart," he said, giving her a big hug. "Are you excited about staying at Daddy's place?" She beamed. "I am." Patty handed Callaway Nina's backpack. "She has everything she needs for the night." "Yes, ma'am." Patty leaned down and gave Nina a hug. "Now you be a good girl, and make sure to stay out of trouble, okay?" "I will," Nina replied with a wink. Callaway had a feeling Patty wanted Nina to keep an eye on him, so that he stayed out of trouble. "What do you guys have planned for father and daughter night?" Patty asked. "First we'll have dinner, then we'll watch a movie, and then it's straight to bed," he said. "In the morning we'll have Nina's favorite." Nina asked, "French toast with maple syrup?" "You got it, kiddo." Nina jumped up and down, her eyes glowing with glee. "Yippee!" she shouted. Callaway said to Nina, "Why don't you take your stuff to your room? I'll be there in a minute." "Okay, Daddy." When she was gone, he turned to Patty. "Thanks for letting her stay." "You've earned it, Lee," Patty said.
You know, he said with a grin, you can stay over too if you want. I have 2 rooms.
She smiled. If you keep this up, Lee Callaway, you might just get your wish one day. As she walked away, he felt like jumping up in the air and shouting, Yippee, too. This has been The Broken Mother, Lee Callaway, Book 6. Written by Thomas Fincham. Narrated by Adam Verner. Copyright 2019 by Thomas Fincham. Production copyright by Thomas Fincham.